Chapter 72. A series of gulping sounds could be heard. "Brother, what should we do?" one of them nervously asked. He was afraid that if they continued to beat this young Kai to death. "This is a fucking madman." The Chi transforming stage disciple's eyes slightly trembled as he cursed, "I don't care. If he dares to come over, then we'll beat him. This time we must knock him out." But the other four awkwardly replied. Just as the five of them were on high alert, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by a lot. Cracking sounds could be heard from all directions, causing the five of them to turn their heads in amazement. They saw that the walls and floor of the room were covered with a thin layer of frost. "What's going on?" one of them doubtfully asked as he shivered. Bang! The door to the secret room was kicked open by someone. "Who is it?" The Chi transforming stage law enforcement disciple shouted and turned his head to look. His mouth suddenly opened to the size of a duck's egg, and he couldn't close it no matter how hard he tried. Although the temperature of the room had dropped to the point where it was as cold as winter, a thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on this person's forehead. He stared blankly at the woman who appeared at the door and stammered, "Su? Senior Sister Su Yen." "Senior Sister Su Yen?" The other four people's faces also changed greatly as they followed his gaze. Sure enough, they saw a beautiful woman with a cold expression and wearing a pure white dress standing there. She was like a pure white snow lotus blooming on a snowy mountain that had never melted since ancient times. She brought a chill with her as she descended to the world. She was so noble, so cold. Wherever her beautiful eyes swept past, the five of them felt a sense of inferiority. They all unconsciously lowered their heads. Su Yen had just hurriedly returned from Black Wind Trade, so she didn't have time to investigate the situation. She only thought that Sassafras had also been taken into the forest prison. After rushing in, she noticed that there were traces of a battle and immediately came to investigate. After opening the door, what she saw made her heart tremble. There were 6 people in the room. 5 of them were law enforcement disciples. 1 was at the second stage of the Chi transforming stage, while the other 4 were at the initial element boundary. The last one was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. He stood there unsteadily, but his eyes were filled with an unyielding will. "I've seen this person before. Yang Kai." Once, Sassafras had brought him to Black Wind Trade. He was the disciple who had defeated Qing Xiaofeng. Using her divine sense to investigate, Su Yen was even more surprised. She could clearly sense that this Yang Kai was covered in wounds. Although these wounds weren't life-threatening, with his strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to still be standing. He should have been lying on the ground by now. Just how tenacious was his will to be able to withstand such a heavy blow without collapsing? In just a few moments, Su Yen already knew everything that had happened in this room. For the first time, a nameless fire rose in his heart, which was rarely stirred up. In a flash, Su Yen arrived at Yang Kai's side. Supporting him with one hand, she poured her ice-cold yuan qi into his body and controlled his internal and external injuries. Strangely enough, after being stimulated by this ice-cold feeling, Yang Kai's tumbling blood quickly calmed down. His drowsy mind also immediately cleared up. A clear fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yen, who was standing beside him. His ferocious face gradually calmed down. This senior sister wasn't very tall. She was half a head shorter than him, but at this moment, Yang Kai felt a kind of tranquility that he had never felt before. It was as if he was in an empty snowy mountain. There was only a refreshing coolness, and all the noise in the world had disappeared. With her by his side, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel an urge to join hands with her and live in seclusion in the mountains. "Who did it?" Su Yan's indifferent and cold voice sounded. The 5 people from the disciplinary hall trembled. They looked at each other, then lowered their heads and said, "Everyone did it." In front of Su Yen, it was as if even lying was blasphemy. Her noble and inviolable temperament and majesty made them not dare to lie. Su Yen nodded slightly, "Very good." After saying this, she supported Yang Kai and turned around, leaving the secret room step by step. Only after Su Yan's figure disappeared did the 5 people let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. But before the 5 people could rejoice, they suddenly felt a chill on their chests. Looking down, they saw that there was a little bit of frost on their chests. Then, this frost quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice flower half the size of a palm. With a wha sound, the 5 ice flowers shattered at the same time. The 5 people groaned and knelt on the ground with pale faces. They only felt that their yuan qi had disappeared along with the explosion of the ice flowers. Moreover, their bodies had also suffered heavy injuries. So strong, worthy of being the number 1 person of the 3 sects. The Qi transforming stage disciplinary hall disciple's face was pale. He was shivering from the cold, and his face was filled with lingering fear. He didn't see when Su Yan had made her move, but he had unknowingly been hit by her attack. If it wasn't for this senior sister's calm temperament, today's situation wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. With her strength, if she wanted to take their lives, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with her 10 fingers. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai was still staggering forward. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned his head and looked at Su Yan in astonishment. "You made a move on them?" Su Yan blinked her long eyelashes. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai nodded. "Oh right, bring Li Yuntian and the others out too." "What about Sassafras?" Su Yan asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "He wasn't imprisoned. He should have been sent back. Those people wouldn't dare to touch Sassafras." Hearing this, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. The 2 of them walked into the depths of the forest prison. Not long after, they arrived at the place where Li Yuntian and the others were imprisoned. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan appear together, and being so intimate, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They even forgot to breathe. Heavens! If I could be so intimate with senior sister Su, I would be willing to be beaten to death. Li Yuntian and the others were so envious that they wanted to die. "Come out." Su Yan waved her hand and broke the lock on the cell door. "Oh!" The group of people unconsciously responded, and then walked out in a daze. More than 10 pairs of eyes kept looking at Yang Kai and Su Yan. No matter how calm Su Yan's temperament was, being stared at like this, her expression became unnatural. "Come, I'll take you out." Su Yan's pretty face was cold as she supported Yang Kai and walked in front. Li Yuntian and the others followed behind. Not long after, the group of people walked out of the forest prison. The bright light shone in, causing everyone to squint their eyes. However, outside the forest prison, nearly 100 disciplinary hall disciples were waiting in formation, surrounding the exit. "What a big lineup." Yang Kai sneered. "Senior sister, I'm afraid this is used to deal with you, right?" Su Yan didn't answer. She just faintly glanced at the crowd and continued to support Yang Kai as they walked forward. Wherever they passed, no one dared to block them. All the disciplinary hall disciples who blocked the way scattered in fear and took the initiative to open a path. Chapter 73. Pairs of eyes stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai, who she was supporting. All kinds of envy and jealousy quickly spread, and a strong sour smell rose up. Before today, they had never seen Su Yan so close to a man. Even the several outstanding core disciples had never received such an honor. Su Yan cultivated the ice heart secret art, and her heart had been sealed in ice for many years. Not to mention seeing her close to other men, it was rare for her to even speak. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple, regardless of their strength, status, could only be cautious in front of her, lest they offend her. But at this moment, she actually took the initiative to support a young man at the initial element boundary 3rd stage, her jade-like small hand slightly supporting his waist, her icy face slightly blushing, looking very attractive. The person who was usually unreachable, at this moment seemed to be much closer to them. However, the hearts of countless High Heaven Pavilion male disciples were broken. They felt as if the high and mighty goddess in their hearts had been desecrated. And this person who had profaned their goddess was right in front of them, being supported by their goddess, smelling their goddess's fragrance, feeling the softness of their goddess's small hand, and enjoying a treatment that no one else could enjoy. Murderous Chi. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a strange smile, his expression calm as he followed Su Yen forward, giving off the feeling of a fox exploiting a tiger's might. In front of them, a figure flashed. A handsome young man stood in front of Su Yen and Kai Yang. This person looked at Su Yen with a pair of eyes that were filled with tenderness and sweetness, but also concealed a trace of deep jealousy and unhappiness. Su Yan's footsteps paused, and she looked up at the other party. "Get out of the way." As always, a cold voice sounded. Her voice was flat, without the slightest trace of anger, and no one could hear her emotions. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Junior sister, don't make things difficult for brother. Brother is also doing his duty." This person was the second strongest of High Heaven Pavilion's younger generation, Xie Hongchen. "Get out of the way." Su Yen still said the same words, as if she was unwilling to say another word. Xie Hongchen helplessly said, "Junior sister, these people can't leave yet. They have violated the sect's rules. Before the Elder Council makes a decision, no one can take them out of here." "Sect rules?" Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Brother, may I ask, which rule have we violated?" Xie Hongchen looked at him contemptuously and snorted, "Gang fighting, murder, contempt for the law enforcement hall, any one of these is enough to get you expelled from High Heaven Pavilion." "Gang fight?" Su Yen continued, "Who are you fighting with? Since it was a gang fight, there should be opponents, right? Why did the law enforcement hall only arrest one of them? What about the other side?" Xie Hongchen's face stiffened as he was rendered speechless. The other side of the fight was Wei Zhuan and the others, so how could they dare to catch them? Murder? Then where are the bodies of the people who were killed? Xie Hongchen smiled bitterly and hurriedly explained, attempted to commit murder, but fortunately our law enforcement hall stopped them, so there was no big trouble. When sect disciples spar, they are responsible for their own lives. According to what you said, every pair of disciples who spar with each other are attempting to commit murder? Your law enforcement hall has so many people. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you arrest all of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples? Su Yan's expression was indifferent, her tone cold. As for the contempt for the law enforcement hall, if your law enforcement hall is really fair, who would dare to despise it? I'm afraid that the law enforcement hall, which purports to represent the sect's rules, has long been reduced to a tool in the hands of some people in a power struggle. If you destroy your own dignity, you can't blame others for stepping on you. Junior sister. Xie Hongchen's smile was dry, his handsome face showing deep helplessness. Do you have to be so blunt? Right and wrong, you know clearly in your heart. Xie Hongchen's expression was sad as he whispered, "Junior sister, I have treated you with sincerity. Why do you make things so difficult for me?" Su Yen lightly said, "If brother's words were heard by junior sister Zhao Fei Shui, I wonder what she would think?" Zhao Fei Shui, like Xie Hongchen and Su Yen, was a core disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. However, the relationship between this woman and Xie Hongchen had always been unclear. Xie Hongchen's body trembled as he stared deeply at Su Yen, his face filled with pain and helplessness. Immediately his eyes turned and stared at Yang Kai, his eyes suddenly filled with resentment. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he stared back at him without fear. "You're called Yang Kai?" Xie Hongchen suppressed the bitterness in his heart and asked. Anyone who saw the woman they liked so intimately supporting another man would not feel good. "What advice does brother have for me? I know this time's matter was caused by you. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be this trouble. If you don't want to implicate junior sister Su, you should obediently return to your cell and save me the trouble of taking action." Xie Hongchen faintly said. He had no way to persuade Su Yen, nor did he dare to touch her, so he could only find an opening from Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "What are you smiling about?" Xie Hongchen frowned and asked. Yang Kai was now covered in blood and looked quite embarrassed, but he was still smiling. While smiling, he slowly reached out and grabbed Su Yan's jade hand which was resting on his waist, gently patting it. Turning his head to look at Su Yen, he said sweetly, "I also don't want to implicate senior sister, but senior sister has always treated me with sincerity. I really can't let her down, so I can only let her do as she pleases. Xie Hongchen's face suddenly paled while Su Yan stood in place, her pretty face filled with confusion. Li Yuntian and the others' jaws dropped to the ground as strange gurgling sounds came from their throats, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't say a single word. The surrounding 100 or so disciplinary hall disciples felt as if their hearts had suddenly split open, each one dumbstruck. "Senior sister, what do you say?" Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of the critical situation and sprinkled a handful of salt into the boiling oil. Xie Hongchen nervously looked at Su Yan, afraid that she would give him an answer he didn't want to hear. Su Yan suddenly regained her senses. In all her life, she had never been so frivolous by a man. Her hand was actually held in his palm and caressed as he pleased. That rough hand rubbed against her skin, causing a burst of tingling pain and a bit of warmth. Su Yan was furious. She almost sent Yang Kai flying on the spot, but after thinking about it, she understood what Yang Kai wanted to do. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Su Yan nodded slightly and generously admitted, "Yes." While answering, she sent a stream of dark qi into Yang Kai's meridians. Yang Kai groaned as 2 streams of blood suddenly flowed out from his nostrils. "Why are you bleeding?" Su Yan asked as she took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped Yang Kai's blood. It doesn't matter. Kai Yang felt a chill in his heart, thinking that although this senior sister's temperament was calm and indifferent, in reality, if you crossed her bottom line, she would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Xie Hongchen was about to go crazy from jealousy. If Su Yan had just admitted it, he wouldn't have believed it, but seeing the scene in front of him made it impossible for him to doubt Su Yan's feelings. When had he ever seen Su Yan treat a man so gently? When had he ever seen Su Yan's hand being held in the palm of a man's hand without any resistance? If she wasn't really willing with Su Yan's strength, how could this Yang Kai have succeeded? "Junior sister, you are a genius. How could you fancy such a waste?" "Who are you calling a waste?" Yang Kai and Su Yan turned their heads at the same time, their faces cloudy like the night before a storm. Chapter 74. As if they had discussed this beforehand, as if their hearts were connected, Yang Kai and Su Yan unexpectedly shouted out the same sentence, even their tone and demeanor were the same. Xie Hongchen was startled by the roar. Looking at Su Yan in pain, he bitterly said, "How is he not a waste? In terms of status, he is just a trial disciple. In terms of cultivation strength, he is only at the initial element boundary 3rd stage. This kind of person is a waste. Junior sister, why would you like him? You don't need to worry about us." Su Yan was obviously in character. She also wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Xie Hongchen's entanglement for so many years. She even used such intimate words. "Brother, do you know the saying, love at first sight?" Yang Kai looked at Xie Hongchen playfully. "You shut up." Xie Hongchen's expression was ferocious as he roared, "I am talking to junior sister, how can a waste like you interrupt?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sneered. "A waste will always be a waste." Xie Hongchen's calm and confident demeanor had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Under the influence of jealousy and hatred, his handsome face became twisted and ugly. "When I was your age, I was already at the qi transforming stage. You are only at the initial element 3rd stage, while I am currently at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. There is a difference of 2 large realms and 6 small realms. How can you compare to me?" "Brother, please wait and see." Yang Kai didn't say much. Some things couldn't be said. Only by doing it would it have an effect. "Xie Hongchen, I don't want to be entangled with you here. Get out of the way. Thanks to your disciplinary hall, he is seriously injured. I want to treat him." Su Yan coldly shouted. "Today, no one will leave here." Xie Hongchen roared. Looking at Su Yan with pain, his body slightly trembling, he ordered, "Disciplinary hall disciples, listen to my order. If anyone dares to rush out, kill them all. Even if it is your senior sister Su, you must not show mercy." Deep love, deep hatred. At this moment, Xie Hongchen perfectly interpreted the meaning of this sentence. Hua hua hua. The 100 or so law enforcement hall disciples hesitated for a moment before immediately moving, once again surrounding Su Yan's group. You insist? Su Yan's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Xie Hongchen smiled bitterly. Junior sister, I know I'm not your opponent, but if you want to pass, you'll have to step over brother's dead body. He was willing to sacrifice himself for a righteous cause, attempting to use his courage and selflessness to move Su Yan. Su Yan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She wasn't afraid of the law enforcement hall. Her strength was as high as Yuan Qi level 3, which was 3 levels higher than Xie Hongchen's. Once she used the ice heart technique, no one here could stop her. Yang Kai and Li Yuntian were destined to have a hard time as well. After all, she was only one person. It was impossible for her to protect everyone under her wings. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. Su Yan didn't dare to lead her people to rush out, and the people from the law enforcement hall didn't take the initiative to attack, only blocking them here. While a group of juniors were making a ruckus here, the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were in another place, arguing with each other. In the Elder Hall, High Heaven Pavilion's Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, and Fifth Elder Yu Zizai were all present. The 5 elders sat in 2 rows. On one side was Great Elder Wei Shitong, while 4th Elder Zhou Fei and 5th Elder Yu Zizai sat below. On the other side was 2nd Elder Su Xianwu and 3rd Elder He Bei Shui. This was the current elder faction of High Heaven Pavilion. Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, who had a conflict before, were kneeling side by side on the floor, reporting the events that had happened today. Sassafras spoke first. Every word he said was true. How he was blocked by Wei Zhuan, how he was provoked, how he was humiliated in the battle, no matter how big or small, he didn't have the slightest bit of emotion as he spoke. After the 5 elders finished listening, they didn't say anything. They only waited for Wei Zhuan to repeat himself. But when it came from Wei Zhuan's mouth, it was a bit different. At the beginning, it was no different from what Sassafras said, but after Yang Kai appeared, Wei Zhuan did his best to slander Yang Kai. His tongue flowed like a lotus flower, and with snot and tears, he said that Yang Kai had gone too far. He even used a secret artifact to break through his embroidered cloud chainmail and tried to kill him on the spot. The bitterness in his tone made those who heard feel sad and those who listened cry. Coupled with his exaggerated body language, the scene at that time was magnified 100 times in front of everyone's eyes. Bullshit. Sassafras was furious and couldn't help but curse. It's the truth. Wei Zhuan took advantage of the fact that Sassafras had been knocked unconscious and didn't see the situation at that time, so he insisted. Truth my ass. You're just a piece of trash who makes trouble out of nothing. You don't even have a draft for lying. All of you shut up. The 1st elder slammed the chair heavily. Sassafras scolded his daughter-in-law in front of him. How could the 1st elder not be angry? But although he was angry, it wasn't good for him to teach the younger generation a lesson. The 2nd elder coldly snorted. The 1st elder said, "The matter has been asked. What do you all think?" Although he asked this, his eyes were fixed on the 2nd elder, Su Xianwu. Naturally, he wanted to ask for his opinion. Su Xianwu said, "What do you mean by what we think? Isn't this matter obvious? Why don't we just let the younger generation deal with the sparring between themselves? Why bother the Council of Elders?" The 1st elder smiled. The 4th elder, Zhou Fei, who had always followed the 1st elder's lead, said, "Second brother, what you said is wrong. At the beginning, this matter was indeed a competition between the younger generation. But after Yang Kai started the matter, the nature of the matter changed." How did it change? Under the eyes of everyone, he openly challenged Wei Zhuan. He didn't break the sex rules. Wei Zhuan's own strength was not good enough and he was defeated. Who can he blame? Su Xianwu was angry that his grandson was being humiliated. His tone was naturally not polite. The 4th elder said, if he really only challenged Wei Zhuan and defeated him, it would be understandable. But the truth is that during the battle, he took out a weapon and used it to break Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail. The sex rules say that when disciples fight, they cannot use weapons. That Yang Kai clearly broke this rule and should be punished. Su Xianwu coldly laughed. 4th elder, The sect's rules aren't set like this, right? The sect leader hasn't come out for many years. Could it be that someone is so daring as to change the sect's rules? These words had a hidden meaning. The first elder's faction couldn't help but be moved. Wei Shitong said, "Oh? Then second junior brother, tell us, what are the sect's rules?" Su Xianwu coldly laughed. The sect's rules say that when disciples fight, they can't use weapons. They also can't use pills or secret treasures to strengthen themselves. Both sides can only use their own martial arts and their own fists and feet. First brother, this rule, I didn't say anything wrong, right? The first elder's face was cold as he nodded. You didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 75. That's right. Su Xianwu sneered. Why was Wei Zhuan wearing a defensive artifact when he was sparring with Sassafras? Isn't this breaking the rules of the sect? How should we deal with this? He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, but first tied Wei Zhuan together. This made the first elder's expression blank, not knowing how to answer. If Wei Zhuan really used his own ability to beat Sassafras, then Sassafras can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Now that Wei Zhuan is using a defensive artifact to humiliate my grandson, brother, do you think I'm made of mud? Su Xianwu shouted angrily and slapped the armrest of his chair into pieces. Wei Shitong had no choice but to lower his stance and say, "Second junior brother, please calm down. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact was indeed bestowed upon him by me. But I only wanted to give him a bit of protection. Who would have thought that this child would be so bad and use a defensive artifact to spar with others? This is Wei Zhuan's fault." After saying this, he shouted angrily, "Wei Zhuan, why haven't you apologized to your junior brother yet?" Wei Zhuan was obedient and immediately cupped his fists towards Sassafras. "Junior brother, this time it was brother Wei's fault. Brother will apologize to you. Junior brother, please be magnanimous. I hope you won't mind." Sassafras turned his head away and ignored him. But what could Su Xuanwu do now that things had come to this? The first elder said again, "Wei Zhuan is wrong, but Yang Kai's mistake is even worse. Using a divine weapon, he almost killed Wei Zhuan. If it weren't for the intervention of the disciplinary hall disciples, Wei Zhuan would have already lost his life. This matter has a bad influence and Yang Kai must be severely punished as a warning to others." Fourth elder Zhou Fei and fifth elder Yu Zizai nodded in agreement. Second elder sneered, "Why is it that Wei Zhuan broke the sect's rules and should apologize, but Yang Kai should be severely punished? Could it be that because Wei Zhuan is brother's grandson, he can enjoy some special privileges? If that's the case, then what prestige does Sky Tower elders have in front of the disciples?" Wei Shitong said seriously, "Second junior brother's words are wrong. Kai Yang's mistakes and Wei Zhuan's mistakes could not be compared. Wei Zhuan only wore a defensive artifact to protect himself, not to harm others. On the other hand, Kai Yang's artifact was used to kill people. Which one is more important? Second junior brother should be able to clearly distinguish." Su Xianwu asked, "Brother, who saw Yang Kai? Xianwu. Brother, if he really had such a weapon, why didn't the law enforcement hall find it on him? Fourth brother, did the law enforcement hall under your command report on this?" The disciplinary hall was under the jurisdiction of the fourth elder, Zhou Fei. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "Although he didn't, there were so many people present at that time. They all saw with their own eyes that Kai Yang had a blood-red knife in his hand. If it wasn't for the power of that weapon, Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail would not have been destroyed." Su Xianwu snorted. The yuan qi in his body revolved, and a long thin sword suddenly burst out from his fingertips. This long sword was formed by the yuan qi. It flickered. Obviously, it was very powerful. If that's the case, does that mean I'm also holding a weapon? Su Xianwu looked coldly at the three people in front of him. This is only the use of yuan qi. How can it be considered a weapon? Fifth elder Yu Zizai slowly shook his head. "Second brother, are you saying that Yang Kai, who is only at initial element level 3, can use yuan qi to such an extent?" Fourth elder Zhou Fei looked at Su Xianwu with a smile. This was a joke. A cultivator could only use yuan qi when his strength reached the level of yuan qi. Only when the yuan qi in his body transformed into yuan qi could he condense such a substance. As for Kai Yang, he was just a trivial initial element third stage cultivator. The gap between him and the true element boundary was like heaven and earth. How could he have such ability? I didn't say that he could control yuan qi to such an extent. But brothers, did you forget about martial arts? Su Xianwu snorted. Impossible. Even if he used some special martial arts, a mere initial element level 3 cultivator would never be able to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail. Wei Shitong shook his head repeatedly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I can only say that brothers have been in Sky Tower for a long time and are obsessed with fighting for power. Your thinking is too rigid and can't keep up with the times. These words were a bit unpleasant to hear. Wei Shitong's face suddenly turned cold. Second junior brother, do you have to protect that Yang Kai? So what if I do? Su Xianwu suddenly stood up. This matter, to put it simply, is a competition between the younger generation. Why do you have to make a fuss about it? Fine, I'll satisfy your unreasonable demands. You can either punish both Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang. They both broke the rules of the Sky Tower. Don't let either one of them go. Or this matter is over. Wei Shitong flatly refused. Even if it is, as you said, that Yang Kai used martial arts to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail, this person is still young and his methods are bloody and cruel. In the future, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will definitely fall into the evil path. Our Sky Tower cannot tolerate such a person. He is only at the initial element level. How do you know that he will fall into the evil path in the future? Big brother, do you have the ability to predict the future? Second brother. Fourth elder Zhou Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xianwu's angry shout. Su Xianwu pointed at his nose and scolded, Fourth elder, before the head went into seclusion, he appointed you to be in charge of the law enforcement hall. In these past few years, have you seen what the law enforcement hall has done? Where is fairness and justice? If the law enforcement hall only suppresses dissidents and helps people fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow, I will report to the head and have him remove the law enforcement hall. Fuck, what is this? The fourth elder was scolded, but he couldn't refute, so his heart was filled with grievances. Second junior brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from Sky Tower? Wei Shitong asked coldly. You dare? Su Xianwu did not back down. Good, then we will follow the rules set by the head and vote by a show of hands. Once the Elder Council passes, I think second junior brother won't have any objections, right? Ha, a show of hands? Su Xianwu laughed. Big brother, do you think I, Su Xianwu, am a fool? A show of hands, is there even a need to vote? This won't do, that won't do, what do you want? Do you not even put the rules set by the head in your eyes? Wei Shitong also became angry. The elder hall was filled with smoke, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Calm down, come drink a cup of water, everyone calm down. The third elder, who had not spoken until now, tried to persuade them. The third elder had a calm temperament, and although he stood on the second elder's side, he generally did not participate in any fights. Moreover, his name was the same as his catchphrase, He Chui Shui, drink a cup of water. Whenever there was any friction between the elders, he would try to persuade them, but the results were very little. We won't drink. The great elder and second elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, neither willing to accept the other. The third elder was helpless and could only drink by himself. While the elders were arguing, a person's voice suddenly came from outside the door. This disciple has something important to report to the several elders. The fourth elder frowned and quickly said, Come in. When the elder council was discussing something, ordinary disciples did not dare to disturb them. For someone to come in at this time, it meant that something big had happened in the sect. The several elders knew the situation, so naturally they stopped arguing. After the disciple came in, the fourth elder Zhou Fei asked, What happened? Reporting to the elders, someone broke into the law enforcement hall's forest prison and rescued the troublemakers Yang Kai and Li Yuntian. At the moment, They are confronting brother Xie Hongchen at the entrance of the prison. What? The fourth elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders were even more shocked. Who is so bold, daring to break into the forest prison to rescue people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple did not dare answer, only raising his eyes to look at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu's heart skipped a beat, faintly having a bad premonition. The great elder took in all of this and more or less had a guess, so he calmly ordered, "Speak." "It's Su Yan, senior sister Su." As soon as these words came out, the smile on the great elder's face suddenly became meaningful, and even the fourth and fifth elders gave Su Xianwu a strange look, while the third elder continued to drink his water. Su Xianwu's expression changed, gnashing his teeth in anger as he shouted, "Did you see clearly? Was the person who broke into the forest prison really Su Yan?" The disciplinary hall disciple trembled in fear and quickly said, "Disciple saw it clearly. I have heard of senior sister Su Yan's name. If second elder does not believe me, you can go and see for yourself." "No need." Su Xianwu waved his hand and closed his eyes. A moment later, he really did feel a cold chill coming from the forest prison, a chill that no one else in High Heaven Pavilion could feel except for Su Yan. This little girl really doesn't know what's important, she's too bold. "Second junior brother, what do you think of this matter?" The great elder smiled as he sipped his tea, waiting for Su Xianwu to withdraw his divine sense before calmly asking this question. At this moment, the great elder was confident. If the two sides were unwilling to back down just now, then there was now a breakthrough. What kind of place was the forest prison? It was an important place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned disciples who had committed crimes. Whether Yang Kai was in the wrong or not, as long as he was imprisoned, he had to stay there before the matter was settled. But now, Su Yan had rushed in and pulled him out. She had shown a moment of bravery, but had violated High Heaven Pavilion's rules. This was a big mistake. If this matter was not handled properly, even Su Yan would be punished. Wei Shitong knew that Su Xianwu would definitely not let Su Yan be implicated, so he had to make a concession. Naturally, the one he had to let go was the disciple named Yang Kai. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew who Kai Yang was. The main reason why they had made such a big fuss about him was because they wanted to seize control of the High Heaven Pavilion. But now, the great elder felt that he could win. After this matter spread out, the disciples below would naturally think that the great elder's faction could influence High Heaven Pavilion's decisions and movements, thus achieving their goal. Su Xianwu's face was livid as he struggled for a long time before angrily saying, "Whatever eldest brother wants to do, will do as he pleases." Su Yan had become a hindrance, so how could Su Xianwu continue to play with them? In order to protect Su Yan from being punished, Yang Kai could only sacrifice himself. Where there is life, there is hope. There will always be a chance to get back at him in the future. Old ghost. When Sassafras heard this, he immediately stared at Su Xianwu in disbelief. "What did you call me?" Su Xianwu was about to go crazy with anger towards this pair of siblings. "Grandfather, you can't do this." Sassafras quickly changed his words. "You have no right to speak in this matter." Su Xianwu glared at him fiercely. "Brother Yang saved my life. You can't just ignore him. If you don't, then you are ungrateful." "You shut up." Su Xianwu's face turned red. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was now a fish on the chopping block. So what could he do? In order to prevent Sassafras from continuing, Su Xianwu sent out a finger, causing Sassafras to freeze like a statue, unable to speak or move, only able to watch and listen. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Su Xianwu snorted. "Ha!" The great elder smiled with satisfaction. Since second junior brother has no objections, then this matter is decided. Saying so, he looked at the disciples below and said, "Pass down the order. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the sect's rules. His methods are bloody and cruel, so the disciplinary hall will arrest him and bring him back to the forest prison. After the elders have a discussion, we will deal with him. As for Su Yan, since she is young and ignorant, and this is her first offense, we will not pursue this matter. Junior brothers, what do you think? How could the other elders have any objections? Go!" The great elder waved his hand and a token flew out, landing in the disciple's hand. The elder's command, seeing the token, is the same as seeing the person. With this token, Su Yen did not dare to act rashly. Yes. The disciplinary hall disciple received the order and quickly left. A moment later, a short scream suddenly came from the door, followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground. The elder's expressions changed, and just as they were about to get up to investigate, a voice came from outside. "Elders, you are quite awe-inspiring." The voice sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. In his hand was the disciplinary hall disciple who had just left, but now he had been knocked unconscious. Even the elder token had been snatched by this old man. The old man walked in front of the kneeling Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, and casually kicked Wei Zhuan to the side. "Go, go, go, don't block the way." Wei Zhuan flew out, screaming miserably. In the elder hall, the 5 elders' expressions were dignified. Wei Shitong narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Treasurer Meng? The newcomer was the contribution hall's Meng Wuya. Speaking of this person, the 5 elders were all confused. More than 10 years ago, he suddenly came to High Heaven Pavilion. They did not know what relationship he had with the sect master, but he lived in the pavilion and took charge of the contribution hall. The elders had asked the sect master many times about this person, but every time the sect master did not give them any details, leaving them scratching their heads. However, the 5 elders knew that this person was an expert. Moreover, he was definitely not inferior to them. Fortunately, this person did not have any purpose and only spent his time in the contribution hall, so the elders did not pay any attention to him. But he did not expect that he would come to the elder hall uninvited today. Wei Shitong faintly felt that when facing this treasurer Meng, the pressure was even greater than when facing the sect master. Because of this, Wei Shitong did not dare to slight Treasurer Meng. Wei Shitong smiled and said, "I don't know why Treasurer Meng has come to my elder hall. What business do you have?" Meng Wuya did not answer and only smiled at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu did not understand why he was being stared at. He thought to himself, "There are no flowers on my face, so why are you looking at me? Do you think your decision is correct?" Meng Wuya suddenly asked. "What?" Su Xianwu was surprised. Chapter 76. That's right. Su Xianwu sneered. Why was Wei Zhuan wearing a defensive artifact when he was sparring with Sassafras? Isn't this breaking the rules of the sect? How should we deal with this? He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, but first tied Wei Zhuan together. This made the first elder's expression blank, not knowing how to answer. If Wei Zhuan really used his own ability to beat Sassafras, then Sassafras can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Now that Wei Zhuan is using a defensive artifact to humiliate my grandson, brother, do you think I'm made of mud? Su Xianwu shouted angrily and slapped the armrest of his chair into pieces. Wei Shitong had no choice but to lower his attitude and say, "Second junior brother, please calm down. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact was indeed bestowed upon him by me. But I only wanted to give him a little more protection. Who would have thought that this child would be so bad and use a defensive artifact to spar with others? This is Wei Zhuan's fault." After saying this, he shouted angrily, "Wei Zhuan, why haven't you apologized to your junior brother yet?" Wei Zhuan was very obedient and immediately cupped his fists towards Sassafras. "Junior brother, this time it was brother Wei's fault. Brother will apologize to you. Junior brother, please be magnanimous and don't take offense." Sassafras turned his head away and ignored him. But what could Su Xianwu do now that things had come to this? The first elder said again, "Wei Zhuan is wrong, but Yang Kai's mistake is even worse. Holding a divine weapon, he almost killed Wei Zhuan. If it weren't for the intervention of the disciplinary hall disciples, Wei Zhuan would have already lost his life. This matter has a bad influence and Yang Kai must be severely punished as a warning to others." Fourth elder Zhou Fei and fifth elder Yu Zizai nodded in agreement. Second elder sneered, "Why is it that Wei Zhuan broke the sect's rules and just apologized, but Yang Kai has to be severely punished? Could it be that because Wei Zhuan is eldest brother's grandson, he can enjoy some privileges? If that's the case, then what prestige does Sky Tower's elder have in front of the disciples?" Wei Shitong sternly said, second martial brother's words are incorrect. Kai Yang's mistakes and Wei Zhuan's mistakes could not be compared. Wei Zhuan was only wearing a defensive artifact to protect himself, he didn't want to harm. He Zhuan's is to protect others, while Yang's killing, he's killing people. Who is more important? Second junior brother should be clear. Brother. Xian Wu said Wu's right. If he really had such a weapon, why didn't the law enforcement hall find it on him? Fourth brother, did the law enforcement hall under your command report on this? Fourth elder Zhou Fei was in charge of the disciplinary hall. He shook his head and said, although they didn't, there were so many people present at the time. They all saw Yang Kai holding a blood-red knife. This matter can't be faked. If it wasn't for the power of that weapon, Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail wouldn't have been destroyed. Su Xianwu snorted. The yuan qi in his body revolved, and a slender long sword suddenly burst out from his fingertips. This long sword was formed by the yuan qi. It flickered and was obviously very powerful. If that's the case, does that mean I'm also holding a weapon? Su Xianwu looked coldly at the three people in front of him. This is only the exquisite use of yuan qi. How can it be considered a weapon? Fifth elder Yu Zizai slowly shook his head. Second brother, do you mean that Yang Kai, who is only at the initial element third level, can already use yuan qi to such an extent? Fourth elder Zhou Fei looked at Su Xianwu with a faint smile. This was a joke. A cultivator could only condense such a substance when his strength reached the yuan qi level and the yuan qi in his body turned into yuan qi. Yang Kai was only at the initial element third level. He was thousands of miles away from the yuan qi level. How could he have such ability? I didn't say that he could control yuan qi to such an extent. But brothers, did you forget about martial arts? Su Xianwu snorted. Impossible. Even if he used some strange martial arts, a mere initial element third level cultivator would never be able to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail. Wei Shitong shook his head repeatedly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I can only say that brothers have been in Sky Tower for a long time and are obsessed with fighting for power. Your thinking is too rigid and can't keep up with the times. These words were unpleasant to hear. Wei Shitong's face suddenly turned cold. Second junior brother, do you really have to protect that Yang Kai? So what if I do? Su Xianwu suddenly stood up. This matter, to put it simply, is a competition between the younger generation. Why do you have to make a fuss about it? Fine, I'll satisfy your unreasonable demands. Either we punish both Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang. They both broke the rules of the Sky Tower, so we won't let either one of them go. Or, this matter will end here. Wei Shitong flatly refused. Even if it is, as you said, that Yang Kai used martial arts to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail, this person is still young and his methods are bloody and cruel. In the future, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will definitely fall into the evil path. Our Sky Tower cannot tolerate such a person. He is only in the initial element stage. How do you know that he will fall into the evil path in the future? Big brother, do you have the ability to predict the future? Second brother. Fourth elder Zhou Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xianwu's angry shout. Su Xianwu pointed at his nose and scolded, Fourth brother, before the head went into seclusion, he appointed you to be in charge of the law enforcement hall. These past few years, have you seen what the law enforcement hall has done? Where is fairness and justice? If the law enforcement hall only suppresses dissidents and helps people fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow, I will report to the head and have him remove the law enforcement hall. Fuck, what is this? The fourth elder was scolded, but he couldn't refute, so his heart was filled with grievances. Second junior brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from Sky Tower? Wei Shitong asked with a cold face. You dare? Su Xianwu did not back down. Good, then we will follow the rules set by the head and vote by a show of hands. Once the elder council passes, I think second junior brother won't have any objections, right? Ha, a show of hands? Su Xianwu laughed. Big brother, do you think I, Su Xianwu, am a fool? A show of hands, Is there a need to vote? This won't do, that won't do, what do you want? Are you not even paying attention to the rules set by the head? Wei Shitong also became angry. The elder hall was filled with smoke, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. Calm down, calm down. Come drink a cup of water, drink a cup of water, everyone calm down. The third elder, who had not spoken until now, tried to persuade them. The third elder had a calm temperament, and although he stood on the second elder's side, he generally did not participate in any fights. Moreover, his name was the same as his catchphrase, Hichui Shui, drink a cup of water. Whenever there was any friction between the elders, he would try to persuade them, but the results were very little. We won't drink. The great elder and second elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, neither willing to accept the other. The third elder was helpless and could only drink by himself. While the elders were arguing, a person's voice suddenly came from outside. This disciple has an important matter to report to the several elders. The fourth elder frowned and quickly said, "Come in." When the elder council was discussing something, ordinary disciples did not dare to disturb them. For someone to come at this time, it was certain that something big had happened in the sect. The few elders knew the situation and naturally stopped their quarrel. After the disciple came in, fourth elder Zhou Fei asked, "What is it?" Reporting to the elders, someone broke into the law enforcement hall's forest prison and rescued the troublemakers Yang Kai and Li Yuntian. At the moment, they are confronting brother Xie Hongchen at the entrance of the prison. What? The fourth elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders were even more shocked. Who is so bold, daring to break into the forest prison to rescue people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple didn't dare answer, only raising his eyes to look at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu's heart skipped a beat, faintly having a bad premonition. The great elder took in all of this and more or less had a guess, so he calmly ordered, "Speak." "It's Su Yen's senior sister Su." As soon as these words came out, the smile on the great elder's face suddenly became meaningful, and even the fourth and fifth elders gave Su Xianwu a strange look, while the third elder continued to drink his water. Su Xianwu's expression changed, gnashing his teeth in anger as he shouted, "Did you see clearly? Was the person who broke into the forest prison really Su Yan?" The disciplinary hall disciple trembled in fear and quickly said, "Disciple saw it clearly. I know senior sister Su Yan's name. If second elder doesn't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." "No need." Su Xianwu waved his hand, closed his eyes, and a moment later, he really did feel a chill coming from the forest prison. This kind of chill, in all of High Heaven Pavilion, except for Su Yan, no one else could have. This little girl really doesn't know what's important, she's too bold. Second junior brother, what do you think of this matter? The great elder smiled as he sipped his tea, waiting for Su Xianwu to withdraw his divine sense before calmly asking. At this moment, the great elder was confident. If the two sides were unwilling to back down just now, then there was now a breakthrough. What kind of place was the forest prison? It was an important place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned disciples who had committed crimes. Whether Yang Kai was in the wrong or not, as long as he was imprisoned, he had to stay there before the matter was settled. Now, Su Yan had rushed in and pulled him out. She had shown a moment of bravery, but had violated High Heaven Pavilion's rules. This was a big mistake. If it wasn't handled properly, even Su Yan would be punished. Wei Shitong knew that Su Xianwu definitely wouldn't let Su Yan be implicated, so he had to make a concession. Naturally, the one who was willing to let go was that disciple named Yang Kai. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew who Kai Yang was. The main reason why they had made such a big fuss about him was because they wanted to seize control of the High Heaven Pavilion. But now, the great elder felt that he could win. After this matter spread, the disciples below would naturally think that the great elder's faction could influence High Heaven Pavilion's decisions and movements. Thus, their goal would be achieved. Su Xianwu's face was livid, and after struggling for a long time he angrily said, "Whatever eldest brother wants to do, we'll do it." Su Yan had become a hindrance, so how could Su Xianwu be in the mood to continue arguing with them? In order to protect Su Yan from being punished, Yang Kai could only be sacrificed. Where there is life, there is hope. In the future, there will always be a chance to get back at him. Old ghost. Sassafras heard this and immediately stared at Su Xianwu in disbelief. What did you call me? Su Xianwu was about to go crazy with anger at this pair of siblings. Grandfather! You can't do this! Sassafras quickly changed his words. You have no right to speak in this matter. Su Xianwu glared at him fiercely. Brother Yang saved my life. You can't just ignore him. If you don't, then you're being ungrateful. You shut up. Su Xianwu's face turned red. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was currently on the chopping block. So what could he do? In order to prevent Sassafras from continuing, Su Xianwu sent out a finger, causing Sassafras to freeze like a statue, unable to speak or move, only able to watch and listen. I'll deal with you when we get back. Su Xianwu snorted. Ha! The great elder smiled with satisfaction. Since second junior brother has no objections, then this matter is decided. Finished speaking, he looked at the disciples below and said, Pass down the order. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the sect's rules. His methods are bloody and cruel, so the disciplinary hall will arrest him and bring him back to the forest prison. After the elders discuss, we will deal with him. As for Su Yin, seeing that she is young and ignorant, and that this is her first offense, we will not pursue this matter. Junior brothers, what do you think? How could the other elders have any objections? Go. The great elder waved his hand and a token flew out, landing in the disciple's hand. The elder's order, seeing the token, is the same as seeing the person. With this token, Su Yen did not dare to act rashly. The disciplinary hall disciple received the order and quickly retreated. A moment later, a short scream suddenly came from the door, followed by the sound of a person falling to the ground. The elders' expressions changed, and just as they were about to get up to investigate, a voice came from outside. Elders, you are quite awe-inspiring. The voice sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. In his hand was the disciplinary hall disciple who had just left, but now he had been knocked unconscious. Even the elder's token had been snatched by this old man. This old man walked in front of the kneeling Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, and casually kicked Wei Zhuan to the side. Go, 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 don't block the way. Wei Zhuan flew out, screaming miserably. In the elders' hall, the 5 elders' expressions were dignified. Wei Shitong narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, Treasurer Meng? The newcomer was the contribution hall's Meng Wuya. Speaking of this person, the 5 elders were all confused. More than 10 years ago, he suddenly came to High Heaven Pavilion. They did not know what relationship he had with the sect master, but he lived in the pavilion and managed the contribution hall. The elders had asked the sect master many times about this person, but every time the sect master did not give them any details, leaving them scratching their heads. However, the 5 elders knew that this person was an expert. Moreover, he was definitely not inferior to them. Fortunately, this person did not have any purpose and only spent his time in the contribution hall, so the elders did not pay attention to him. But he did not expect that he would come to the elder hall uninvited today. Wei Shitong faintly felt that when facing this treasurer Meng, the pressure was even greater than when facing the sect master. Because of this, Wei Shitong did not dare to slight treasurer Meng. Smiling, Wei Shitong opened his mouth. I wonder why Treasurer Meng has come to my elder's hall? Meng Wuya did not answer and only smiled at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu was puzzled by this stare, but he thought to himself, there are no flowers on my face, so why are you looking at me? Do you think your decision is correct? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. What? Su Xianwu was surprised. Chapter 77. Sacrificing Yang Kai to protect Su Yen. Do you really think you're doing the right thing? Treasurer Meng chuckled. Su Xianwu's expression became awkward. He thought the other party was here to criticize him. Meng Wuya continued, this way, you can indeed protect Su Yen, but if Su Yen were to find out afterwards, how would she feel? Su Xianwu's expression froze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. If you really do this, you will only create a heart demon for Su Yen. She cultivates the ice heart's secret art. Once a heart demon is born, you know the consequences better than anyone. Meng Wuya's faint voice sounded in Su Xianwu's ears, causing the latter to feel like he had been struck by lightning and regret. He had only cared about the immediate benefits and hadn't thought about what kind of terrible consequences he would bring to Su Yan in the future. Indeed, sacrificing Yang Kai this time could indeed protect Su Yan, but as long as she lived, she would definitely remember this matter and think that the reason she was safe was all because of Yang Kai's sacrifice. If this continued, her heart would definitely be tormented and her state of mind would become unstable, so how could her strength improve? Many thanks for Treasurer Meng's reminder. Su Xianwu respectfully said. Ah. Meng Wuya chuckled. Even if I didn't say anything, you would have guessed, it's just a matter of time. Great Elder stood to the side with a gloomy expression. He had finally found an opportunity to defeat his second junior brother, but now that Treasurer Meng had appeared and lectured him, how could his second junior brother be willing to be manipulated by him? For Su Yan's future, he would definitely not compromise this time. Realizing this, Wei Shitong said with a gloomy expression, Treasurer Meng, this is High Heaven Pavilion's Elder Hall. Without the permission of an elder, no one is allowed to set foot here. You should return to where you came from. Meng Wuya glanced at him and threw the elder's token back to him. His figure flashed and he arrived at the highest position in the Elder Hall. Bold! Wei Shitong flew into a rage, and the other elders also looked at Treasurer Meng with a fierce expression. The reason was none other than that empty seat was reserved for the High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. Besides the sect master, no one else was qualified to set foot there. The few elders had been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. Even the great elder did not dare to covet that position. But now, an unknown contribution hall shopkeeper was actually standing in the main seat. How could the elders not be angry? This was contempt for the entire High Heaven Pavilion. Hee, please calm down. Meng Wuya smiled faintly and stroked his beard. I'm here on behalf of your sect leader to pass on a message. You're here on behalf of the sect master? The 5 elders were visibly moved. Over the past 10 years, even the 5 great elders had found it extremely difficult to see the sect leader. Who would have thought that Meng Wuya would actually go and see him? And from what he said, it seemed that the sect leader had something to say about what happened today. What was going on here? Normally, even if the pavilion was in chaos, the sect leader would not intervene. So how could today's conflict between a group of juniors have alarmed the sect leader? What is this? Do you recognize it? Meng Wuya held a purple jade pendant in his hand. The sect leader's jade pendant. This jade pendant was the symbol of High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader. It was absolutely impossible to fake. It's good that you know. Meng Wuya smiled. Wei Shitong carefully asked, Dare I ask Treasurer Meng, what instructions does the sect leader have for us? Although the sect leader had not been involved in High Heaven Pavilion's affairs for more than 10 years, his prestige as a pavilion master had never weakened. Meng Wuya said, Your sect leader said that today's matter should be reduced to a small matter, and then reduced to nothing. This is a fight between juniors, so why are you shameless old men interfering? Don't be too shameless. Wei Shitong was stunned and stammered, Sect leader? Sect leader said that? Oh, the last part was my words. Your sect leader only said the first half. Meng Wuya lightly said. The 5 elders almost vomited blood in anger. This scolding was really strong. Unfortunately, they did not know how to respond. Also, since Yang Kai has already reached the initial element stage, then let him be promoted to an ordinary disciple. He can't always carry the status of a trial disciple. These words were also said by you? Wei Shitong asked with some worry. It was your sect leader who said it. Meng Wuya chuckled. The words have been passed on. You can do as you see fit. Finished speaking, he directly walked down from above and strode out of the elder hall. The 5 elders looked at each other and remained silent. Since the sect leader had already passed on the message, what else was there to discuss? It was not a big deal to begin with. Everyone was just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Wouldn't it be easy to resolve it? Su Xianwu coldly harumphed. He flicked his sleeves and left. With the sect leader's orders, there was no need for him to fight anymore. He walked up to the palace, grabbed Su Mu and disappeared. The second elder left, and the third elder He Bei Shui also left. Only the great elder's faction was left in the hall. The fifth elder, Yu Zizai, said, "Big brother, something is wrong. Today's matter is not a big deal, but it actually alarmed the sect leader. Is there some mystery behind it?" The fourth elder also nodded. "Could it be that the sect leader wants to take this opportunity to tell us that he is still watching Sky Tower?" This was also the great elder's guess, but he did not dare to admit it. Now that the fourth elder said it out loud, his heart also thumped. "No matter what, this time we will take a step back. In the future, we will have to be more careful." The great elder muttered, "However, we can test the sect master's thoughts and see what he is thinking. If he is willing to leave the mountain and take charge of High Heaven Pavilion, then we will support him, but if he is only acting on a whim, High Heaven Pavilion cannot continue like this. We should have someone who can take charge of it." But how should we test him?" The fourth elder asked softly. "Didn't the sect leaders say that he would promote Yang Kai to an ordinary disciple? We can also do something about it." "So that's how it is." The fourth elder and the fifth elder suddenly realized. In front of the forest prison, Su Yen and Xie Hongchen were confronting each other. No one dared to move. This situation had lasted for half an hour. Su Yan's body was becoming colder and colder. If it were not for Yang Kai's secret art restraining Su Yan's ice heart's secret art, he would have already been frozen into an ice sculpture. While they were in a deadlock, a disciple of the law enforcement hall hurried over and shouted, "The Elder Council has ordered, release them." What? Xie Hongchen heard this and was stunned. The law enforcement hall disciple bitterly said, "Brother Xie, the several elders have said that today's matter ends here. No one is to pursue this matter further, otherwise the sect will punish them." Xie Hongchen glared at Yang Kai with resentment. He had been waiting for Su Yen to make a move, because as long as Su Yen made a move, he could find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. But Su Yen did not give him this opportunity. Now that he heard the Elder Council's order, he naturally knew that there was no hope. Gnashing his teeth in grief and indignation, Xie Hongchen roared, "Release them!" Su Yen still supported Yang Kai and led Li Yuntian and the others forward, her expression as calm as an ancient well. Under the complicated gaze of Xie Hongchen, she slowly left. Chapter 78. The lively battle between the younger generation of disciples had come to an end in such a strange manner. Many people felt that it was completely inexplicable. This battle involved a lot of people. The disciplinary hall sent out hundreds of disciples just to stop Su Yen, which also proved her strength. The other main character of this incident, Yang Kai, was also known by many disciples. There were those who disdained him, those who envied him, and all kinds of comments. At this moment, Yang Kai was sleeping. After leaving the forest prison, Yang Kai fell asleep directly. This time, he was beaten up by 5 disciplinary hall disciples. Although the injuries he suffered were not fatal, they were quite serious. If not for the anger in his heart, Yang Kai would have collapsed long ago. Once the matter was settled, there was no more worry in his heart. Naturally, he could not hold on anymore. When he woke up, Kai Yang was surprised to find himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. His whole body was sore. Looking around, he found that this room was very simple and elegant. There wasn't much furniture in the room, it was very quiet and secluded. It was just like Su Yan's house in Black Wind Trade. He struggled to get up. Maybe the noise he made was heard outside. Not long after, Sassafras opened the door and appeared with a touched face. Li Yuntian and the others were all there. They followed Sassafras in and looked at Yang Kai with relief. "Brother Yang, how do you feel?" Sassafras came forward and helped him up. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slightly operated his Yuan Qi and found that there was no big problem. He just needed to rest for a few days. "Brother saved me again this time." "Sassafras, thank you." Sassafras thanked him clumsily. "Don't worry about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Oh right, these are the pills my old man gave you. These are all for healing and cultivation." Sassafras took out a dozen bottles and placed them on the bed. "Second elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Isn't this too much?" Not much. You were seriously injured this time." You should take care of yourself. Junior brother, please thank the second elder on my behalf. There's no need to thank him. Sassafras waved his hand, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Su Xianwu also felt that he owed Yang Kai, so he gave him so many pills. After all, if it wasn't for Treasurer Meng bringing the sect master's orders at the last moment, Yang Kai might have been sacrificed by him. Sassafras was infuriated by the way he had handled the situation. This time he asked for a lot of pills for Yang Kai. Where's senior sister Su Yan? Yang Kai looked around and asked. Sassafras's expression suddenly became strange. He had naturally heard about Yang Kai's feats from Li Yuntian and the others, and for a moment, his heart was filled with both fear and admiration. Ever since he was young, the feeling Su Yan gave him was not that of an older sister, but more like a mother. In front of Su Yan, Sassafras never dared to breathe loudly. But look at this senior brother Yang, how bold he is. He actually held his sister's hand in front of hundreds of people, and even said such bold words. After that, he was not killed by his sister. Not only was he not killed, but his sister even arranged for him to recuperate in her own room. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. In the 2 days that Yang Kai was unconscious, Sassafras had also been thinking hard for 2 days, but he still couldn't figure out the mystery. But why was this so? Brother Yang. Sassafras sighed heavily and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. After a while, he said, My condolences. Since ancient times, falling flowers have always been heartless. Brother, you need to be more open-minded. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Sassafras had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain and just asked, Where is she? This time, it was all thanks to her rescue at the critical moment. Otherwise, Yang Kai might have really used his Yang liquid to kill those disciplinary hall disciples. But facing those people, Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill them, so he didn't take the risk. But no matter what, once it came to that point, there was no turning back. After she settled you here, she went to Black Wind Trade. Sassafras replied. Senior sister didn't say anything when she left? Yang Kai was suspicious. Originally, he thought that Su Yan must have something to say to him. After all, his actions at that time were really thoughtless. No. Sassafras slowly shook his head. Yang Kai secretly admired her. This senior sister's personality was really free and easy. When it came to her reputation, she didn't explain the twists and turns to anyone. The truth was clear. After chatting with Sassafras for a while, he left. Lying on the bed, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Things had already come to this, so there was no point in thinking about it. It just so happened that Sassafras had brought a lot of pills, so it was time to test whether his conjecture was correct or not. Half of these pills were for healing, while the other half were for cultivation. Overall, their value was definitely not cheap. Yang Kai first took a few healing pills, then silently circulated his true Yang secret art, helping the medicinal efficacies dissolve in his body while carefully feeling the changes in his body. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of these healing pills were quite remarkable. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, and in a short time, began to nourish and repair his wounds, reducing the pain in his wounds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that a part of the medicinal efficacies of these pills was actually circulating in his meridians and pouring into his bones. Perceiving this point, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more certain of his conjecture. In order to verify whether this conjecture was correct, Yang Kai continued to eat all kinds of pills throughout the day. The final result showed that his unyielding golden skeleton could indeed absorb other types of energy that was not of the Yang attribute. As early as a few days ago when he broke through to the initial element realm, Yang Kai had this conjecture, but at that time there was no way to verify it. The true Yang secret art was undoubtedly a special and powerful secret art. It allowed him to condense Yang liquid without limit, and Yang liquid was also very lethal in battle. However, this powerful secret technique had an obvious limitation, and that was that the cultivation environment was too harsh. It was necessary to cultivate in Yang Qi's environment. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that his cultivation would be affected by the environment, But now the unyielding golden skeleton's tolerance allowed him to eliminate this worry. When there was yang qi, he could cultivate the true yang secret art, but when there was no yang qi, there was no harm. The unyielding golden skeleton was not picky about its food and would accept any kind of energy. Under this two-pronged approach, his strength would not stop because of a lack of yang attribute energy. This non-yang attribute energy would be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, and when it was time to fight, it would be fed back to him, increasing his fighting strength. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was an unclear relationship between his unyielding golden skeleton and the true yang secret art, but as for what kind of relationship it was, he couldn't figure it out. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had unknowingly consumed a total of 5 bottles of pills, and each bottle contained 10 pills. In other words, he had eaten 50 pills. Even if these pills were only ordinary level pills, and their quality was not high, but if an ordinary person ate so many, their body would definitely not be able to withstand it. But right now, he was completely fine, and his injuries were much better. In the darkness, Yang Kai's 2 eyes flashed with a terrifying light, staring at the remaining 7 or 8 bottles of various pills, his heart surging with a crazy idea. Once this idea came out, he couldn't suppress it. After a long silence, Yang Kai finally decided to take a gamble. Reaching out, he picked up a bottle of pills, opened the lid, and poured it all into his mouth, regardless of whether it was a healing pill or a cultivation pill. Picking up another bottle, he poured it into his mouth. After swallowing all of the remaining pills, Yang Kai licked his lips in satisfaction. If others were to see this scene, they would be scared to the point of peeing their pants. Indeed, none of these pills were poisonous, but they couldn't be swallowed as if they were peas. It must be known that every medicine was 30% poisonous, and any kind of pill had a bottom line. Going too far was as bad as going too far. Not only would it not be good for the body, it would also endanger one's health, and even affect one's cultivation base and foundation. But in that short period of time, Kai Yang had swallowed 70 to 80 different pills in one go. Smacking his lips, Yang Kai felt his stomach bulging. Countless weak and gentle medicinal powers mixed in his stomach, and not long after, they converged into a frightening energy. Yang Kai was already prepared, and hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art. The energy was like a dragon that had broken out of its cage, churning in his stomach. Yang Kai groaned, feeling as if his entire abdomen was being torn apart. The speed of the true Yang secret art circulation suddenly increased a lot, as if it had an endless attractive force. The energy condensed from the 70 to 80 pills was pulled by this attractive force, slowly merging into his meridians. Yang Kai didn't dare to relax in the slightest, and used his heart to feel. This dragon-like energy was moving in his meridians, but it was incompatible with the true Yang Yuan Qi. Although the two were mixed with each other, they simply wouldn't merge. Not only that, but the direction in which these two kinds of energy flowed in his meridians was also completely different. The true Yang Yuan Qi circulated clockwise, while this huge medicinal effect circulated counterclockwise, colliding with each other endlessly. Every time they collided, the true Yang Yuan Qi would burn away the harmful substances in the medicinal effect, leaving behind the pure energy. Yang Kai's body flickered, and his skin turned red in an instant. Under his skin, every meridian seemed to be crawling with insects, swelling endlessly, looking very frightening. With the passage of time, the impurities in this huge amount of energy were removed, and little by little it entered his bones. At this moment, the unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have turned into a hungry fountain, swallowing large mouthfuls of energy. Under the severe pain, Yang Kai's senses were clearer than ever. It was as if his body had a pair of eyes. He could see how the true Yang Yuan Qi refined this energy, and he could also see how the unyielding golden skeleton received this refined energy, not missing a single trace. Faintly, Yang Kai recalled the several battles he had experienced after obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body was in pain, but he was excited and bloodthirsty. Every time, accompanied by pain and an unyielding will, his strength would rapidly increase, and he would be able to defeat and behead opponents who were stronger than him. Especially the battle 2 days ago in the forest prison, where he was beaten up by 5 opponents who were far more powerful than him. Every scene was clearly presented in his mind. His blood began to boil once again, and his bones began to produce a familiar warmth. The energy that had been swallowed up by the unyielding golden skeleton was now being fed back to him, temporarily increasing his strength. Still not enough. Yang Kai felt that he was still missing something before he could truly comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton. I'm still missing a real battle. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly jumped out of bed, gasping for breath as he pushed open the door. Looking left and right, he walked straight to the opposite room and kicked it open. Yang Kai estimated that Sassafras should be sleeping in the opposite room because he had heard some movement not long ago. If he wanted to find someone to fight, Sassafras would be a good candidate. Opening the door, Yang Kai immediately saw a smooth back. Just as he was about to blurt out a challenge, he swallowed it back down. Under the moonlight, by the windowsill, a graceful and delicate figure tugged at his heartstrings. White and smooth skin. Looking back, he could see thousands of people shaking. This scene was truly thrilling, and Yang Kai's 3 souls and 7 spirits almost flew out of his body. There was indeed someone in this room, but it wasn't Sassafras as Yang Kai had imagined, but it was Su Yen. Chapter 79. At this moment, Su Yen was only wearing a corset and panties. Her back was as white as jade, her buttocks were round, and her long and slender legs were exposed to the air. Large patches of snow-white skin were unreservedly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Even though it was nighttime, Kai Yang could still see it clearly. The curve of her back was so perfect. Her slender shoulders exuded an alluring luster, and her slender waist was exquisite and graceful. It set off her moderately sized buttocks, and her sparkling and translucent skin made people's blood boil. The tight little panties around her buttocks were even more enticing. Because her skin was very white, and because her corset and panties were white, at first glance, one would think that she was completely naked. Perhaps because she heard the movement behind her, she crossed one hand in front of her chest, half of her body looking towards the door, while the other hand was holding a white nightgown. It seemed that she was in the middle of changing her clothes. The 2 people's eyes met in midair. Yang Kai's expression was stunned, and his gaze lingered on her full breasts. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Because she saw 2 bloodshot eyes. These eyeballs were like a vicious wolf searching for food in the snow, or like a hungry ghost wandering around her pure and clean body without the slightest scruple. Not only that, but the man opposite her was also panting heavily, as if he was restless. Gotcha! With Su Yen as the center, a layer of frost quickly spread around her. Her dark red lips pursed, and her eyes were cold. Yang Kai finally realized that the situation was bad. His body turned, and his speed increased to the limit, quickly escaping the scene. His speed was very fast, and in less than 3 breaths of time, he had rushed out of the house. But before he could distinguish between north and south, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. A large hole was broken open in the house, and a pure white figure flew out from inside, landing on Yang Kai's face. Her expression was cold, but there was also a trace of shame and anger. Yang Kai vigilantly retreated a few steps, and put on a defensive posture. His mind raced, thinking about how to explain. But when he thought about it carefully, he knew that there was nothing he could say to defend himself. No matter what he said, it would be useless. No matter which girl had her body seen like this, she would not let it go easily. At this moment, Su Yen had already put on her clothes. She coldly stared at Yang Kai. Although she was so angry that she wanted to kill him, she knew that Yang Kai didn't do it on purpose. He probably didn't expect that she would return from Black Wind Trade and live in the room opposite his. This could only be said to be a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, Su Yen couldn't let it go so easily. She was waiting for an explanation that would calm her anger. However, the man who had seen her body didn't say a word. His eyes were still red, and a strong fighting spirit was emitted from his body. He didn't have the slightest bit of timidity or shame in front of her. Very well, I don't need your explanation. I just want to beat you up to vent my anger. An ice flower quietly appeared on Su Yan's fingertips, and with a flick of her finger, the ice flower spun and flew towards Yang Kai. As it flew, the ice flower began to grow. By the time it reached Yang Kai, the ice flower had already grown to the size of a wash basin, and its speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His true Yang Yuan Qi burst out and punched the ice flower. His fist hurt. The ice flower's ice attribute and the Yang attribute's true Yang Yuan Qi just so happened to counter each other. With this punch, the wash basin-sized ice flower was directly shattered. So. The shattered ice flower turned into countless icicles and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to react. In an instant, more than a dozen wounds appeared on his body, dripping with blood. His body that had not yet fully healed looked even more shaky. Yang Kai roared in a low voice, and his unyielding golden skeleton once again played its role. A warm feeling spread throughout his body, and his strength slowly increased. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She had thought that she would be able to knock Yang Kai unconscious with this move, but she had not expected that he would actually be able to resolve it. Her figure flickered, and like a fairy descending from the heavens, Su Yan approached Yang Kai and pointed a finger at Yang Kai's shoulder. A cold feeling spread across his shoulder, causing Yang Kai to stagger back. Turning his head, he couldn't help but squint as he saw a snowy white frost appear on his shoulder. Moreover, this frost seemed to be condensing into an ice flower. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai tore open his clothes and condensed a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips, directly sprinkling it on his shoulder. With a sizzling sound, Yang Kai's shoulders seemed to have been branded red by a hot iron. In an instant, it became extremely red, but the spreading frost was also quickly reduced by the drop of yang liquid, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yan was even more surprised. She had never thought that Yang Kai would be able to use such an incredible method to resolve her cold ice strength. Her beautiful eyes filled with frost, Su Yan directly rolled up 1,000 layers of snow, her graceful body hidden in this wave of snow, directly rolling towards Yang Kai. Like the power of an avalanche, the momentum was tremendous, and Yang Kai was instantly wrapped in the wave of snow. A piercing chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Even though he cultivated the true Yang secret art, at this moment, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. He knew that senior sister Su Yan was angry. Although there was no murderous intent in her moves, it was clear that she wanted to teach him a lesson. This situation was exactly what Yang Kai had intended. Although his opponent was unreachable and he was unable to resist, he could use her to comprehend what he had just learned. This opponent was 1,000 times better than Sassafras. Inside the wave of snow, Su Yan repeatedly attacked Yang Kai, but he was unable to resolve it. A series of muffled groans rang out as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His body trembled as he struggled to resist the invasion of the cold. In this adversity, Yang Kai's feelings became clearer and clearer, and he suddenly gave up resisting, allowing Su Yan to attack him. What's wrong? What's wrong? The commotion had finally disturbed those who were sleeping soundly. Second Elder Su Xianwu was the first to rush to the scene, followed by Sassafras, Li Yuntian, and the others. When they saw the situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the midst of the snowstorm, Yang Kai's upper body was bare, his eyes closed as he withstood Su Yan's fierce attacks. His seemingly thin body was like a ragged sack, being hit here and there by Su Yan, flying through the air but unable to land. See! Sassafras sucked in a breath of cold air. How did Brother Yang provoke elder sister? Is senior sister taking revenge for what happened a few days ago? Li Yuntian was horrified. That must be it, otherwise, with senior sister's temperament, how could she beat Brother Yang like this? Poor Brother Yang, his injuries haven't even healed yet he's met with such a disaster. Senior sister is too ruthless. The whispers of this group of people entered Su Yan's ears, which made her even angrier. Today, it was because Kai Yang had seen her body that she had decided to teach him a lesson. But from these people's mouths, it was as if she was the one with a small heart and a chicken's intestines. Su Yan's attacks became even more ruthless. Chapter 80. Su Xianwu squinted his eyes as he stared at the beaten Yang Kai, asking curiously, "He seems to be comprehending something." "What do you mean?" Sassafras couldn't understand. Su Xianwu slowly shook his head and didn't explain. In his eyes, although Yang Kai's current situation was tragic, it was obvious that he was using this battle to comprehend something. Perhaps it was a kind of state of mind, or perhaps it was a martial skill. Wrapped in the cold air, Yang Kai's shivering body seemed to emit a blazing flame. Once this flame ignited, he would be reborn and enter a new level. If he could succeed, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Su Xianwu had never seen a cultivator who could enter such a deep level of comprehension when their strength was so low. It was simply a miracle. "Grandfather, if elder sister continues to beat him like this, I'm afraid brother Yang will die," Sassafras said anxiously. Su Xianwu shook his head. "Yin knows how to control her strength. There is no killing intent in her moves. She is not trying to take Yang Kai's life." Saying so, he muttered to himself, "Strange, why would Yen hit him?" Even with Su Xianwu's age, he couldn't imagine what had happened just now to make Su Yan so angry. The snowstorm receded as Su Yan's body floated in the air while Yang Kai was thrown directly to the ground. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was blue and purple from frostbite. As he neared the ground, Kai Yang suddenly rolled over and landed firmly on the ground. Opening his eyes, he looked up. Under the star field, Su Yan's white robes fluttered in the wind, like a fairy descending to the world. Behind her, a full moon hung, her robes fluttering in the night wind. His otherworldly and noble temperament gave birth to a sense of humility for no reason. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai's entire body was quickly covered in a layer of frost before a huge block of ice wrapped around him. The block of ice had sharp edges and was crystal clear. Through the layer of ice, every strand of Yang Kai's hair could be seen clearly. Even his expression was stiff on his face. Su Yan didn't say anything, only giving Yang Kai a deep look before turning around and returning to the room. The beautiful scene from just now was left in Yang Kai's eyes. "Guard him. When the ice breaks, he will succeed," Su Xianwu solemnly instructed Sassafras. Sassafras nervously, sweating, "Grandfather, won't brother Yang freeze to death?" Xianwu laughed. "He won't, this is his good fortune." Saying so, he turned around and left. Only then did Su Mu and a group of people quietly walk forward, surrounding the huge ice block one by one and beating it incessantly. However, this was condensed by Su Yan's ice force, so how could they destroy it? This is bad, brother Yang has not recovered from his injuries, and now he is frozen inside. I'm afraid his little brother will freeze to death. What should we do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by Sassafras. "Didn't you hear what my grandfather said? This is brother Yang's good fortune. Don't move. If you break this ice, you may hurt brother Yang. Let's just stay here and guard." The group nodded in response. After guarding until 5 o'clock, the block of ice was still motionless. Yang Kai, who was frozen inside, was like a living corpse. His breathing was weak, but his eyes were fixed on the spot where Su Yan disappeared. Sassafras and the others thought about it and decided to leave 2 people here to guard while the others did what they were supposed to do. This situation lasted for 3 full days. In front of a small building, there was a living person sealed inside an ice sculpture. The scene was as strange as it could be. Sassafras and the others did not know how many shifts they had taken, but every time they left 2 people here to guard, there was still no sign of the ice breaking, causing them to be so anxious that the corners of their mouths started to blister. During these 3 days, Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. Although his eyes were always open, he could not see anything. His mind was completely immersed in enlightenment. Feeling the movement of the bones in his body, feeling the warmth brought about by his unyielding willpower, feeling how his strength grew bit by bit after this warmth spread throughout his body. The ice left behind by Su Yan provided him with a very good space to comprehend. The ice force contained in the ice was constantly eroding his body, penetrating his meridians. This kind of ice force was not something that the current Yonkai could resist, but he was able to resist every time, relying on the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton. After resisting hundreds and thousands of times, Yonkai understood the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton and understood why it could increase his strength. The small burning fire seed in his body expanded little by little until today, after understanding the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, the fire seed instantly ignited, emitting a monstrous heat wave from his body. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Sassafras and Li Yuntian, who were standing guard at the side, were alarmed by this movement and quickly turned their heads to look. What they saw was that the huge ice cube had actually cracked open one after another, densely packed like a spider's web. "Brother Yang is coming out," Sassafras declared in surprise. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the ice cube exploded, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the air. Yonkai stood in place, covered in blood. His upper body was still somewhat thin, but his brows were furrowed, as if he was deep in thought. Sassafras and Li Yuntian didn't dare to disturb him, so they quietly waited. After a long while, the worry on Yonkai's face suddenly disappeared. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll call you Unyielding Will." Unyielding Will was something that Yonkai had comprehended in these 3 days. It was a mysterious martial skill that couldn't be used to attack, but could be used to strengthen one's body. This was a martial skill that he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton, and was closely related to the unyielding golden skeleton. Only when he was in adversity and had an unyielding will, could he activate this mysterious martial skill. Once he used it, the unyielding golden skeleton would provide him with energy, temporarily increasing his strength. Although he had unintentionally activated the unyielding will before, but for a martial skill, knowing its principles and not knowing its principles made a huge difference. It could be said that until now, Yonkai had truly mastered this mysterious martial skill, a martial skill that belonged only to him. It wouldn't be like before, where once he was injured or stimulated, he would involuntarily activate the unyielding will. Although the harvest was huge, Yonkai was still somewhat unsatisfied. This was because he could feel that the unyielding golden skeleton still hid some other mysteries that he hadn't seen through yet. He had to say that it was a pity. Yonkai comforted himself. There's still a long way to go, there's no need to rush. Only when Yonkai started to move did Sassafras and Li Yuntian dare to step forward and ask with concern, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "Very good." Yonkai moved his arms and legs, and suddenly found that the injuries he had suffered a few days ago were all healed. "You better put on your clothes, otherwise when sister comes back and sees you, she'll beat you up again." Sassafras was worried. Chapter 81. In the courtyard of Sky Tower's second elder, Yonkai was wolfing down food while Sassafras and the others sat beside him and chatted with him. Of course, they were also inquiring about why Su Yen had dealt such a heavy blow to Yonkai that night, but Yonkai didn't dare to say anything. "That's right, Wei Zhuan didn't bother you again, right?" Yonkai changed the topic. Ever since he left the forest prison that day, he had been unconscious and frozen in ice. Yonkai really didn't know how the sect dealt with this matter. That matter is already in the past. In the pavilion, from the elders to us younger disciples, no one will bother with that matter anymore. Sassafras replied, then suddenly looked at Yonkai with a puzzled expression. "Actually, the reason why we are safe and sound this time is not because of my grandfather." "Hm?" Yonkai raised his head. "Isn't it because of the second elder's actions?" Sassafras slowly shook his head, and somewhat embarrassedly told Yonkai about what happened that day in the Elder Hall, then said, "Guess who came when I was stopped by my grandfather?" You would never have guessed that it was actually Treasurer Meng from the Contribution Hall. He brought the sect leader's jade pendant and also the sect leader's instructions. That's how he managed to turn the matter into a small one. Old Man Meng? Yonkai was stunned. "If it wasn't for him, Brother Yang, I'm afraid you would have been severely punished by the first elder," Sassafras said with a face full of guilt. Yonkai smiled freely. "Junior brother, don't take it to heart." Sassafras repeatedly bowed. "Brother, I know that the master is magnanimous. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my grandfather. Old man Meng really didn't do the right thing this time. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. When the upper echelons fought, they would always use their disciples as chess pieces. This was human nature. Sassafras continued, Treasurer Meng's origin is mysterious. Old man Meng also said that his strength is unfathomable. I just don't know why he got involved in this matter, and why he even has a relationship with the sect leader. Yang Kai pondered, Old man Meng is the kind of person who doesn't take advantage of opportunities. If there is no benefit, he wouldn't do such a thing. He must have a motive. But no matter what, it is a fact that he helped us. Senior brother, you're right. We're waiting for you to join us, Sumu said. Let's go now. There was no time to lose. A group of people majestically charged towards the contribution hall. Inside the contribution hall, Treasurer Meng was not sleeping, but instead was sitting behind the counter, smiling at Yang Kai's group as they entered, as if he had been waiting for them. Grandpa. In the past, this second generation had always called Treasurer Meng Old Man Meng. But today, Sassafras didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Treasurer Meng smiled, You're a good boy. Sassafras was embarrassed. You're here to thank me? Treasurer Meng looked at everyone. The group nodded. That's enough. Little Yang Kai stays. The rest of you can leave. Yes. Su Mu and the others didn't dare to hesitate. Before the soles of their feet had even warmed, they hurriedly bowed and retreated. After leaving the contribution hall, everyone understood that the reason Treasurer Meng had helped them was all because of Kai Yang. Otherwise, why would he leave senior brother Yang behind? But why did he help brother Yang? Inside the contribution hall, Yang Kai was also puzzled. Treasurer Meng, what do you want from me? He didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he directly asked the question in his heart. Meng Wuya laughed and walked out from behind the counter. With his hands behind his back, he walked in circles around Yang Kai. After walking a few circles, he raised his head and asked, What do you think I want from you? I don't know. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. If I knew, why would I ask you? Meng Wuya continued, Since you're so honest, I won't play dumb with you. You should be a person who knows how to repay kindness. This time, I'm helping you out because I want you to do me a favor. Yang Kai frowned. How can I help you? Treasurer Meng's strength was profound. If he couldn't do it, how could he? As if he saw through Yang Kai's worries, Treasurer Meng smiled. Don't worry, there's no danger. As long as you meet the conditions, not only will there be no danger, there will also be great benefits waiting for you. Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Treasurer Meng said that last sentence, there was a hidden pain on his face. You want me to meet the conditions to help you? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. He had never seen such a person who was so picky when asking for help. Treasurer Meng said, Not only do you have to meet my conditions, you also have to satisfy the other person. That's too troublesome, I won't do it. Yang Kai was about to leave. Don't. Treasurer Meng was anxious. It wasn't easy to find someone who met his conditions. How could he let him go like this? Little Yang Kai, you can't be like this. You should know that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. No matter what, this old man is your savior. How can you let me down? Then you don't have to beat around the bush. Tell me what you want. If I can help, I will. If I can't, then you can find someone else. Give me your hand. I want to check the yuan qi in your body. Treasurer Meng didn't dare to keep him in suspense. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at him and stretched out his hand. He believed that Treasurer Meng wouldn't do anything to harm him. Meng Wuya stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on Yang Kai's wrist. His face was serious as he examined it. His expression kept changing. At first, it was indifferent, but then it changed to a serious expression. His expression changed so quickly that it made people dumbfounded. Good. What a pure yang qi. Meng Wuya retracted his hand. He was overjoyed. Does this have something to do with the yuan qi I've cultivated? Yang Kai guessed. Of course it has something to do with it. Meng Wuya nodded. Why else would I look for you? Little Yang Kai, I want to ask you a question. You must answer me honestly. What question? Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became awkward. His eyes drifted around as he carefully considered his words. After a long time, he nervously and expectantly asked, "You're still a virgin, right?" Because he was too nervous, Meng Wuya stretched his neck and put his face in front of Yang Kai. His two eyes stared straight at him. Yang Kai quickly retreated 2 steps. Then 3 steps. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He couldn't help but shiver. He vigilantly asked, "What are you doing?" This old man, did he have some kind of special fetish? This question was too nonsensical. Why did you run so far? This old man won't eat you. Meng Wuya chased Yang Kai until he was forced into a corner. He mysteriously asked in a low voice, "Are you still a virgin or not? What do you want?" Yang Kai put on, "If you dare to mess around, I'll take you down with me" posture. What do you think this old man is? Meng Wuya saw Yang Kai's appearance and finally woke up. He couldn't help but blush. He quickly retreated a few steps. "It's not what you think. You brat, how can you be so dirty?" Chapter 82. I don't know who's the dirty one, staring at other girls' buttocks and thighs all day long. Yang Kai mercilessly retorted. "You're talking about this again." Meng Wuya was scared and looked around. Not knowing who heard him, he cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, Uncle Yang, let's not talk about this again, okay? This old man just wants to see how they're developing, not do anything to them." Seeing him admit defeat, Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue the matter and said seriously, "What you want me to help you with, is it related to this?" Speaking of business, Meng Wuya's expression became serious. "So little Yang Kai, you have to tell me the truth. Have you ever had sex with a girl? Cough cough, huh? This is a serious matter." Yang Kai's face was embarrassed. He sniffed and said, "I haven't." "Good." Meng Wuya's heart finally dropped. "Very good. Little Yang Kai, you're a good man." In this era, many men at the age of 14 or 15 had intimate contact with women. The children of poor families didn't need to be mentioned. They started their families early in order to continue the family line. The children of rich families didn't need to be mentioned. They didn't even need to be mentioned. They already had several maids. Only a cultivator, as long as they weren't too lustful, would lose their virginity very late. Some cultivators would never have intimate contact with the opposite sex. In the eyes of a cultivator who pursued cultivation and strength, the prosperity of the world was just a dream. After 100 years, a beautiful woman would be nothing more than a skeleton. Only the peak of the martial path was their goal. Once they were strong, would they be afraid of not being able to find a woman? Among the male disciples of Sky Tower, there were many 15 to 16 years old who wandered around the brothels. Although Meng Wuya believed that Yang Kai wasn't that kind of person, he still had to be cautious and ask clearly. "In other words, I can help you?" Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya. "If you can't, then no one in the world can. You've passed my test." Meng Wuya was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. "Then you just said that you want another person to be satisfied?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Meng Wuya's smile disappeared and his expression became strange. He nodded and said, "Yes, we have to satisfy her. If she isn't satisfied, then this matter can't be done. To tell you the truth, a few months ago, I found someone who fit the criteria, but she wasn't willing, so I could only drop the matter. Forget it, I'll take you to see her. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work." After talking for a long time, Meng Wuya didn't know how to continue. He could only sigh faintly and lead Yang Kai outside. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Let me say this first. I'm only here to help you, to thank you for your kindness. If that person wants me to do something too excessive, I won't agree." Smelly brat. Meng Wuya was in a gloomy mood, so when he heard Yang Kai's excuses, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He thought that if this brat knew how to help, then he would definitely agree. But now he's acting like a good boy in front of me. As he followed Meng Wuya, Yang Kai discovered that the two of them were actually heading towards the coiling dragon stream. Moreover, this direction was where he usually cultivated. Why would he want to go there? When he usually cultivated, he didn't see anyone there. The coiling dragon stream was a dangerous place, so very few people would go there. When they were about 100 feet away from his usual cultivation spot, Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and pointed in front of them. Look there. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but be startled. At the place where he usually cultivated, there was actually a woman standing in front of the 3 sunfruit trees that he planted. She was wearing a light green dress. He didn't know what she was thinking about, but she was actually in a trance. Her body didn't move at all, and she allowed the wind to blow as her clothes fluttered. She was wearing a veil, so people couldn't see her face clearly. Her forehead was adorned with a blue gem, which made her look so elegant and refined. She had a slender figure that seemed to be too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, but her figure was graceful. Her watery eyes were full of innocence, making her look like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Seeing her, Yang Kai remembered that night, under the moonlight, the sleeping beauty on his bed. It's her. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly softened. You know her? Meng Wuya suddenly became alert. His precious disciple had told him that she had never spoken to Yang Kai before. How was it that when it came to Yang Kai, the two of them already knew each other? The one who wants my help is her? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. Yes. Meng Wuya nodded. I'll help. Contrary to Treasurer Meng's expectations, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Meng Wuya had asked him to prepare a speech, such as using reason to persuade with emotion, enticing with benefits, threatening with force. All of it was useless. Meng Wuya's heart suddenly had a bad feeling, and he suddenly regretted looking for Yang Kai. Why did you agree so quickly? Old man Meng was vigilant. Wasn't it you who wanted my help? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Meng Wuya with a puzzled expression. This old man's attitude had changed too quickly. I did want your help, but you agreed too quickly. Meng Wuya waved his hand. You have to give me an explanation. Then do you want my help or not? Yang Kai was impatient. Of course I want it. Then why are you still asking? Isn't it a good thing that I agreed? That's right. Wasn't it a good thing that he agreed so quickly? Why did he feel that something was wrong? Meng Wuya was stunned. Yang Kai walked over step by step. The sound of his footsteps startled Xia Ningchang, who was deep in thought. When she came back to her senses, Yang Kai had already arrived by her side. Xia Ningchang was clearly shocked, and looked at Yang Kai helplessly. She couldn't help but panic. She had met with him twice at night, and both times something embarrassing had happened, so how could Xia Ningchang remain calm? Senior Sister Xia. Yang Kai looked at her. Why are you here? I came to help you look after the fruits. You haven't been here for a few days, so I was afraid that these fruits had been picked by someone else. Xia Ningchang quickly explained. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and found that the fruits on the 3 trees he had planted before were all gone, leaving only the last tree with 3 fruits that were about to ripen. These are your fruits, I refined them into pills. As Xia Ningchang spoke, she took out a small bottle and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, and found that there were 9 red pills rolling around in the bottle, emitting a strong yang energy. They were very pure, without any other ingredients mixed in. But how could a single 3 sunfruit be used to refine pills? Senior Sister knew that I was cultivating here? Yang Kai looked up and asked. If not, why would she help him look after the 3 suns fruit tree? Xia Ningchang avoided his gaze. I saw it by accident. So the person that night was you. Yang Kai smiled and his heart warmed. Chapter 83. That night, when Yang Kai was breaking through to the initial element realm, a masked woman had ambushed him. At first, he thought that she was trying to kill him, but in the end he realized that wasn't the case. She only wanted to help him. Otherwise, with her strength, he wouldn't have been able to resist. At that time, Yang Kai had some doubts. Now, he had finally confirmed the masked woman's identity. At this moment, Yang Kai's heart was filled with gratitude towards this senior Sister Xia. Old man Meng stepped out at the wrong time and stood between Kai Yang and Xia Ningchang. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he protected his precious disciple behind him. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. You know each other? Meng Wuya snorted, his face full of pride and satisfaction. This is my disciple. Your disciple? Yang Kai's jaw almost hit the ground. His eyes kept moving between Xia Ningchang and Meng Wuya, full of disbelief. Who would have thought that such an unreliable person like Treasurer Meng would actually accept a disciple? Wasn't this leading to the wrong disciple? You two know each other? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai. Nope. Xia Ningchang's answer was very simple and decisive. While speaking, she hid behind Meng Wuya and waved her small hands. Understanding her intentions, Kai Yang chuckled. We don't really know each other, it's just that senior sister helped me out a little that night. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. Xia Ningchang had also told him about this matter. It was because of that night that Xia Ningchang felt that Yang Kai's Yang Qi was very pure. Treasurer Meng, what does senior sister Xia want me to help with? Can you tell me? Yang Kai's expression became serious. Since it was Xia Ningchang's matter, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Meng Wuya didn't answer. He just looked at his precious disciple and asked, can he do it? Xia Ningchang's delicate earlobes suddenly turned red. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled. After a long while, she nodded imperceptibly. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya couldn't help but sigh. Fine. We don't have much time left. He's the one. Kai Yang stood to the side and watched, but didn't ask anything. After a while, Meng Wuya suddenly asked seriously, Yang Kai, do you know that there are some people in this world who are born different from the rest? These people are born with abilities that ordinary people can't see through. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he whispered, Treasurer Meng, are you talking about those with special constitutions? That's right. Meng Wuya nodded. These people are blessed by the heavens and are also favored by the heavens. Some people's constitutions are suitable for cultivation. Some people's constitutions are easy to heal after being injured. Some people's constitutions are suitable for battle. There are all kinds of strange constitutions, but no matter which one it is, as long as they have a special constitution, they can reach heights that no one else could ever hope to reach in their territory. Ordinary people like us are very envious of people with special constitutions. However, people with special constitutions are very rare. In a million people, there might not even be one. Little Yang Kai, you're lucky. Today, I'll let you see someone with special constitutions. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He looked at Xia Ningchang, who was standing behind Meng Wuya, with surprise. Could it be that senior sister Xia? Huh. Meng Wuya's face was filled with pride as he smiled happily. He nodded slightly. That's right. Ningchang's constitution is different from ordinary people. Yang Kai's emotions fluctuated. He never thought that this easily shy and timid senior sister would be such a lucky person. What kind of constitution does senior sister have? Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. Meng Wuya didn't answer. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment before opening his mouth. The fruits on this tree have just ripened. Disciple, go and pick them. Ningchang followed his instructions and walked to the last 3 suns fruit tree. Then she gently plucked the 3 fruits from the tree. Yang Kai didn't interrupt. He felt that his doubts would be answered soon. Disciple, let him see your abilities. Meng Wuya chuckled. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. She walked in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her delicate hand. That hand was white and slender. In her delicate palm were the 3 suns fruits that had just been plucked. Junior brother, please take a look. Xia Ningchang said softly. She slightly circulated the yuan qi in her body. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became shocked. This was because he discovered that as Xia Ningchang circulated her energy, the 3 suns fruits in her small hand actually overflowed with red energy. That was the yuan qi contained within the fruits. Yang Kai practiced the true yang tactics, so he was very sensitive to the yuan qi. Naturally, he could feel that the energy within the 3 suns fruits was being crazily extracted. But how did this happen? The energy that leaked out from the 3 suns fruit gathered in front of Xia Ningchang. No matter how strong the wind blew, it did not disperse. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 3 suns fruits had lost their original color and luster. Not only that, the 3 suns fruits quickly dried up. When the wind blew, they turned into fine powder and dissipated into the air. Xia Ningchang moved again. She held the condensed yang yuan qi in one hand while her other hand danced in the air. Following her movements, The yang qi under the coiling dragon stream rose into the air like pillars of water. They all rushed towards Xia Ningchang. She casually grabbed a strand of energy and threw it into the red mass of energy in front of her. Her hands moved faster and faster. Each grab was able to grab the yang qi that rushed out of the coiling dragon stream and merge it into the red mass of energy in front of her. As time passed, the red mass of energy in front of her didn't become much bigger. Instead, it became smaller and smaller. However, the amount of yang yuan qi it contained was increasing. After a while, Xia Ningchang finally stopped grabbing the yang yuan qi from the coiling dragon stream. Her two hands pressed the red mass of energy towards the center. Her two palms quickly closed together. When she opened her palms again, there were 3 bright red pills in her hands. The pills were round and attractive. The pill halo and pill veins were clearly visible. Kai Yang was already dumbstruck. The scene in front of him could only be described as godly. There was no other way to describe it. At this moment, Yang Kai finally understood how senior sister Xia had given him the bottle of pills. All of them were refined this way. However, wasn't this a bit too simple and easy? Alchemists were rare to begin with. When refining pills, there was also a risk of failure. Furthermore, when alchemists were refining pills, they also needed special tools, such as a medicinal furnace and furnace fire. However, this senior sister Xia in front of him had only used her hands. Other than the 3 suns fruit, she didn't use any other materials. Yet, she was able to easily refine 3 pills. For you! Xia Ningchang extended her hand in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. He picked up the 3 pills and carefully sensed them. He found that each of these pills contained more yang yuan qi than a single 3 suns fruit. After all, when refining these 3 pills, Xia Ningchang had borrowed the yang qi from the coiling dragon stream. Senior sister, if you were to refine pills, I'm afraid that the people from Medicine King Valley wouldn't have any business. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had never seen anyone who could simplify refining pills to such an extent. Chapter 84. Even those in Medicine King's Valley who claim to be alchemists for a living may not have the same level of attainments as Xia Ningchang. What kind of physique does senior sister have? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice, Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. It's related to alchemy? Correct. Meng Wuya nodded. This physique is very special and may not appear even once in 1,000 years. Those who possess the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body will not suffer from any side effects when taking pills. You should also know that every medicine has a side effect. Although there are many pills that can assist in cultivation and even increase a person's strength, there is still a limit. However, there was a limit to how many dawn a person could take. The Sacred Spirit Medicine Body was different. It could be said that the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body was the best medicine furnace in the world. Once the dawn entered the stomach, anything harmful could be refined. This senior sister of yours has only cultivated for 5 years and has already reached the peak of separation and reunion boundary. If I had not deliberately suppressed her cultivation, she would have already broken through to Yuan Qi boundary. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 years to reach the peak of separation and reunion boundary? Even Xie Hongchen was only at this level. How long had he cultivated? More than 10 years? Moreover, this was after suppressing her cultivation. If she had not suppressed it, wouldn't it mean that she was even more powerful than Su Yan? Yang Kai blushed with shame. Compared to this senior sister, the difference was like heaven and earth. The one in front of him was the greatest genius of High Heaven Pavilion. However, senior sister Xia being able to grow so quickly was inseparable from the large number of pills she took. Meng Wu Ye continued. The Sacred Spirit Medicine Body does not only have these benefits. If one cultivates a divine skill that is compatible with it, then as long as there is energy in the world, they can be refined into pills. Even the world's world energy, as long as disciple is willing, can be refined into pills. Anything in the world, as long as there is energy, can be refined into pills. If the world's world energy could be refined, then the 3 suns fruit would naturally not be a problem. Yang Kai could almost foresee that this senior sister Xia would definitely be the best alchemist in the world in the future. Just based on her unique physique, no one could compare to her. This time, Ning Chang wants to break through to the Yuan Qi stage, but before that, she needs to refine something into her body. She can't do it alone. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai seriously. Is that why you need my help? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya nodded. What kind of thing? The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. This thing is extremely beneficial to condensing Yuan Qi. If not for the fact that I wanted Ning Chang to refine this thing, I wouldn't have suppressed her cultivation. When one advanced from separation and reunion level to Yuan Qi level, the Yuan Qi in one's body would be transformed into Yuan Qi, and its quality would be improved by countless levels. This was a process that every cultivator would have to go through. However, during this process, if one supplemented it with a few heavenly treasures, then the quality of the transformed Yuan Qi would be better. This the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was clearly such a heavenly treasure, and it was definitely the best heavenly treasure. The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew has its own spirituality, so it's very difficult to obtain it. If someone who doesn't meet the requirements touches it, it will immediately turn into spirit qi and disappear. Only those who cultivate the yang attribute Yuan Qi have the ability to control it. Moreover, the yang attribute Yuan Qi in one's body must be pure to a certain degree. This is the reason why I'm looking for you. What exactly do I need to do? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya immediately became impatient. Why are you asking so much? When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Yang Kai pinched his nose, not knowing why old man Meng was so angry. Where is this thing? When are we leaving? In Blackwind Mountain, there is a 9th Yin congregation ground there. On the 7th day of the 7th month, Yin Qi gathers. Only then will the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew appear and absorb the Yin Qi of heaven and earth. Then there aren't many days left. Yang Kai calculated a little and found that there were only a few days left until the 7th day of the 7th month. If they wanted to go deep into Blackwind Mountain, then the journey would take a lot of time. So if you don't have anything to do, I want to go there as soon as possible. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another year. Meng Wuya said seriously. I'm available at any time. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Then come to the contribution hall in 2 days to find me. I still need to prepare some materials. Meng Wuya said. Okay, then it's settled. Both sides agreed to meet at the contribution hall in 2 days, then Yang Kai left. Looking at his back, Meng Wuya sighed slightly. His expression was strange, and it was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, he said, Disciple, are you sure you want to do this? Xia Ningchang's dress fluttered, and she nodded lightly, yes. Meng Wuya said, Actually, you don't need to refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew to reach Yuan Qi. It's just that your strength will be slightly lower in the future. Xia Ningchang laughed lightly, but I want to help Master. Isn't it better to have pure Yuan Qi? Master saved me and raised me, and I want to help Master. Hey, why don't you think about it again? The reason why Meng Wuya left 2 days was to let Xia Ningchang think about it more. Xia Ningchang blushed. It's nothing, I don't hate him. Meng Wuya sighed. That brat got lucky. Thinking of Yang Kai's indifferent expression, Meng Wuya gnashed his teeth in anger. You're only here to help, but you don't think about how much of an advantage you'll get. Please don't cause any sparks. In the end, this small place was not a suitable place for his disciple. Meng Wuya was full of worry. Yang Kai didn't go to Su Yan's small loft again, and instead returned to the small wooden house he had been away from for a few days. Although he hadn't been back for a few days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. He didn't know who had helped him clean. Although Treasurer Meng's explanation was vague, Kai Yang basically knew where he was going and what he had to do. Since it was the 9th Yin congregation ground, the Yin Qi there was definitely heavy. His true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of Yin Qi, so he wasn't afraid. It was just that his current strength was too low. If he didn't store some Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to last long. It just so happened that senior sister Xia helped him refine the 3 suns fruit into pills, which was a good way to replenish his Yang liquid. There were 4 3-sun fruit trees, and each tree had 3 fruits, which were refined into 12 bright red pills. If each pill could be refined into 3 drops of yang liquid, then he would have a total of 36 drops of yang liquid. Whether it was used in battle or to resist yin qi, this yang liquid was very useful. It was something he could rely on to survive. It took Kai Yang an entire day to completely absorb the medicinal efficacies of the 12 pills. He didn't just obtain 36 drops of yang liquid, but a total of 40 drops. Including the few drops he had in the dantian, the dantian's reserves were quite abundant. This time, he finally had some capital to rely on. Not only did he obtain so much yang liquid, but when the last fruit was refined, Yang Kai found that he had broken through to the initial element boundary 4th stage. This breakthrough came without any warning, so he wasn't mentally prepared at all. The breakthrough was also quite natural, and he didn't even feel anything before it was completed. Thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was related to the pills he had eaten these past few days. First, he ate a dozen bottles of pills from Su Yen, then he ate 12 3-suns pills. With such a large amount of energy gathered, it wasn't strange for him to break through. Chapter 85. The next morning, in front of the contribution hall, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened and Xia Ningchang came out with a small package on her shoulder. The package was filled with many things. "Junior brother, you've come?" Xia Ningchang softly greeted. Yang Kai nodded. "Where's Treasurer Meng?" He suddenly had a relapse yesterday and had to stay behind to treat his wounds. He can't go. While Xia Ningchang was speaking, her eyes were flashing nonstop. Her 2 rows of dense eyelashes were also trembling like a fan. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at her, while Xia Ningchang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. "Then should we wait for him?" Yang Kai guessed, but didn't point it out. "No need, I know where that place is. Moreover, there's not much time left. Master said that we don't need to wait for him." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter, Xia Ningchang couldn't help but feel relieved. "All right." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. "We'll have to trouble junior brother this time." Xia Ningchang let out a long sigh. "Senior sister is too polite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. The 2 of them then left High Heaven Pavilion. In a side room of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya was currently sleeping on the table. There were several exquisite dishes on the table, as well as several pots of wine. It was obvious that Treasurer Meng was tasting the wine and delicacies before he fell asleep. These delicacies were all made by Xia Ningchang, but there was a special seasoning added to them. Using Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body as the base, even an expert like Meng Wuya couldn't resist the special seasoning. Meng Wuya estimated that he would sleep for several days at the very least. Meng Wuya had been shrewd all his life, but he never thought that there would be a day when his old horse would stumble and fall at the hands of his treasured disciple. It could be said that one false step could lead to everlasting regret. By the time Meng Wuya woke up, everything would be a foregone conclusion. When Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang arrived at Black Plum Town, they bought 2 horses and some daily necessities before setting off. While shopping, Yang Kai also inquired about the location of the place they were going to. According to Xia Ningchang, it was about a 10-day journey from Black Plum Town to Black Wind Mountain. Although it was a long journey, they still had plenty of time. Not long after the 2 left High Heaven Pavilion, this news reached Xie Hongchen's ears. Since that day when he saw Su Yen and Yang Kai acting so intimately in the forest prison, Xie Hongchen had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol for several days. Yesterday, he had finally calmed down, and after thinking about it for a while, he felt that what had happened that day was not what he had seen. What kind of temperament Su Yen had, Xie Hongchen couldn't be any clearer. With her arrogance and strength, how could she be interested in Yang Kai, who was only at the 3rd level of the initial element realm? What's more, the 2 of them didn't seem to have any contact at all. They were basically strangers. Xie Hongchen finally understood that Su Yen and Yang Kai were only acting that day. At that time, jealousy had turned into hatred, and Xie Hongchen didn't have time to think about whether it was real or not. But after thinking about it, Xie Hongchen's spirit was greatly lifted. Yesterday, he went to find Su Yen to express his feelings. He was elegant and graceful, not at all crazy and out of control like that day. Although in the end he was still kicked out by Su Yen, the knot in Xie Hongchen's heart was lifted. As long as Su Yen wasn't taken by another man, she would be his one day. Xie Hongchen was very confident. After all, he was the most outstanding male disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and Su Yen was the most outstanding female disciple. The combination of the two was naturally something the elders wanted to see. Early in the morning, Xie Hongchen carefully prepared to go to Black Wind Trade to visit Su Yen. But just as he was about to leave, a disciple of the law enforcement hall suddenly rushed in with a surprised expression. "Brother Xie, Yang Kai just left High Heaven Pavilion." Hearing this, Xie Hongchen's eyes lit up. He left alone? No, he left with a disciple of the dark hall called Xia Ningcheng. The disciple replied. "Xia Ningcheng." Xie Hongchen narrowed his eyes. "I know her. Her strength is comparable to mine, but she isn't a core disciple. That woman is very strange. Where did they go?" Xie Hongchen thought for a moment, a trace of madness suddenly surging in his eyes. "That waste actually left High Heaven Pavilion at this time. If I can kill him outside, wouldn't I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart? I don't know their destination, but it looks like they're going somewhere because they bought 2 horses in Black Plum Town." "Going somewhere?" Xie Hongchen raised his brow. "Good, good, very good." After saying "good" a few times, Xie Hongchen suddenly turned his head and said with a ferocious expression, "Go find a few trustworthy senior martial brothers who are at least at the separation and reunion boundary to accompany me on this trip." "Brother, what do you want to do?" "Heh, isn't it obvious what I want to do? Why are you still asking?" Xie Hongchen's face contorted. He wanted to chase after Kai Yang and get rid of his love rival. He also couldn't let go of Xia Ningcheng. After all, if the news were to leak out, it wouldn't be a joke. "Brother, this isn't right." The disciplinary hall disciple's face was a bit panicked. He didn't care about Yang Kai. He was just a trial disciple at the initial element boundary, so even if he died outside, no one would care. However, that Xia Ningcheng from the Dark Hall was different. No one was clear about her background, but since she had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator, she was definitely not a nobody. If she died and the pavilion investigated, none of the senior brothers and junior brothers who were involved would be able to escape. "I told you to do it, so just do it. What are you being so long-winded for?" Xie Hongchen was full of impatience. "Do you want me to go find her myself?" Crazy jealousy had already made Xie Hongchen unable to maintain his composure. There was only one thought in his mind: to kill Yang Kai. "Brother, after what happened last time, the great elder gave a strict order that no one is to have any ideas about Yang Kai. Did you forget?" With this reminder, Xie Hongchen suddenly came to his senses. That's right. The great elder suddenly gave an order that no one was to find trouble with Yang Kai for a short period of time. However, this order was inexplicable, so Xie Hongchen didn't take it to heart. However, this was such a great opportunity, so how could he let it go? If he didn't kill Yang Kai this time, how long would he have to wait? What if he always hid in the sect and didn't go out? Just as he was unwilling to give up, the disciplinary hall disciple seemed to have thought of something and smiled slyly. "Brother Xie, we can't do it, but others can. There are many people who want Yang Kai's life." "What do you mean?" Xie Hongchen narrowed his eyes and asked. That person said, "It is said that the blood group's deputy chief Long Zai Tian's grandson, Long Hui, has been inquiring about Yang Kai for the past month." Long Zai Tian, Xie Hongchen naturally knew about him. He was a well-known figure in the blood group, and his strength was also at the immortal ascension boundary. His grandson didn't have any outstanding points, and this year he was only at the Qi transformation stage. Xie Hongchen was confused. Why is Long Hui inquiring about him? That person's expression couldn't help but become ambiguous. It seems to be related to that dragon lady, Hu Mei Er. Long Hui has been pursuing Hu Mei Er, regarding her as his exclusive property. However, the relationship between Yang Kai and Hu Mei Er is unclear. Long Hui said that one day he will kill Yang Kai and let him know the consequences of having ideas about his woman. Hu Mei Er. In front of Xie Hongchen's eyes appeared a charming young girl with ample breasts and perky buttocks. For a moment his breathing became heavy. This dragon lady was good at seducing people's hearts. Almost all the young disciples of the three sects had heard of her, and Xie Hongchen had also seen her once. That waist really isn't a good thing, unexpectedly having a relationship with this dragon lady. Xie Hongchen was jealous to death, but his mouth was full of righteousness and anger. After thinking for a moment, he suspiciously asked, "That's not right, where did you get such detailed information?" Even if Long Hui wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he couldn't have done so with such great fanfare. Wasn't this beating the grass to scare the snake? If Yang Kai heard about it, how could he have the guts to leave High Heaven Pavilion? As long as Long Hui's brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't have done such a thing. That person's face became awkward, and he didn't know how to answer. Xie Hongchen's face sank. This person had no choice but to confess. "A few days ago, I was at Black Plum Village's Spring Breeze Drizzle building. When I was drinking, Long Hui happened to live next door, and I heard him talking to the girl in the room." Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Xie Hongchen unhappily looked at this junior brother. That was a brothel in Black Plum Village. What did he go there for? There was no need to ask, it couldn't be just for drinking. That person continued, "Brother Xie, if Long Hui knew about this, he definitely wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. We don't need to do it ourselves. What's more, Long Hui is a lecher by nature. If we tell him that Yang Kai has a beautiful girl by his side, what do you think he will do?" Xie Hongchen's eyes lit up, and he coldly laughed. Brilliant plan. This move of using a borrowed knife to kill someone was really not bad. After pondering for a moment, Xie Hongchen decided, since Long Hui wants to find him, then we'll send him a message. However, this matter must be done in secret and must not be exposed. We must not let him know that we were the ones who sent the message. In addition, we must tell Long Hui that the girl by Yang Kai's side has the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Don't let him go for wool and come home shorn. That person hurriedly left after receiving the order. Yang Kai, let's see if you can survive this time. Only, it was a pity that Xia Ningchang. That girl always wore a veil. Although he had never seen her face, Xie Hongchen was almost certain that she was a stunning beauty. If such a girl fell into Long Hui's hands, there was no need to think about what would happen. For a moment, Xie Hongchen was somewhat envious of Long Hui. The High Heaven Pavilion's law enforcement hall was ready to make a move. Somewhere in Black Plum Town, there were also people who were ready to make a move. Not long after Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang rode away, a group of people suddenly emerged from the dark. The leader with a cold face stared at Yang Kai's back and asked, "Did you see that guy clearly? Is he Yang Kai?" "Absolutely. Senior brother Nu Lang, he is Yang Kai without a doubt. Last time, we were beaten up by him. After that, senior brother Cheng Xiaofeng went to look for senior brother Nu Tao and said that he would find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, ever since that time they went to Black Wind Trade City, the two of them never returned." Nu Lang's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and said, "Go buy some horses. I want to know whether my brother is dead or alive, and where he is." Nu Tao had been missing for more than a month. Nu Lang couldn't find him. After inquiring left and right, he finally found Yang Kai. To find out the truth, he had to catch up with that Yang Kai. If it was related to him, then as the older brother, he naturally had to avenge his younger brother. Chapter 86. In Nu Lang's group, he was the strongest. He had just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, so the Yuan Qi in his body was restless. At this stage, the cultivator was easily angered and controlled by all kinds of emotions. The other 7 or 8 people were mostly in the tempered body stage. There were also a few cultivators in the initial element stage, but their strength wasn't very high. It was just that they had a large number of people. Nu Lang had naturally heard of Yang Kai's strength, so he didn't take Yang Kai seriously. However, the girl following Yang Kai didn't seem to be easy to deal with. But after thinking about it carefully, this girl wasn't that great. After all, she didn't look very old. She didn't seem to be among the famous disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, if she was really strong, why would she need to buy a horse? When one's strength reached a certain level, one's leg strength was much faster than a horse's. Thinking of this, Nu Lang was relieved. He didn't know that the reason why Xia Ningchang wanted to buy a horse was to take care of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage 4, so how fast could his leg strength be? The group of Stormhouse disciples quickly prepared and followed the tracks of the horses. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were also galloping, but they didn't know that there were 2 groups of people following them. Moreover, each group didn't have good intentions. Although Xia Ningchang's strength wasn't bad, after all, she hadn't condensed her divine sense, so it was impossible for her to investigate the surroundings. The 2 people galloped without saying a word. Xia Ningchang led the way in the front and Yang Kai followed closely behind her. The 2 horses galloped, one in front and one behind. Until night, the 2 people found a place with a water source to rest. After taking out the food they bought from Black Plum Town, the 2 people ate a little and then sat around the campfire to rest. After a day of getting along with each other, Yang Kai had figured out this little senior sister's temperament. Timid, shy, after a few words, her ears would turn red, and when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle, as if she didn't have a temper. With her personality, Yang Kai didn't want to take the initiative to talk to her. He didn't want to scare her. Ever since the day he comprehended the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton and comprehended the mysterious martial skill unyielding will, Yang Kai discovered that his true Yang tactics had changed. Running the true Yang secret art in an environment with Yang Qi, he could absorb Yang Qi and condense Yang liquid. In an environment where there was no Yang Qi, he could still circulate his true Yang secret art and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was refined, it would be absorbed by his unyielding golden skeleton. The restriction of the cultivation environment disappeared in an instant. For Yang Kai, this was simply great news. After traveling for 3 days, the 2 people finally arrived at a small town 1,000 miles away from High Heaven Pavilion. They parked their horses in the town and found an inn to stay for the time being. According to Xia Ningchang, they wouldn't need horses for the rest of the journey. Because they were going into the mountains, horses naturally couldn't be brought in. Late at night, the inn was quiet. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang stayed next door. The room was brightly lit. Yang Kai was meditating and cultivating, while Xia Ningchang was thinking about random things. In these 3 days of traveling together, the 2 didn't exchange more than 10 words. Xia Ningchang felt very awkward. After all, he came to ask for help, so it was somewhat unreasonable to neglect him like this. But every time he wanted to talk to him, Xia Ningchang couldn't muster up the courage. He was used to secretly observing him, so now that he suddenly had to meet him face to face, Xia Ningchang really didn't know what to do. Moreover, this junior brother seemed to be a taciturn person. If he went to talk to him, wouldn't he be annoyed? Just as Xia Ningchang was frowning, the other 2 groups of people in the inn were quietly paying attention to what was happening here. In a guest room, Long Hui and a group of blood groups elites were sitting inside. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating Long Hui's somewhat distorted face. After the blood group's people got the news, they chased after them. But after all, they started a little late, so it wasn't until today that they finally caught up. After a moment of silence, Long Hui suddenly said, "Hall Master Wen, when do we start? That Yang Kai is staying in this inn. With Hall Master Wen's skill, it shouldn't be difficult to capture him, right?" Wen Fei Chen was a middle-aged man. His strength was at Yuan Qi boundary level 5, and he was one of the blood group's hall masters. Because the information Long Hui obtained was accurate, he found an expert to accompany him. His purpose was to capture Xia Ningchang alive. In addition to Wen Fei Chen, this group of people had many separation and reunion boundary experts. The number of people was about 6 or 7. It could be seen that Long Hui was making a big fuss in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Hearing this, Wen Fei Chen smiled, "Young Master Long, if you want this one to start now, it's not impossible. Although this is a small town with this Wen's strength, if I want to deal with them, it will be easy. I won't disturb the bystanders, and I won't leave behind any clues." "Then what are we waiting for?" Long Hui's expression shook. "Yang Kai must die, and that woman must be captured alive. It is said that she is a peerless beauty. Since he dares to set his sights on my woman, then I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. I'll let him have a taste of his woman being targeted by others. When Fei Chen knew Long Hui's nature, so he didn't have much of a reaction. He only said, "But young Master Long, have you ever thought about why they came all the way to this place?" Long Hui asked in a deep voice. When Fei Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "This one believes that they must have their own purpose. Perhaps they want to enter Black Wind Mountain to find some kind of treasure." Long Hui frowned. "What does this have to do with us? There are many treasures in Black Wind Mountain, but not everyone can find them." When Fei Chen shook his head, "Young Master Long's words are wrong. You can enter Black Wind Mountain from High Heaven Pavilion, but they rode their horses for thousands of miles and stopped here. If I didn't guess wrong, tomorrow they will enter the mountain from here. Their purpose is so clear, then one thing can be certain. They know where the treasure is and will definitely find it. If we quietly follow them from behind and wait for them to find the treasure." It has to be said that when Fei Chen's observation was very meticulous, and his analysis was also quite accurate. He was worthy of being called an experienced person. Long Hui's eyes lit up. "We can take action and steal it." When Fei Chen smiled, "Young Master Long is right. But if young Master Long can't wait to have a beauty, then this one can take action tonight. I won't let you down." Long Hui hesitated, his expression somewhat uncertain. When Fei Chen said, "But if we wait a few more days, not only can we have a beauty, but we can also have the treasure. Think about it, if they spend so much effort to find the treasure, but it is snatched by us, then Yang Kai will be so angry that he will vomit blood, right?" Hearing this, Long Hui's hesitant expression immediately became firm. "Good, in any case, they can run away, but they can't run away from the temple. Then we will let Yang Kai live for a few more days, and we will just sit back and reap the benefits." When Fei Chen lightly smiled and said, "To be able to endure what normal people cannot, young Master Long is destined to be a person who does great things. This Long is impressed." Hall Master Wen is overpraising me. This flattery made Long Hui extremely comfortable. Chapter 87. When Fei Chen was trying to please Long Hui. Naturally, there was a reason for this. Although the leader of the blood group, Hu Man, was an ambitious and ruthless person, but the heavens didn't favor him. In this life, he only had 2 beautiful daughters. In Fei Chen's opinion, in the future, the blood group would sooner or later fall into the hands of the Long family. Naturally, he had to get along well with this young master. When the Long family took control of the blood group in the future, how could he not benefit? The group of people in the room finished their discussion and were about to rest. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. "Come in." When Fei Chen shouted, the door opened and a disciple of the blood group who was on guard came in. He saluted Long Hui and then whispered a few words in Wen Fei Chen's ear. When Fei Chen's expression suddenly became strange. He couldn't help but whisper, "So that's how it is." Then he winked at several people in the room and ordered, "Go, capture those people. We can't let them ruin Master Long's plans." Several people responded and quickly went out of the room. "What happened?" Long Hui asked. When Fei Chen chuckled, "Young Master Long, this is really interesting. Do you remember that on our way here, there were many hoof prints along the way? But according to the information we received, Yang Kai's group was only 2 people. At that time, I guessed that those hoof prints were just people passing by. But I didn't expect that, besides us, there were other people following Yang Kai." Long Hui was surprised. "Who is it?" "A few small characters from Storm House." At this moment, they seemed to be preparing to deal with Yang Kai. It seems that they don't know that the strength of the woman who is with Yang Kai is not something they can deal with. This is the same as courting death. Long Hui sneered, "Hall Master Wen, have you arranged it properly?" "Of course, we can't let them ruin young Master Long's great plan." When Fei Chen nodded slightly. While the 2 of them were talking, a large number of people suddenly rushed in from outside the door. The disciples of the blood group who had just left had all returned. Accompanying them were Nu Lang and the others who were panic-stricken. Nu Lang's group was scared out of their wits. It wasn't easy for them to come here today. They were planning to capture Yang Kai and ask for the missing Nu Tao and Qing Xiaofeng. Who would have thought that before they could take action, they would be captured by this group of fiendish experts whose strength far surpassed theirs? Nu Lang was scared out of his wits. After he was thrown in, he hurried to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. "Masters, we haven't offended you, have we? Please be magnanimous." "Shut up." A disciple of the blood group slapped him, causing his mouth to be filled with blood, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only obediently obey. The people of the storm house trembled in fear as they looked around. Although their strength wasn't high, they could see that any one of these people could kill them, not to mention that there were 6 or 7 experts surrounding them. Who did they offend? The group of people racked their brains but still couldn't figure it out. During this time, they hadn't done anything outrageous. At most, they had plotted to capture Yang Kai in the room just now, but they hadn't done anything yet, right? Why did they have to make such a big scene? Nu Lang looked around and suddenly found a familiar young man in front of him. At this moment, the young man was looking at him with a smile. After thinking carefully, Nu Lang's face changed greatly. He probed, "Are you Long Hui of the blood group?" Long Hui chuckled, "Do you know me?" Nu Lang smiled embarrassedly, "Descendant of Senior Long, I have heard a lot about you. Of course, I know you. Since you know me, this matter is easy to handle." Long Hui nodded slightly. Nu Lang was full of doubts. He couldn't understand why they had met the people of the blood group thousands of miles away. Although it was a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land, but in this situation, people under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. "I ask you, why are you chasing after Yang Kai?" Long Hui narrowed his eyes and asked. Nu Lang's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Long Hui was blaming him. Although he was scared, he didn't dare to hide the truth. After he finished, he said with a sad face, "Master Long, I only suspected that Yang Kai had something to do with my brother's disappearance. I didn't want to do anything to him. If you think there is a problem, I will immediately take people back to the storm house. I will never have any ideas about Yang Kai again." Long Hui smiled. "Do you think that Yang Kai and I are friends? Are you not?" Nu Lang looked timid. "What a joke." Long Hui coldly snorted, "What is this young master's identity? What is his identity? Are we friends? Your dog eyes are blind." Nu Lang didn't dare to answer. In his heart, he was cursing incessantly. He thought that since they weren't friends, why did you interfere in our grudges? Wasn't this like a dog trying to catch a mouse? You have no eyesight. Master Long has saved your lives this time, and you don't even know how to thank him. A disciple of the blood group reprimanded. Nu Lang and the others were confused. That disciple of the blood group sneered, "You only know that Yang Kai's strength is low, but do you know that the woman beside him is a master of separation and reunion boundary?" With this sentence, Nu Lang and the others were sweating profusely. Separation and reunion boundary, compared to Nu Lang's Qi transforming stage first level, it was 2 realms higher. If they were to really fight, that woman alone would be able to annihilate Nu Tao's entire army. At this moment, Nu Lang realized what kind of mistake he had made. For a moment he was scared and rejoiced. He repeatedly kowtowed, "Thank you, Master Long, for saving us. We can't thank you enough." A group of people from the storm house also quickly thanked him. "Well, it's good that you know." Long Hui seemed to enjoy the support of others. "I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, I came to take Yang Kai's life. But you have to wait for a few more days. Because of your rash actions, I almost beat the grass to scare the snake, which ruined my plan. We didn't know, please forgive us, Master Long." Nu Lang's face was full of fear and trepidation. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Everyone's target is Yang Kai, so you can follow me. After I capture Yang Kai, you can inquire about your brother's whereabouts." Although Nu Lang felt that something was wrong, his group's strength was low, so how could they resist? He immediately nodded and said, "We will follow Master Long's order. Even if we have to go through water and tread on fire, we won't refuse. Go back, I will find you tomorrow." Long Hui waved his hand. Nu Lang and the others got up from the ground and slowly retreated. When they got out of the house, they realized that their clothes were soaked. After they left, Long Hui looked at Wen Fei Chen with a puzzled expression. Hall Master Wen, why did you take them with you? Their strength is too low, so it's easy for them to be exposed. Can't we kill Yang Kai and capture that woman? What Long Hui had just said was what Wen Fei Chen had told him. Although he had followed the instructions, Long Hui didn't understand the reason behind it. Chapter 88. Hearing the disdain in Long Hui's words, Wen Fei Chen smiled and said, killing Yang Kai and capturing that woman naturally doesn't require them to intervene. But young Master Long, since Yang Kai and that woman want to enter the Black Wind Mountains, they must have prepared beforehand and are not afraid of the dangers. But we are different. Although our strength is not weak, the Black Wind Mountains are full of dangers. Not to mention the powerful monster beast, there are some natural poisonous traps which could cause us to lose people. But if someone is in front of us, we don't need to worry about these things. After Long Hui finished listening, he finally understood what Wen Fei Chen was planning. He wanted to use Storm House's group as a stepping stone to avoid any possible dangers. Well, Hall Master Wen's consideration is very thorough. I was negligent. Long Hui nodded slightly. Young Master Long is talented and intelligent, but after all, you are not experienced enough and have a simple heart, so you didn't think of this layer. Wen Fei Chen chuckled. As for how to deal with the Storm House people, both of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need to say more. That woman called Xia Ningchang had the strength of peak separation and reunion boundary at such a young age, so there must be a master behind her. To deal with this kind of person, one must either not offend them, or cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The Storm House people must not be left alive. After the arrangements were made, the Blood Group people went to sleep. The next day, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, as Wen Fei Chen expected, changed direction from the small town and went directly into the Black Wind Mountains. After they left for half a day, the Blood Group and Storm House people dared to follow them. Xia Ningchang's strength was not weak. If they were too close, they might be discovered, but if they were too far away, they might lose them, so half a day's time was the best. Wen Fei Chen had been in Jianghu for many years, so he naturally had some experience in tracking. He was certain that he would not lose track of these two juniors in the mountains. After entering the Black Wind Mountains, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's speed naturally slowed down. Without the whistling of the wind and the distance between them, the two people talked a lot, and after a day, they felt closer to each other. At night, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang found a towering tree and went to rest on the trunk. The trunk was very spacious, so the two people were almost sitting side by side, leaving a small gap between them. Yang Kai could almost smell Ningchang's body fragrance. Little senior sister. After becoming familiar with each other, Kai Yang and her no longer had that feeling of estrangement. Even the way they addressed each other had changed. This was because Kai Yang felt that Xia Ningchang was like a child that hadn't grown up yet. Especially those pair of eyes, they gave off a feeling of innocence and innocence. Senior sister is senior sister. Why did you add the word little? Xia Ningchang was a little unhappy. What's in that bag of yours? Ignoring her question, Kai Yang pointed to the bag she had put aside and asked. Yang Kai had been holding back this question for 4 or 5 days, so he had to get it out of his mouth. This. Xia Ningchang was easily changed the topic. She held the bag in her arms like it was a treasure. This is the material that Master has prepared over the years. When the time comes, if you can take the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, I will have to refine it on the spot. The 9 yin yuan condensing dew is a very special thing. Even if you take it, if you don't refine it within 2 hours, it will slowly dissipate. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang suddenly called out kindly. What's wrong? I have a question for you. Good, I also have a question for you. Yang Kai smiled. Then we have to answer honestly, okay? Okay. I'll ask first. Xia Ningchang said impatiently. Go ahead. Yang Kai chuckled. I promise I won't lie to you. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and turned to look at Yang Kai. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard Master say that when he asked for your help, you would make all sorts of excuses. But when you knew it was me who needed your help, you immediately agreed. But what do you think? Yang Kai also turned to look at her. When their eyes met, Xia Ningchang blushed a little. They were too close, so she quickly turned her head and said, "I don't know, but Master said that you don't have good intentions and told me to be wary of you." Old Man Meng said that? Yang Kai was furious. Xia Ningchang sold out her master without any guilt. That old man. Yang Kai was furious. What kind of person did he think he was? Then why did you agree to it? Yang Kai glanced at her and laughed. Your master is right. I don't have good intentions towards you, that's why I agreed so quickly. While grinning, he slowly approached Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang was startled and instinctively shrank back. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said with a serious expression, "Junior brother, you can't beat me." This was the truth. Yang Kai estimated that if he continued to act presumptuously, he would immediately be sent flying. Xia Ningchang was indeed delicate, but that didn't mean she was easy to deal with. Yang Kai put away the smile on his face and his expression became serious. He slowly took out a bottle from his chest and carefully rubbed it. Because of this, Xia Ningchang was puzzled. Looking down, she saw that it was a bottle of High Heaven Pavilion's external injury medicine, blood coagulation cream. The scene from 2 months ago flashed through her mind. Xia Ningchang immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in a daze. She didn't expect that he would still keep this bottle of blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai laughed. I, Yang Kai, can see who is good to me. After entering the sect for 3 years, this bottle of blood coagulation cream is the first warmth and care I've felt. How did you know? Xia Ningchang looked at him in disbelief. She really did leave this bottle of cream for Yang Kai, but wasn't he unconscious at the time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Xia Ningchang's face turned red. These words made her feel like a lecher. But her heart relaxed. It turned out that he didn't hesitate to help her just because of this blood coagulation cream that was worth 10 sect contribution points. Master was wrong. It's your turn to ask. Since she had figured out her doubts, Xia Ningchang didn't want to get to the bottom of it, so she quickly changed the topic. Yang Kai carefully put away the bottle of blood coagulation cream and said, Treasurer Meng couldn't have come because of an old illness, right? Xia Ningchang suddenly became bashful. After a long time, she shyly said, I used medicine to knock him out. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly burst into laughter and couldn't stop. What are you laughing at? Xia Ningchang was embarrassed and angry. That night, he suddenly told me not to come. I had no choice but to knock him out. Yang Kai was still laughing. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but lightly hit him a few times. After hitting him, she realized that this action was a bit too intimate. For a moment, she was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. I'm going to rest. You can laugh by yourself. Xia Ningchang was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Leaping up, she jumped onto another tree and refused to pay any more attention to Kai Yang. Chapter 89. After walking for several days in the Black Wind Mountains, Yang Kai was surprised to find that they had not encountered any dangerous monster beast. Originally, he was full of worries. After all, there were many powerful monster beasts in the Black Wind Mountains. With his current strength, if he really encountered one, he would only become a burden to Xia Ningchang. However, Xia Ningchang obviously came prepared. He did not know what method he used to take Yang Kai to avoid these overlords of the jungle. The two people's walking route was also erratic. Sometimes they would go east, sometimes they would go west, often they would go in a big circle, but it was actually very safe. Occasionally, they would encounter a few level 2 or 3 monster beasts, but in front of Xia Ningchang, they would be defeated in a few moves. After carefully observing for a long time, Yang Kai figured out that Xia Ningchang was using the dark green bracelet on her wrist to find the location of the powerful monster beast. Every time there was a demonic beast that this little senior sister found difficult to deal with blocking her path, her bracelet would emit a burst of dark green light. She had never worn this bracelet before. The only accessory she had was the sapphire on her forehead. Therefore, this bracelet should have been specially prepared for this trip. This was definitely an artifact. Yang Kai, in any case, had a little bit of eyesight, and this artifact was probably given to her by Treasurer Meng. In the end, Where did old man Meng come from? The more Kai Yang thought about it, the more confused he became. He was just an insignificant shopkeeper of the contribution hall. How could he accept such a monstrous disciple like Xia Ningchang? Furthermore, he even bestowed her with an artifact. This bracelet was not something an ordinary person would be able to take out. Although he didn't know what grade it was, Kai Yang estimated that it was at least an Earth-grade artifact. This kind of artifact was very rare in Sky Tower. Compared to Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's easy journey, the bloody battle gang following behind them were in deep water and scorching fire. In the past few days, large and small battles had been fought more than a dozen times. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people from the blood group was not weak, perhaps they would have already become food for the monster beast. Although when Fei Chen was an expert at the 5th level of Yuan Qi realm, he wasn't in a very good state at the moment. Just now, the group of people actually encountered a monster beast that was at the peak of the 5th level. The peak of the 5th order was equivalent to the peak of the human Yuan Qi realm, which was several levels higher than his strength. An extremely difficult battle ensued. Although they relied on their advantage in numbers to drive the monster beast away, the blood group unexpectedly lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. When Fei Chen flew into a rage. This time, the bloody group sent a total of 8 people. Among them, Wen Fei Chen was the only one in the Yuan Qi realm. There were 4 separation and reunion boundary experts, and the rest were all in the Qi transformation realm. Among them, Long Hui's strength was the lowest, only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. Originally, they thought that as long as they followed behind Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang from a distance, they wouldn't encounter too much danger. However, only God knows what method these 2 people used to avoid the monster beast. Instead, they were the ones chasing after them. Now, they even lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. How could Wen Fei Chen not be angry? But now, it was impossible to back down. They had already lost a person, so could it be that they could still give up halfway? After resting for a moment, Wen Fei Chen bluntly said to Nu Lang, "Go in front, we have to set off." Nu Lang looked at the severed limbs on the ground and his mind was in a trance. Just now, the blood group had lost a person. How could the Stormhouse's small characters be safe and sound? The 2 Stormhouse disciples were swallowed by the 5th level monster beast, leaving only half of their arms on the ground. He finally understood why he felt something was wrong that night. How could the blood group be kind enough to bring him to Yang Kai? Clearly, they wanted to use the Stormhouse's disciples as a pathfinder. But even if he understood, he didn't dare to complain, let alone resist. Being the pathfinder in front, he might be lucky enough to survive, but at this time, if he resisted, only death awaited him. With a pale face, Nu Lang led the group of Stormhouse disciples in front. Behind him, Wen Fei Chen gave instructions, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west. They didn't lose sight of Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was following Xia Ningchang, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his eyes flashing with joy. "What's wrong?" Xia Ningchang turned his head and asked, also stopping. "Is there any danger over there?" Yang Kai pointed to the side and asked. "No danger, I don't feel any trace of the monster beast." Xia Ningchang lowered her head and looked at her bracelet. "Then let's go there." Yang Kai didn't say anything and rushed out. Although Xia Ningchang didn't know why he was so happy, she could only follow him. After walking a distance of less than 100 feet, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt a burst of hot air blowing towards her, burning her face red. Looking around, she saw a patch of bright red flowers the size of a palm growing on the sunny ground in front of her. There were a lot of flowers, at least a dozen of them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was mercilessly plucking the flowers one by one without any trace of politeness. After a while, Yang Kai came back with a big harvest and said, "Do you know what this is?" Blue blood mystic sunflower, a low-level earth-grade material. "So that's why you came here." Xia Ningchang couldn't help but come to a realization. Low-level earth grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's not bad. He could feel that the yang attribute energy contained in each jasper blood mystic sunflower was no less than that of a 3-sun fruit. Just now, it was because of the reaction of the origin of Yang on his chest that Yang Kai came here to take a look. Sure enough, he had a big harvest. Speaking of which, this place was considered the inner part of Black Wind Mountain, so there was no lack of natural treasures. However, the purpose of this trip was to help Xia Ningchang, so even if Yang Kai wanted to, he couldn't look around. That would waste too much time and also be accompanied by a lot of risks. However, since he sensed it nearby, he naturally couldn't let it go. "Do you want me to help you refine the pill?" Xia Ningchang asked. "No need, I'll refine it at night when we rest." This little senior sister's alchemy skills were superb, but alchemy always consumed yuan qi. Walking in the dense forest, Yang Kai still felt that it was best to be careful. It was best not to waste yuan qi if he could. "That's fine." Xia Ningchang nodded. "We're not far from that place. We'll reach it in about 2 to 3 days. There's plenty of time." It was unknown if it was because of luck, but Yang Kai's origin of Yang only reacted after walking for a few days. However, after finding a dozen blue blood mystic sunflowers, Yang Kai actually found a few more Yang attribute natural treasures just 1 day later. But this time, his luck was not as good as last time. These few stalks of Yang attribute herbs were actually guarded by a third-order monster beast. He had no choice but to ask Xia Ningchang to take action and drive the monster beast away so that Yang Kai could take it. On this day, the two passed through the forest and suddenly arrived at the edge of an incomparably huge valley. Xia Ningchang let out a long breath. "Junior brother, we're here." Chapter 90. The valley in front of them was very large, covering an area of about a few dozen square kilometers. Furthermore, it was a very standard circular valley. Standing at the edge of the valley, Kai Yang looked down and discovered that the bottom of the valley was about 300 feet from his current position. The bottom of the valley was verdant and lush, not much different from the forest outside. Moreover, the valley was filled with mountains and clear waters. The scenery was not bad. Xia Ningchang looked down at her bracelet, and after a while, she said excitedly, "My luck is pretty good. There isn't a monster beast that is too strong here." While speaking, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Along the way, she could avoid the monster beast blocking the way, but if there was a monster beast that was too strong in this valley, she could only fight. After all, this was the place she was looking for. "This place seems very ordinary." Yang Kai frowned. "It's just not the right time." Xia Ningchang smiled. "If it wasn't for the 7th day of the 7th month, when Master and I happened to pass by here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered the mystery of this place. It was also at that time that Master decided to let me refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew." "But why did he change his mind at the crucial moment? Also, you didn't tell me how I was going to help you collect that thing." A few days ago, they had been on the road, so Yang Kai didn't ask much, but now that they had arrived at their destination, he couldn't keep it in the dark. If the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew appeared and he didn't know how to deal with it, wouldn't it ruin his plan? Therefore, he had to ask clearly and make some preparations. "I'll tell you when the time comes." Xia Ningchang didn't answer. Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask. This matter was so mysterious, and Yang Kai was also puzzled by Treasurer Meng's attitude. But since he agreed to help, he would do his best when the time came. "Come here." Xia Ningchang waved at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. "What?" "I'll take you down." Xia Ningchang blinked her big eyes and replied, "It's so high up here. I can do it myself." Yang Kai immediately refused. What a joke, he was a man. How could he let a woman carry him down? What would that look like? After he finished speaking, he immediately leapt forward. While Xia Ningchang cried out in alarm, Kai Yang was like a meteorite falling from the sky, rapidly falling towards the ground. Xia Ningchang was scared out of his wits. Yang Kai's strength was not high. How could he survive if he was carried down like this? At that moment, she followed his footsteps closely. Her figure gracefully descended, ready to lend him a hand at the critical moment. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. When they were about a dozen feet from the ground, Yang Kai suddenly kicked to the side. With a loud bang, Yang Kai kicked the rock wall beside him. Using the rebound force, Yang Kai flipped a few times, offloading a lot of the force. His movements were wild as he shot out diagonally. Boom! Yang Kai landed on the ground. His legs bent slightly, smashing a hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Xia Ningchang then landed lightly beside him. One was like a fairy descending to earth, while the other was like a rock falling to the ground. The visual impression was completely different. But no matter what, he still jumped down safely. Yang Kai's face secretly twitched. His two legs showed signs of trembling. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips, holding back her laughter. With her eyesight, how could she not see that her prideful junior brother had suffered a loss just now? A height of 300 feet. With his strength at the 4th level of the initial element realm, it was already a miracle that he could safely land on the ground. Xia Ningchang pretended to look around and said, "Today is the 5th day of the new year. In 2 days it will be the 7th. I need to make some arrangements in this valley. Junior brother, wait for me here. There's no danger here anyway." Yang Kai's face was cold. He nodded silently. Xia Ningchang then rushed out. Before she left, she turned back and said worriedly, "I need to make arrangements for a long time. Don't run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you." Yang Kai nodded slightly again. His expression was cold. He looked extremely handsome. When Xia Ningchang's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai sat down on the ground. His hands kept rubbing his legs and he grimaced. Although he had cushioned a lot of the impact when he fell to the ground, it was still quite painful. After a long while, the numbness in his legs subsided. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. He had nothing to do, so he checked the terrain nearby. Although Xia Ningchang said there was no danger here, it couldn't be wrong to be careful. After some investigation, there was indeed nothing unusual in this valley. Xia Ningchang didn't return to Yang Kai until the afternoon of the next day. Although he didn't know what she had arranged, looking at her pale face, he knew that this arrangement must have consumed a lot of energy and yuan qi. "I'll recover first. Tonight at midnight, the 9th Yin congregation ground will gather all the Yin qi. From that time until sunrise, we must find the 9th Yin yuan condensing dew and then collect it. If we miss the time, it will hide again," Xia Ningchang anxiously said. Then she took out a few pills and stuffed them into her mouth. She closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai stood on the side to protect her. He was motionless like a statue. At the edge of the valley, a few miles away, the people of Bloody Group and Stormhouse were all resting. This time, following Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang deep into the Black Wind Mountain range was really a big loss. There were originally 17 to 18 people, but now there were only 13 left. The others had all lost their lives under the attack of the monster beast. The Blood Group still had 7 people left. Among them, one of the separation and reunion boundary experts had died. The remaining 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were all injured. Even when Fei Chen had a long bloody scar on his chest. The remaining 2 Qi transforming boundary disciples were also exhausted. Stormhouse only had 6 small characters left. Apart from Nu Lang, who was at Qi transforming 1st level, there were 4 initial element realm disciples. There was also a tempered body disciple who was very lucky. He was just a little scared and now his mind was not clear. Among all the people present, the only one who was still in good condition was Long Hui. His identity was special. Every time there was a battle, he would be protected inside, so naturally he wouldn't be injured. After chasing for several days, they finally arrived here. Long Hui had already lost his patience. With a gloomy face, he said, "Hall Leader Wen, do we still want to chase? If we continue to chase, I'm afraid our losses will be even greater. When grandfather investigates, who will be able to bear the blame?" When Fei Chen was annoyed, he knew that Long Hui wanted him to bear the blame for this mistake. He thought to himself, "I made this decision because I wanted to please you. If I had known that this trip would be so dangerous, why would I waste so much effort? I would have already killed Yang Kai in that small town." Although he thought like this, when Fei Chen still explained in a gentle voice, "No need to chase. It seems that they have already arrived at their destination. The valley ahead is their destination." Chapter 91. Hearing this, Long Hui's expression brightened. "You're saying that the thing they're looking for is right in front of them?" "That's right. They should have arrived here yesterday, but they haven't moved. It's clear that they've arrived at their destination. Wen Feichen replied with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Didn't we chase all the way here just for this moment? Long Hui's heart was pounding. Heavenly treasures were secondary, he just wanted to see Xia Ningchang's face. After holding back for so many days, how could he hold back? Wen Feichen smiled. Although they've arrived at their destination, it seems that they haven't found what they're looking for. Young Master Long, please bear with it for a while longer. I promise that I won't let that woman fly away. Long Hui was a bit impatient. Last time in the small town, Wen Feichen had said the same thing. In the end, they had suffered heavy losses along the way. Now that he said the same thing again, Long Hui was a bit unhappy. But he couldn't appear too impatient, so after thinking about it, Long Hui could only say, then we'll wait at most for 2 more days. If they still haven't moved in 2 days, we'll take action. Wen Feichen nodded helplessly and sighed in his heart. Long Hui was a useless person who only had women in his heart. This kind of person definitely wouldn't have high achievements in the future. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Xia Ningchang, who was recovering in the valley, finally opened his eyes. His tiredness was gone, and he had clearly completely recovered. After thanking him, he and Yang Kai took out some food to eat and drink. It'll be midnight soon. At that time, this valley will be filled with yin qi. Junior brother, don't go too far away from me. Your cultivation isn't high, so the yuan qi in your body is limited. You can't afford to use it. Xia Ningchang sternly warned. Kai Yang nodded his head. Although he had a few dozen drops of yang liquid stored in his dantian, so he didn't need to worry about the problem of consumption, but Kai Yang wouldn't tell anyone. The two talked for a while longer when suddenly, there was a change in the valley. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any wind in a valley that was hundreds of feet below the ground and surrounded by rock walls. However, at this moment, the sound of a chilly wind whistling suddenly rang out in the valley. The sound was like a woman crying at night, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble in fear. Along with the sudden rise of the cold wind, a chill rose from the ground, stimulating Yang Kai's true yang secret art to involuntarily circulate. This kind of chill didn't seem like the chill brought about by the whistling winter wind. Instead, it had a kind of eerie ghostly chill that seeped into one's bones. Circulating the true yang secret art once again, Yang Kai finally dispelled the chill in his heart. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang suddenly pulled Yang Kai to his side, then took out a purple jade pendant and pinched it in his hand. As soon as he got close to Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai felt the surrounding chill suddenly disappear without a trace, and instead a warm feeling flowed around him. Stay close to me, don't go too far, this jade pendant can resist the invasion of yin qi. Xia Ningchang explained softly. Astonished, Kai Yang looked at the purple jade pendant and discovered that it was another artifact. Pinching it in the palm of Xia Ningchang's hand, she poured her world qi into it, causing the jade pendant to emit a faint light, dispelling the surrounding yin qi. Yang Kai was shocked. The bracelet on this senior sister's wrist was an artifact, and now the jade pendant she took out was also an artifact. Just how many did she have? Why are you staring at me? Xia Ningchang's face flushed red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai stared blankly, only then did he realize that something was wrong. Because the jade pendant's range of effect was not very large, when the two stood together, their bodies were almost touching. Their arms and shoulders could clearly feel each other's body temperature, softness, and fragrance. Xia Ningchang must have felt the same. Such an intimate situation made it difficult for her. A layer of shyness slowly appeared in her eyes, and her earlobes and neck were flushed red. Your yuan qi is very precious. You can't waste it here. You can only use it to subdue the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Xia Ningchang tried to find something to say, trying to divert his attention from Yang Kai's body temperature, but the more he thought about it, the more clearly he felt it. This is only the beginning. Wait until midnight. This entire valley will be filled with yin qi. Junior brother, you must not leave me, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. But Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them didn't speak, just stood close to each other, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. A few heartbeats. He was in a state of panic. Xia Ningchang's body was getting hotter and hotter. For the first time in his life, he felt a prickling sensation. His whole body was itchy and unbearable. He wanted to move, but he didn't dare to move. In the end, his body was slightly trembling. Yang Kai noticed her embarrassment, looked at her blood-like skin, frowned and said, "How about I go out?" He was still very confident that he could resist the invasion of Yin Qi. After all, his true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of Yin Qi. Even if it was consumed, it wouldn't consume much. This little senior sister's face was too thin. Yang Kai saw her so uncomfortable, he also felt very uncomfortable. Xia Ningchang quickly shook his head. "You just stand by my side. Don't go out." She insisted. Yang Kai was helpless. On the other side, the people of the blood group had already noticed the movement here, and all of them rushed over. Looking at the churning Yin Qi below, Wen Fei Chen looked pensive. Long Hui said excitedly, "Hall Master Wen, have they succeeded?" As long as Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang succeeded, then they could act without any scruples. When Fei Chen didn't immediately answer, he still carefully looked below. There was definitely something strange about the valley below, but with Wen Fei Chen's knowledge and experience, he still couldn't see it. Seeing Long Hui so anxious, Wen Fei Chen helplessly said, "Whether they succeeded or not, I don't know, but this is a sign that a treasure is about to appear. Why don't we?" Before Wen Fei Chen could finish his words, Long Hui impatiently interrupted. "No, wait, since the treasure is about to appear, it doesn't matter whether they want it or not. Hall Master Wen, let's deal with them now. It won't be too late to take the treasure later." When Fei Chen sighed, he could only nod. "Okay, let's do it." In the darkness of the night, Long Hui's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Thinking about how that masked beauty was about to be stripped of all her defenses, revealing her beautiful face in front of him, and then having pleasure under his crotch, Long Hui couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. "Yang Kai, oh Yang Kai, you dare to have ideas about my woman, I'll let you know the taste of regret. Later, I won't kill you, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I humiliate your woman, let her scream miserably, then I'll enjoy your anger and helplessness." The group of 13 people didn't care about hiding their whereabouts anymore. Under Wen Fei Chen's command, they uniformly jumped down the valley. The Storm House's tempered body disciple was the most pitiful. He didn't dare to jump down dozens of feet, but the impatient Long Hui kicked him down. He fell to his death on the spot. Nu Lang and the others were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They felt extremely humiliated. Chapter 92. The bloody battle gang and Stormhouse people were making too much noise. The tempered body cultivator's scream before he died was incomparably mournful, and it spread far and wide in the night. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang heard it clearly. Their expressions changed and they turned to look in that direction. They really didn't know that there were so many enemies tailing them these days. When Fei Chen's tracking method was quite good, and the distance between them was also very safe, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Although Xia Ningchang was at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, she couldn't detect movement too far away. When Fei Chen's plan naturally went smoothly. Why would other people come here? Xia Ningchang frowned. She didn't quite understand. Yang Kai's expression also became cold. According to this little senior sister, this place was just an ordinary valley. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, there would be a change in heaven and earth, so it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. In other words, those people who were not far away either happened to be nearby at this time and noticed the change here, or they were premeditated and followed the two of them all the way here. The possibility of the latter was very high. Because there were so many people coming, some people actually fell to their deaths when they jumped down. This was the interior of Black Wind Mountain. If these people really only came to the mountain to find medicine and hunt monster beast, they wouldn't bring people with low strength, and it was also impossible for so many people to move together. There may be trouble. Yang Kai's thoughts turned quickly, and he realized something was wrong. Let's hide first. But Xia Ningchang nodded obediently. "Want to leave?" A cold shout suddenly came from behind, and then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. A palm strike struck, stopping Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's steps. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were shocked by the strength of the person who came, and they both jumped back to dodge, circulating the Yuan Qi in their bodies, and secretly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't intend to shed all pretense of cordiality before he figured out the true intentions of this person. When Fei Chen was the first to come here and stop Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. Seeing that they were behaving themselves, he did not attack again and just watched quietly. Yang Kai didn't catch when Fei Chen's eye, but the masked Xia Ningchang made his eyes light up. He thought to himself, what a delicate and pure little girl. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, her eyes were as clear as stars, which was definitely not something an ordinary girl could have. What's more, this little girl's figure was also outstanding. Looking at those eyes, even when Fei Chen, who wasn't too fond of women, couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. If it was Long Hui, who knew what kind of ugly expression he would have revealed. The three of them were deadlocked for a long time. Yang Kai kept looking for a way out, but found that the middle-aged man in front of him was very strong. He just stood there, but it seemed that he was blocking all his escape routes. This person is a Yuan Qi expert, junior brother. Don't act rashly. Xia Ningchang saw through his thoughts and whispered to Yang Kai. Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai slowly took a breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. After a while, the group of people from Bloody Group and Storm House finally arrived. They scattered around when Fei Chen and looked at Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang with unkind eyes. Who are you people? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around, but found that he didn't recognize any of the people who came. His heart was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask. What he didn't know was that there were actually a few people in this group that he knew. However, their strength was too low and they were all eaten by demonic beasts on the way here. The only one left had fallen to his death when he jumped down just now. The person who wants your life. Long Hui flashed out from behind when Fei Chen and unceremoniously gave a cold smile. When he saw Xia Ningchang, his pair of eyes immediately emitted a lush green light. Without the slightest scruple, he swept his gaze over Xia Ningchang's body and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful! What a pure and lovely girl. This young master really didn't come here in vain." Xia Ningchang's eyebrows furrowed, her face filled with disgust. Quietly she hid behind Kai Yang. Although her strength was much higher than Kai Yang's, she was still a girl who didn't know much about the world. Hiding like this didn't cause her any psychological burden. Instead, she felt it was natural. The two of them were very close to each other, so when they stood like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt two soft lumps pressing against his back. He couldn't help but quietly take a deep breath and straighten his back. In this kind of crisis, Yang Kai's mood was calm and didn't have any ripples. He pondered for a moment and said, "Do you have enmity with us?" Now Yang Kai was sure that the other side didn't come here by chance. They were definitely premeditated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be full of hostility as soon as they met. Were these people provoked by Treasurer Meng and his disciple, or did he provoke them himself? Yang Kai had to investigate clearly. After all, even if he died, he should at least die knowing the truth, right? Of course there is enmity. Long Hui felt that victory was in his hands, so he didn't want to hide his identity. "Little brat, let me tell you. I am Long Hui, the grandson of Long Zai Tian of Blood Group. You dared to have ideas about who may heir, but did you ever think that you would end up like this?" Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who came to find trouble with him would be such a person. The reason for this enmity was too groundless. He and Hu Mei Er had only met 3 times, so they didn't have much friendship. Unexpectedly, this person saw him as a rival in love. Besides lamenting about the fickleness of a villain, what else could Yang Kai say? However, when he mentioned Long Zai Tian, Yang Kai remembered the old man he had met in the Blood Group's mining area. At that time, Long Zai Tian had humiliated him. Yang Kai hadn't forgotten about it. After Long Hui finished speaking, Nu Lang also said gloomily, "Nu Tao is my younger brother." He and Qing Xiaofeng disappeared together. "Little brat, let me ask you, do you have anything to do with their disappearance?" Unexpectedly, 2 groups of people came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai immediately understood the whole story. He secretly sighed that he had a lot of face. The first time he left the sect, he was unexpectedly targeted by 2 groups of people. Moreover, they even sent such a big force. This time, he had implicated Xia Ningchang. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's face didn't show any fear. Even his expression was very calm. He reached out his hand and gently pinched Xia Ningchang's fingers. He said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about me. Find a chance to leave by yourself." Since he had caused this trouble himself, he couldn't let Xia Ningchang suffer with him. If she left by herself, she might have a chance. Bringing him along would only be a burden. Although Yang Kai's voice was soft, the people opposite him still heard it clearly. Long Hui laughed loudly. "Want to leave? How could it be that easy? This young master has accompanied you in the mountains for so many days. How could there be no reward? Yang Kai, today you will die without a doubt. As for that little girl behind you, she will only become this young master's plaything. Don't worry, I won't kill her now. I won't let her die until I'm tired of playing with her." Yang Kai's face was cold. He shouted angrily, "Go!" At the same time, he turned around and grabbed Xia Ningchang's arm. Under her shocked gaze, he used all his strength to throw her away. Wishful thinking. When Fei Chen smiled coldly, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Xia Ningchang. He hit her back with his palm. Chapter 93. When Fei Chen's attack wasn't meant to kill, but rather to block Xia Ningchang's path of retreat. Xia Ningchang's reaction wasn't slow either. Although he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, he had already turned around before Wen Fei Chen's attack could reach him. He met Wen Fei Chen's attack head-on and used the latter's momentum to lightly float back to Yang Kai's side. Sigh. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. With an Yuan-Chi realm expert guarding this place and the opponent's well-trained troops, it was likely that this was a premeditated plan. This time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Hall Master Wen, capture this girl for me. If she dares to resist. Long Hui smiled sinisterly. It's fine to break her arms and legs as long as you don't damage her face. I want to see what kind of peerless beauty is hidden under this veil. When Fei Chen chuckled, "Young Master Long, please rest assured. I won't let you down." Originally, he was a little worried that Long Hui would blame him for injuring Xia Ningchang in battle, but since he said that it was fine to break her arms and legs, what else did Wen Fei Chen have to worry about? This young master of the Long family was quite excited. At least he had some self-awareness and knew that he wasn't a match for this girl. If he could break her arms and legs, then he could do whatever he wanted. The conversation between the two was overheard by Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, and their eyes flashed with anger. When Fei Chen laughed loudly, "Little girl, you also heard young Master Long's words. If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured. I promise I won't hurt you. If you insist on resisting, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Xia Ningchang spat. "Don't even think about it." Good. When Fei Chen smiled coldly. "You asked for it." As soon as he finished speaking, his body soared into the air like a swallow, and both of his palms struck out. The strength of an Yuan-Chi realm expert erupted fiercely, and only the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. The palm wind that was pushed out suddenly transformed into tiger heads, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Xia Ningchang. Feeling the power contained in these palms, Xia Ningchang's expression also became serious. Her two slender hands danced and quickly pointed a few finger winds to meet the palms. Then, she made a strange hand seal and pointed at the sapphire on her forehead. Her Yuan-Chi violently surged. Although the power of those finger winds wasn't small, they couldn't stop Wen Fei Chen's attack. They only managed to slightly slow down the speed of those tiger heads before they were completely swallowed up. The next moment, the attack arrived in front of Xia Ningchang. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that by the time Yang Kai reacted, it was already too late. Those tiger heads bit towards Xia Ningchang one after another. Just as they were about to seriously injure her, the sapphire on her forehead suddenly fluctuated with a mysterious ripple. Along with this ripple, a semicircular light curtain suddenly appeared, like a large inverted bowl, completely covering her and Yang Kai. When Fei Chen's attack finally arrived, but as soon as those majestic tiger heads touched the light curtain, they whimpered and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ningchang's body did not move, her face was as calm as the wind. When Fei Chen landed on the ground, his pair of eyes staring at the light curtain in shock, and cried out involuntarily, "A heaven-grade artifact." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes burned, including Long Hui, who had a lustful look in his eyes. "What?" Long Hui finally turned his attention away from Xia Ningchang and turned his head to look at Wen Feiqian, his voice slightly trembling. "Hall Master Wen, what did you just say?" When Fei Chen's face trembled, his eyes bursting with traces of greed, he swallowed his saliva and said, "A heaven-grade artifact. To be able to easily block my attack? This is without a doubt a heaven-grade artifact." "Really?" Long Hui couldn't help but become excited. He didn't expect that this time, he just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, this small character, but unexpectedly, he unintentionally inserted a willow tree into a shade. Not only would he obtain a beauty, but he would also obtain a heaven-grade artifact. Moreover, it was a defensive-type artifact, which was more valuable than an offensive-type artifact. A heaven-grade artifact was priceless. The blood group only had one, and it was still in the hands of Human. If he gave this artifact to his grandfather, then his grandfather's strength would rise to a whole new level, and perhaps even Human wouldn't be his opponent. "Snatch it, he must snatch it." Long Hui excitedly shouted, "Hall Master Wen, if you can snatch this artifact in the future, the position of Blood Group's deputy leader will be yours." When Fei Chen's expression brightened, "Many thanks for Master Long's favor." Although he said so, when Fei Chen knew that to break the defense of this heaven-grade artifact, it would not be so easy. Looking at how his attack was completely ineffective, when Fei Chen knew that this was a difficult bone to chew. Fortunately, this little girl's strength was not high, so she definitely wouldn't be able to maintain this barrier for a long time. As long as he continued to attack, there would be an opportunity to break this barrier. "Begin." Thinking of this, when Fei Chen lightly shouted and took the initiative to attack the light barrier. At the same time, the other experts of the blood group also fiercely displayed their skills. In a flash, layers of ripples appeared on the light barrier, but Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai, who were protected by the light barrier, were completely unharmed. All the attacks were blocked by the light barrier. This sudden change of events gave Yang Kai a little hope of escaping. His eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and his mind was rapidly turning, trying to find a way out before the light barrier was broken. "Junior brother, are you afraid?" Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned to look at her. "We may die, are you afraid?" "What am I afraid of? You don't need to be afraid." Yang Kai responded, and looked at Long Hui coldly from more than 10 feet away. If they could capture this person, then they would have a bargaining chip. However, to break through the blockade of so many experts of the blood group and capture Long Hui, this was not an easy task. Even if Xia Ningchang took action, she would not be able to do it. "I am not afraid." Xia Ningchang gently smiled. They still don't know what they are going to face. Yang Kai was stunned by her words, but before he could understand the meaning of her words, the whole valley suddenly changed. It was midnight, July 7th, Yin Qi Gathering. This was the place where the 9 Yins converged. Suddenly, waves of cold Yin Qi emerged from the ground one after another. This Yin Qi surged as if strange giant hands were reaching out from the ground one after another. They kept climbing upwards, causing people to feel terrified just by looking at them. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the whole valley dropped, and the bone-chilling cold made everyone unable to help but shiver. The experts of the blood group who were besieging the light barrier felt something was wrong, and hurriedly circulated their Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of the Yin Qi. Fortunately, although the Yin Qi made people feel uncomfortable, it was not lethal. As long as they circulated their Yuan Qi to resist it, there would not be any major hindrance. Even the small characters of the Stormhouse could resist it, not to mention the people of the blood group. However, if they stayed here for a long time, perhaps their Yuan Qi would be exhausted, and at that time, they would be frozen to death. After a while, the whole valley was covered by the Yin Qi. Xia Ningchang suddenly moved. Her figure was graceful, as if she was dancing, accompanied by a strange hand sign. The Yuan Qi in her body was divided into countless and scattered in all directions. Chapter 94. Along with Xia Ningchang's actions, the dense Yin Qi in the entire mountain valley reacted. Looking down from above, It looked like a pot of boiling water. The Yin Chi seemed to have a life of its own as it kept rolling and squirming in the mountain valley. The scene was extremely terrifying. Not good. When Fei Chen screamed. Although he didn't know what Xia Ningchang was doing, as a Yuan Qi 5th stage expert, he still had some insight. This woman had probably arranged some kind of spirit array in this mountain valley and was now activating it. If he really asked her to activate this unknown formation, he was afraid that there would be a change in the situation this time. Come on. Quickly break this light curtain for me. When Fei Chen roared, he wanted to capture Xia Ningchang before the spirit array was activated. Otherwise, everything would be over. You guys come here too, or I will kill you right now. When Fei Chen and the rest of the Storm House people shouted, Nu Lang and the others didn't dare to hesitate. Originally, in this kind of fierce battle, they were completely useless. They also knew their own strength, so they just stood aside and watched the show. However, with Wen Fei Chen's order, they couldn't help but participate. These people's attacks were very weak, but they could more or less consume the defense of the light curtain. The group of 12 people had already used all of their strength to attack the semicircular light screen without any regard for their lives. Ripples appeared on the light curtain one after another. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, but it was still as firm as before. Inside the light curtain, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. He wanted to help, but his strength was too low, so he couldn't do anything. He could only protect Xia Ningchang. In case the light curtain was broken, he could do his part. Xia Ningchang's movements were getting faster and faster. Her two hands had already turned into afterimages. The cold wind in the mountain valley was getting fiercer and fiercer. It sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves, which made people feel terrified. When Fei Chen's dignified expression contained a trace of greed, he found that he had still underestimated the grade of this defensive artifact. This was at least a heaven-grade high-rank defensive artifact, otherwise it would have been impossible for it to last so long without breaking. Heaven-grade high-rank, it was enough to withstand the full blow of an immortal ascension boundary master. Having this thing was equivalent to having an extra life. After a full incense stick worth of time, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light screen. Following the appearance of the crack, Xia Ningchang's face turned pale. In order to activate this defensive secret treasure, she had consumed a lot of Yuan Qi, and now she had to multitask to activate the previous arrangement. The Yuan Qi in her body was like a flood that had broken through the dam, fiercely flowing out. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Wen Fei Chen urged everyone to attack while he also used his ultimate move. The Yuan Qi on his body began to surge, and he pushed his palm forward in a seemingly calm and slow manner. As his palm struck the light screen, the entire light screen shook violently. Xia Ningchang's delicate body trembled, and her face turned even paler. The light screen finally cracked like a spider's web. Haha. When Fei Chen laughed loudly. He was confident that as long as he struck out with his palm again, this light screen would be completely broken. But before he could strike out with his next palm, the churning Yin Qi in the mountain valley suddenly calmed down, and the ghostly cries and howls also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xia Ningchang's clear eyes flashed like stars as she shouted, "Seal!" At this moment, Xia Ningchang's preparations were finally complete. In the sky, the sound of chains being swung suddenly rang out, like a soul-stirring melody. Everyone raised their heads in shock and saw several thick and black chains that were several meters long hovering in the air. These chains were completely formed from dense Yin Qi and emitted a ghastly coldness that caused one's heart to palpitate. These Yin Qi chains flew above the heads of the Blood Group and Storm Hall members, and in the next moment, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed down. When Fei Chen's complexion changed greatly, knowing that he was still a step too late, and hurriedly struck out with his palm towards the light screen. At the same time, Xia Ningchang's body shook, and she no longer had the strength to stimulate her heaven-grade artifact. This palm strike went straight towards Xia Ningchang without any hindrance. At this critical moment, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant to the side, finally found an opportunity to act. Before the palm strike hit Xia Ningchang, he hurriedly pulled her back, but she was still swept by the edge of the palm strike, her delicate body trembling, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and ran away without looking back. The number of enemies was too high, and their strength was too strong. He was not stupid enough to face them head-on. Just as Yang Kai was carrying Xia Ningchang to escape, the Yin Qi chains finally entangled the experts of the blood group. There were a total of 8 chains, when Fei Chen was the focus of Xia Ningchang's attention and was targeted by 3 of the chains. The remaining 5 chains were also targeted by the separation and reunion boundary and Qi transformation boundary experts of the blood group. The people who were entangled by the chains were horrified, thinking that their lives were over. Who would have thought that after entangling them, the chains would directly enter their bodies, and the 8 chains would disappear? When Fei Chen suddenly felt that his Yuan Qi boundary strength was suppressed by an invisible force, and could not help but groan, opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 separation and reunion boundary experts and the Qi transformation disciple were also the same. Their complexions instantly became extremely pale, and they all vomited blood. The remaining Qi transformation disciple unexpectedly lost his breath in an instant, and fell to the ground dead. What happened? Long Hui was furious. He just saw that the situation was good, and was about to destroy the opponent's heaven-grade secret treasure. In his heart, he was thinking about how to humiliate Xia Ningchang, but in the blink of an eye, one of his own side died, 5 were seriously injured, and even when Fei Chen was dispirited. How could Long Hui not be angry? The duck that was in his mouth flew away like that. Master Long, please calm down. When Fei Chen resisted the piercing pain, circulating his Yuan Qi to expel the cold, and weakly explained, I'm afraid that woman had set up a trap here, and this time she used the power of the array to deal with us. We were not paying attention and let her succeed. Trash, a bunch of trash. Long Hui flew into a rage, cursing loudly, so many people to deal with one person, and yet we were all defeated. When Fei Chen's face flashed with a trace of anger, but he suppressed it and said, although we were tricked, that woman is definitely not in a good condition. I'm afraid that she doesn't have the slightest bit of Yuan Qi. If we can catch up with them at this time, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Long Hui impatiently said, then what are we waiting for? Quickly chase after them. When Fei Chen's eyes turned to the group of small fries from Stormhouse, and said with a gloomy face, I'll give you a chance to live, if you can capture that woman. When Fei Chen will be responsible for safely leaving this place. Just now, Xia Ningchang's 8 chains were all aimed at the experts of blood group, but the group of people from Stormhouse were not injured. There were 5 people who entered the valley alive, and now there were still 5. Compared to the blood group, their condition was much better. Chapter 95. How could Nu Lang dare to disobey when Fei Chen's order? No matter how weak the other party looked, they were not someone they could deal with. They looked at each other and Nu Lang asked, Senior One, are you sure that the girl has no strength to fight back? Absolutely sure. When Fei Chen answered patiently, if you chase after her now, any one of you will be able to capture her and bring her back to Master Long. There will be many benefits for you. Then we will chase after her. Nu Lang's eyes flashed with madness and hatred. These days, he had suffered a lot from the blood group. Many of his brothers from Stormhouse had died, and none of the body-tempering realm had survived. His anger could not be vented on Wen Fei Chen, so he could only shift it to Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang had no strength to fight back, so how could they put Yang Kai in their eyes? After the people from Stormhouse disappeared into the gloomy mountain valley, Wen Fei Chen looked at the disciples of the blood group and said, You guys go too. Don't let that girl escape. She definitely has a strong backer behind her. Once this news is leaked out, our blood group will be in big trouble. Although these people were also very weak, this was an important matter, so they could only force themselves to go out and chase. At this time, only Long Hui and Wen Fei Chen were left in the valley. Long Hui's tone was slightly gentler as he asked, Hall Master Wen, what is going on? Wen Fei Chen smiled bitterly, I don't know what method that girl used, but my strength has been suppressed to Qi transformation level 3. The 3 chains that entered my body locked my Yuan Qi and Dantian. There is such a method? Long Hui's face was aghast. When Fei Chen nodded, if I am like this, Then the other disciples are even worse. They can only use less than 30% of their strength. Then what should we do? Long Hui's face showed uneasiness. Don't worry. When Fei Chen shook his head. I didn't lie to those small fries from Stormhouse. That woman used such a powerful method and maintained her defensive secret treasure for a long time. Her yuan qi has already been depleted. Plus, she was hit by my palm. She has no choice but to surrender. As long as we find them, what belongs to you, young Master Long, will still be yours. Hearing this, Long Hui finally let out a sigh of relief. Rolling his eyes, he said, just now, Long Hui was too angry and his tone was a bit harsh. I hope Hall Master Wen won't take it to heart. After this matter is settled, I will definitely tell Grandfather about Hall Master Wen's hard work. Young Master Long, you're too serious. We're family. When Fei Chen smiled with satisfaction, but now, I would like to ask young Master Long to protect me. I will see if I can remove the yin qi chains in my body. Alright. While they were talking, they didn't mention Yang Kai at all. In their eyes, Xia Ningchang was the troublesome one. Yang Kai was nothing. Now that Xia Ningchang had lost all her yuan qi, she was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of all its thorns. Anyone could easily take her down. At this moment, Yang Kai had already brought Xia Ningchang to the edge of the valley. There was a crack that only one person could enter at a time. Xia Ningchang was placed inside, while Yang Kai blocked the entrance. In front of the crack, there was a bush that blocked the entrance. The two of them were squeezed together, almost merging into one. Don't talk. Someone is coming. Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang with one hand and whispered. Xia Ningchang's face was pale. She slightly nodded and held her breath. After a short while, Nu Lang and his people flashed in front of them. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. The two sides were only a dozen or so feet apart. However, the night was dark and the wind was strong. The yin qi in the valley was thick, which allowed Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang to hide perfectly. After Nu Lang and his people were far away, Xia Ningchang couldn't hold it in anymore. She spat out a mouthful of blood, which stained the scarf covering her face red. When Fei Chen's palm had hurt her after all. Are you okay? Yang Kai nervously asked. Help me get the pellet. Xia Ningchang's voice was weak. Her body softened and collapsed on the ground. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Where is it? In my arms. Yang Kai quickly put his hand into her arms. However, he quickly retracted his hand and looked at his little senior sister in front of him. Xia Ningchang was also looking at him. Her pale face blushed. Her body was slightly trembling. When Yang Kai had gently touched her chest, she had felt a lightning-like numbness from her chest to the bottom of her heart. She had almost fainted on the spot. Bear with it. Yang Kai knew that this was a critical moment. He didn't hesitate anymore. He whispered to Xia Ningchang. Then, he put his hand into Xia Ningchang's clothes again. It was summer. Xia Ningchang didn't wear much. Except for the outer skirt, she only wore underwear. When Yang Kai put his hand into her clothes, he felt like he had entered a paradise that made people forget to return. She was plump and soft, full of amazing elasticity. It wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. He couldn't cover it with his palm. From time to time, his 5 fingers would come into contact with those small protrusions. Every time they touched, Xia Ningchang's body would tremble slightly. Feeling each other's burning body temperature, in just a few breaths of time, whether it was Kai Yang or Xia Ningchang, both of them were short of breath and their blood was rapidly flowing through their bodies. Yang Kai was fine. Although he was a bit embarrassed, he was still a man. He thickened his skin and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang's clear eyes seemed to contain a pool of spring water. Her expression was shy and angry. The breath she exhaled was fragrant and indescribably attractive. Don't think too much. Yang Kai comforted her as he carefully searched. Xia Ningchang finally couldn't help it. She held her breath and said weakly, "It's on the other side." Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He was wondering why he couldn't find it after searching for so long. It turned out that it wasn't on this side. What a mess. He reached into the other side and searched deeply. In the end, he found several small bottles. During this time, he didn't know how many times Xia Ningchang shook them. Which one? Yang Kai asked. The one in the middle. Xia Ningchang's voice was very weak. She signaled with her eyes. Yang Kai quickly picked up the bottle in the middle and poured out some pills. He lifted the cloth covering his face and stuffed all of them into Xia Ningchang's mouth. This little senior sister had a special constitution. The sacred spirit medicine body was the best human body cauldron in the world. No matter how many pills she ate, there would be no side effects. After several pills entered her stomach, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai turned around and vigilantly watched for any movements outside. After waiting for about an hour, Xia Ningchang gradually recovered. She opened her eyes and shyly looked at Yang Kai's back. Thinking back to what had just happened, Xia Ningchang's cheeks burned. Although she knew she had no choice, she still wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. As if sensing Xia Ningchang's gaze, the vigilant Yang Kai suddenly turned around. When he saw that Xia Ningchang had finished cultivating, he couldn't help but sigh. Are you okay? Xia Ningchang's eyes flashed with panic. She quickly looked away. Although my life isn't in danger, I can't fight for a while. It's good that you're okay. Yang Kai finally relaxed. Chapter 96. Not daring to think about those shameful things, Xia Ningchang turned to Advisor 4 and asked, How did you find this hiding place? This place could be said to be extremely hidden. It was simply a great place to hide. In the dark night, how did this junior brother find this place so accurately? Yang Kai grinned. When you left earlier, I was wandering around and accidentally found this place. I didn't expect it to become a life-saving place. This is our luck. Xia Ningchang sighed. You rest well. When things calm down, I'll find a way to take you out of here. Xia Ningchang's expression darkened, and he slowly shook his head. We can't leave. Where there's a will, there's a way. Why can't we leave? Yang Kai chuckled. Because I activated the 9-in-8 locks array. Now this valley has been sealed off by the array. Before dawn, no one can leave here. Yang Kai suddenly realized, so you left before to set up the array? Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. It was originally used to deal with the 9-in-yuan condensing dew, but I had no choice but to activate it ahead of time. Those eerie chains are the result of the array? Yang Kai recalled the scene just now. Could they have been killed already? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If those experts were all dead, then they could definitely escape this time. Xia Ningchang shook his head. No, this array is not focused on killing. Those people are not weak. They definitely can't be killed. At most, it can only kill one or two of the weaker ones. That's not bad. Yang Kai sighed in pity. But even though it can't kill them, their bodies have been invaded by the yin qi chains. I'm afraid most of their strength will be sealed. They won't be able to recover before dawn. I'll see if I can recover some strength before dawn, then we can escape from here together. Yang Kai suddenly stared at Xia Ningchang with a pair of aggressive eyes, his voice somewhat agitated as he asked, You said that their strength will be sealed? How many are sealed? Xia Ningchang pondered for a moment. At least 60% to 70%. About 80% of that Yuan Qi Realm Master should have been sealed. In other words, they can't use their full strength right now. Yang Kai looked excited and eager to try. Xia Ningchang looked at him nervously. What do you want to do? Even if their strength is sealed, they are not people you can deal with. Junior brother, don't be reckless. She knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai chuckled, his eyes filled with eagerness. How would we know if we don't try? Don't forget, this is the 9th-in congregation ground. Their strength is now sealed, and they still have to resist the invasion of yin energy. They are probably weaker than you expected. But there are so many of them. Xia Ningchang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shook his head. Don't be impulsive. Yang Kai gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If we keep hiding here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Once we become a turtle in a jar, we can only sit and wait for death. If I take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid there is still a little hope. No. Xia Ningchang shook her head like a rattledrum. I am senior sister, you have to listen to me. If you go out now, you won't be able to resist those people, and the yin energy in this valley will consume all of your yuan qi. Little senior sister, if you want to live, don't stop me. You saw that Long Hui's face. You should know what will happen to you if you fall into his hands. Xia Ningchang's body suddenly trembled. That's it, don't stop me. Yang Kai broke free from Xia Ningchang's grasp. If you insist on going out, take this with you. Xia Ningchang was powerless to stop him. If Yang Kai really wanted to go out, she couldn't stop him in her current state. She could only hand the jade pendant to him. You need this more than I do. Yang Kai refused. Don't worry. Although I am only at the 4th level of the initial element realm, I have a way to recover my yuan qi. The yin energy in this valley won't affect me. You, on the other hand, if someone finds this place, can you stop them? I have already recovered some of my yuan qi. I can activate the defensive secret treasure. Those people's strength has been greatly reduced, so they won't be a threat to me. Xia Ningchang nodded. Then there is nothing to worry about. Yang Kai slowly got up and walked outside. After being powerless for so long, it was finally time to move his fists and feet. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat ferocious. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai stopped and said softly, Little senior sister, if I don't come back at dawn, you have to quickly leave by yourself. Xia Ningchang's heart clenched as an inexplicable pain spread. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. If I can come back, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Xia Ningchang held back the sadness in her heart and asked. Let's talk about it when I come back. Yang Kai laughed and walked out of the crack in the mountain. He went outside and made some arrangements to cover the crack. Then he looked around and plunged into the darkness. Only Xia Ningchang was left behind, lonely and desolate. There were still 3 to 4 hours until dawn, but there were more than a dozen enemies. This was definitely going to be a tough battle. In the dark forest, someone was running quickly. The footsteps were made by 2 people. Yang Kai hid behind a big tree, quietly waiting for the people to come. He didn't know which side these 2 people were from, and he didn't know what kind of strength they had. He could only make some inquiries first before making any plans. If these 2 people were too strong, Yang Kai could only avoid them and find a soft persimmon to pinch. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and someone's voice could be heard. Brother Xiong, where are they hiding? How come we haven't found them after searching for so long? The other person said, Junior brother, don't worry. Brother Nu and those bastards from the blood group are also looking for them. Yang Kai won't be able to hide for long. Let's just pretend. Maybe they have already captured Yang Kai and that girl. The junior brother nodded. That's true. It's a pity for that girl. She seems to be very beautiful. If she falls into Long Hui's hands, I don't know how she will be ruined. Brother Xiong sneered. Long Hui is a lecherous person. He is destined to have no great achievements. In the future, when we grow up, there will be a time when we can get back our face. As they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The 2 Stormhouse disciples suddenly stopped. Brother Xiong angrily shouted, Who is it? A light laugh came from the other side. Aren't you looking for me? Yang Kai. Brother Xiong was overjoyed. He didn't expect to meet Yang Kai, but he didn't expect him to throw himself into a trap. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Brother Xiong was excited, and so was Yang Kai. Yang Kai already knew their identity from their conversation. Of the 5 people from Stormhouse, except for Nu Lang who was at Qi Transforming Stage 1, the rest were all at Initial Element Stage. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of a cultivator at this stage. Chapter 97. These 2 Stormhouse disciples originally had no enmity with Yang Kai, but along the way, several of their junior brothers had died. They couldn't find Wen Feichen for revenge, so they could only blame it on Yang Kai. Now that they had met their enemy, it was natural that their eyes would turn red. Brother Xiong looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile and said coldly, You have guts, you actually dared to throw yourself into the trap. Where is the girl you saved? Beat me and I'll tell you. Yang Kai cracked his knuckles, shook his neck, and slowly walked towards the 2 people. Brother Xiong sneered, Junior brother, you don't know what's good for you. I'll go teach him a lesson. As he spoke, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist and charged towards Kai Yang to attack. Brother Xiong had the strength of initial element realm level 6, while Yang Kai was only at initial element realm level 4. There was already a gap of 2 levels between them, not to mention that Brother Xiong was holding a sharp weapon, so he felt that he had the upper hand. This sword was just a test, and Brother Xiong didn't expect to kill Yang Kai in one move. In the darkness, the sword flashed, and Yang Kai dodged sideways. He raised his palms and began to fight with Brother Xiong of Stormhouse. Using his palms against the sword, Yang Kai was restrained in every way. He kept retreating, and by the time Brother Xiong stabbed out for the 9th time, he had already retreated more than 10 steps. Brother Xiong laughed loudly. A grain of rice dares to show off its brilliance. Yang Kai, give me your life. The previous test had allowed him to understand Yang Kai's details, so it was naturally time to kill him. The Yuan Qi in his body began to circulate, and Brother Xiong's long sword faintly emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Thunder wind chant. Brother Xiong majestically shouted out his sword move. Suddenly, an arc of light appeared on his long sword, and with unparalleled sharpness, it stabbed towards Yang Kai's chest at a speed that he couldn't dodge. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't dodge, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he raised his palm and slapped the sword. Brother Xiong sneered. He thought to himself, my sword is now filled with thunder power. If a mere initial element 4th level cultivator like you really touches it, I'm afraid you'll be electrocuted and paralyzed. At that time, you'll be at my mercy. Thinking of this, Brother Xiong did not withdraw his move at all. Instead, his sword moves became faster and faster. Yang Kai shouted. His palms suddenly became extremely red, as if there was a burning flame. A wave of hot air rushed towards Brother Xiong. Not only did it dispel the cold around him, it also made him feel as if he had fallen into a sea of fire. Clang! The sword rang. Yang Kai's palm hit the sword, and the arc of light on the sword suddenly disappeared. With this slap, the long sword also deviated from its direction and pierced past Yang Kai's shoulder without hurting him at all. Brother Xiong was shocked. In this confrontation, his Yuan Qi was actually not a match for the opponent. He thought to himself, isn't he only at the initial element 4th level? Why is the Yuan Qi in his body more vigorous than mine? Moreover, the burning Yuan Qi in his palm just now was too pure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to extinguish my thunder power. Panicking, Brother Xiong hurriedly withdrew his sword and retreated. He was preparing to adjust his breathing and slowly attack again, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Taking advantage of the time when Brother withdrew his sword, Yang Kai took a step forward and under Brother Xiong's shocked and frightened gaze, Yang Kai pointed a finger at his heart. Knowing that the number of enemies he had to deal with was not small, Yang Kai was quite decisive. He did not hesitate to use a drop of yang liquid to kill his opponent in one strike. Brother Xiong's body suddenly stopped moving, leaving only the whistling of the cold wind in the valley, as if crying and complaining. The Stormhouse junior brother who was on the side did not understand for a moment, and could not help but softly call out, Brother Xiong, Brother Xiong. Before his voice fell, Brother Xiong's body suddenly fell straight down. Yang Kai laughed nastily. Your Xiong brother is waiting for you on the road to the underworld. The junior brother was stunned, and immediately let out a strange cry and ran away. His strength was slightly inferior to Brother Xiong's. He was only at the initial element boundary 5th level. Yang Kai had killed Brother Xiong effortlessly, so wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? You think you can escape? Yang Kai sneered, holding Brother Xiong's sword in his hand, and chased after him. It had to be said that the dense yin qi in the valley was a great help to Yang Kai. Under the corrosion of the yin qi, everyone's strength would be reduced. Only Yang Kai practiced the true yang secret art. The yuan qi in his body was the nemesis of the yin qi, so he did not need to worry about being affected. He just needed to consume a bit of true yang yuan qi to dispel the chill. Although the Stormhouse junior brother was at the initial element boundary 5th level, the strength he could display in this valley was lower than Yang Kai's. After chasing for a short time, Yang Kai closed the distance between the two of them to about 10 meters, which was more than enough distance for him. Yang Kai suddenly threw the sword in his hand as he ran. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, the Stormhouse junior brother nimbly made a dodging action, narrowly avoiding the sword. But with this delay, the distance of 10 feet was suddenly reduced to 0. Unable to escape, the Stormhouse junior brother decisively turned around and pulled out his weapon to fight Yang Kai. But a red light flashed in front of him, and he instinctively blocked it with his weapon. With a catching sound, the steel weapon in his hand was cut in half by the red light, as fragile as tofu. The next moment he felt a heat on his neck, as if something had cut through it. Yang Kai stopped, a thin blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing flashing on his fingertips. A drop of blood rolled down the blade. The Stormhouse junior brother gulped and stared blankly at Yang Kai. He pointed at him, but couldn't say anything. After a few breaths, his head suddenly flew up into the sky, and a bloody mist burst out from his neck. Kill 2 people first. This battle was effortless, so easy that Yang Kai didn't even use unyielding will. In the past battles, Yang Kai always had to use this mysterious martial skill to defeat his enemies. But this time, he discovered that even if he didn't use this martial skill, he still had the strength to kill people above his level. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine himself. Just as Yang Kai was about to quickly leave the scene, he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind from both sides. There were 2 people quickly approaching from the left, and 1 from the right. It should be the strange cry of the junior brother that had attracted them. They were about 100 feet away from him. Yang Kai originally wanted to hide, but after thinking carefully, he suddenly quickly approached from the left. If he wasn't wrong, the people coming should be the remaining 3 people from Stormhouse. They might have separated to make it easier to find him and Xianing Chang, but they weren't too far away from each other. Now that the remaining 3 people were all here, Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask for more. The strength of the Stormhouse people was much lower than that of the Blood Group people, so he could use them to test his own strength. Chapter 98. However, among these 3 people, Nu Lang was the cultivator at Qi transforming stage 1st level, so it would be a bit troublesome to deal with him. Therefore, Yang Kai had to first deal with the other 2 initial element stage Stormhouse disciples before he could have a good fight with Nu Lang. He wanted to see if he, as an initial element stage 4th level, had the ability to defeat a Qi transforming stage opponent. Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his blood and Qi were rolling. Yang Kai's prediction was correct. The 2 people on the left were indeed Stormhouse disciples. Their strength was about the same as the 2 people from before, so even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be that much stronger. Hearing their junior brothers shout, the 2 people hadn't yet arrived at the scene of the accident when they saw a person dashing towards them. Who is it? The 2 Stormhouse disciples stopped and vigilantly looked at the person. Yang Kai didn't answer. His speed suddenly increased, and he fiercely rushed towards them. Feeling Yang Kai's killing intent and hostility, how could the 2 people not react? They cried out in alarm, "It's Yang Kai!" As soon as they finished speaking, their weapons were already in their hands, and they fiercely attacked Yang Kai from the left and right. Yang Kai's fighting spirit was very strong. Facing the 2 people's attacks, he didn't retreat at all. His body was like lightning, and the blood-red blade on his fingertips flew out, fiercely shooting towards one of the 2 people. That person raised his weapon to block, but how could an ordinary weapon block this blade made from a drop of yang liquid? As soon as they came into contact, the Stormhouse disciple's weapon was directly cut off. Fortunately, this person's reaction wasn't slow. In a panic, he suddenly dodged, barely avoiding the fatal blow, and let the blade fly past his waist. With a piercing sound, this person screamed. He felt as if his waist was branded by a soldering iron, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of burnt flesh. "Brother!" The other person's expression changed, and the attack he was about to attack suddenly shrank back a bit. In a life-and-death battle, his retreat was equal to exposing himself to Yang Kai's attack. How could Yang Kai be polite to him? Casually blocking the sharp edge of the opponent's weapon, he pressed his palm on the opponent's chest. Vigorous and scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the opponent's heart meridian. The opponent's eyes bulged, and he flew out in response. He fell to the ground, spasming for a moment and then stopped moving. He was actually killed in a single exchange, even faster than that senior brother Xiong from before. Yang Kai's attack was successful, but before he could pull back, the Storm House disciple who was still alive actually swung his sword at him. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai could only instinctively tighten his muscles. Swoosh! The sword flashed, and a bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. Pain spread from the wound and blood seeped out. Yang Kai was unmoved, and only a crazy and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at the opponent. That person saw his own junior brother die in front of him, and in his anger, how could he care about anything else? There was only one thought in his mind: to kill Yang Kai and avenge his junior brother. After his attack succeeded, he stabbed again, aiming for Yang Kai's throat. Yang Kai raised his arm to block, and the sword stabbed about an inch into his arm. It was pressed against the bone, but there was no way for it to go any further. Letting the blood drip down, Yang Kai grinned maliciously at him. In the darkness, 2 rows of snow-white fangs were exposed, like a fierce beast that was choosing its prey. At this moment, Yang Kai's entire body was filled with an evil aura. Crazy, excited, and bloodthirsty evil aura. That smile was even more chilling. This Stormhouse disciple, who was still alive, had never seen such a person. After being stabbed twice by him, he was still able to laugh. Was this person crazy? He was frightened and wanted to jump back. In a battle of life and death, being frightened by the enemy's aura, how could he survive? Yang Kai raised his leg and kicked him in the crotch. The sound of something being kicked was heard. The man immediately bent his waist and knelt on the ground, his face pale. Pulling out the long sword that was stuck in his arm, Kai Yang threw it down, impaling him on the spot. 2 more killed. Swoosh. At this moment, a person finally appeared from the right. It was Nu Lang. These 5 people of Storm House were divided into 3 groups, searching for Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would defeat them one by one. At first glance, Nu Lang saw his 2 dead junior brothers on the ground. In a blink of an eye, he glared at Yang Kai and asked, "Did you kill them?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. His face was crazy but calm. "Seems like everybody underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this ability." Nu Lang's face was extremely gloomy. He pressed down the anger in his heart, took a deep breath and said, "I have something to ask you." "No need to ask. I killed Nu Lang and Qing Xiaofeng. You didn't guess wrong. It was you." Nu Lang's body shook. He had always hoped that his brother had just gone out to play. Although the possibility was low, it was still a hope. But now, this hope was broken by Yang Kai. He admitted that his brother's disappearance was related to him, and he killed him. "They wanted to kill me. Of course, I can kill them." Yang Kai was a little impatient. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight." Good. Nu Lang's murderous intent soared as he glared at Yang Kai with resentment. "Since you dare to take responsibility for your actions, I won't say anything more. Today, I will use your life to pay tribute to his soul in heaven." While talking, Nu Lang launched his movement skill. His body flashed and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a blink of an eye. His hand swept horizontally towards Yang Kai's throat like an eagle's claw. Yang Kai's face was cold. The strength of a cultivator at the Qi-transforming realm was really different from that of a cultivator at the initial element realm. The power of this attack was incomparable. In a hurry, Yang Kai leaned back and put his hand on his throat to protect his vital parts. Nu Lang beamed a faint smile. His 5 fingers changed direction midway, trying to grab something. Swish! Yang Kai stumbled back a few steps. Looking down, he saw that his clothes had been torn apart, and there were 5 blood-red claw marks on his chest. Furthermore, there was a strange aura that had invaded his body. He activated the true Yang secret art and dissolved the Qi in a blink of an eye. "You're just a level 4 initial element realm warrior. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? I won't kill you quickly. I will torture you until you wish you were dead." Nu Lang's face became more ferocious as his attack succeeded. Fancy but impractical moves. You fight like a woman and scratch people. Don't you feel ashamed? Yang Kai tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his skinny but strong body. He sneered with a cold face. Nu Lang's face reddened, but he couldn't refute. Who asked him to cultivate claw martial arts? This was indeed a little inelegant. You have a sharp tongue. Don't beg for mercy later. Nu Lang didn't want to show off his courage. His hands were like eagle claws, attacking again. You want to taste the power of my fists? Yang Kai laughed and punched towards the two crazy claws. You're overestimating yourself. Nu Lang sneered. With his Qi transforming realm level 1 cultivation, even if it was a hard rock, he could scratch a few holes in it. Not to mention the fist of a cultivator at the initial element realm level 4. Chapter 99. In the blink of an eye, the two of them started to fight. Yang Kai's fist fiercely hit Nu Lang's palm, but Nu Lang's 5 fingers grabbed it tightly. The Yuan Qi in their bodies burst out at the same time, colliding with each other. What? Nu Lang was surprised. He found that the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body was so overbearing that even he couldn't resist it for a long time. How could it be? There was a big gap between their strengths. No matter what, he couldn't be a threat to him. However, the fact was in front of him, so Nu Lang had to be cautious. If this stalemate continued, he was afraid that his 5 fingers would really be burned. Thinking of this, Nu Lang retracted his hand and jumped back a few steps. He wanted to take advantage of this short time to dissolve the Yuan Qi in his body. Looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, Nu Lang was even more surprised. Because when they had fought a moment ago, he hadn't been able to crush Yang Kai's fist. Although he had left 5 finger holes on his fist, it wasn't the result he had expected. In his estimation, that grab just now should have been able to crush his entire fist. He did have some skills. No wonder why his junior brothers were killed by him. It seemed he didn't win by luck. Nu Lang's face became solemn. Yang Kai shook his fist, bowed his head and looked at it. When he raised his eyes again, the craziness in his eyes was thicker. Yang Kai had been hiding, letting the blood in his body boil, feeling the pain from his wounds, and feeling the pressure from the enemy. He had been trying to raise his unyielding will. Only with an unyielding will and determination to win would the mysterious martial skill that belonged solely to him be able to display its greatest effect. And now, this moment had come. Yang Kai didn't need to be suppressed anymore. A flow of boiling hot energy came out from his bones. Along with this flow of hot energy, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had changed. Before, when he had accidentally triggered the unyielding will, Yang Kai didn't know why. Even if he defeated the enemy, he was still confused. But this time, it was different. He could clearly feel a huge amount of energy being generated from his bones, pouring into his meridians, nourishing his flesh and blood, and crazily increasing his strength. Again! Yang Kai was like a wolf hunting for prey in the jungle. His eyes gazed at Nu Lang, roaring and launching a strike. It was the same punch as before without any fancy moves. You want to die? Nu Lang sneered. Although he was surprised by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, it didn't mean that Yang Kai could hurt him. As long as he stopped in time, even if the Yuan Qi was strange, he couldn't hurt him. On the other hand, he could hurt Yang Kai again and again, and there would always be a moment when he would be able to crush his entire fist. It could be said that the reckless way Yang Kai had chosen to fight was in line with Nu Lang's taste. While sneering, Nu Lang's big hand grabbed Yang Kai one more time. In the second head-on collision, Nu Lang felt something was wrong because the power in Yang Kai's punch was much stronger than before. The Yuan Qi was also more ferocious. It was almost the same as the full power of the initial element realm level 5. But so what? Initial element realm level 4 and initial element realm level 5 were the same in his eyes. They weren't a threat at all. Only death awaited them. After this exchange, the injury on Kai Yang's fist became more and more serious. Blood dripped from his fist, and his body was forced to retreat. He cut an extremely sorry figure. Nu Lang had already started, but in for a penny, in for a pound. Taking advantage of the situation, he continued to attack Kai Yang. His claws whistled through the air, leaving a trail of claw marks in the darkness. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just stubbornly fought back. When Nu Lang's attack arrived, he threw out a punch. Left punch, right punch. His rhythm was clear. Although the wound on his hand wasn't light, he had blocked all of Nu Lang's attacks, making him unable to take his life. In the dark night, muffled thuds echoed one after another. Along with each thud, Yang Kai's body retreated a few steps. The wound on his hand was getting more and more serious. However, his eyes didn't show any sign of panic. Instead, he was resolute. A thought of winning was brewing in his heart, waiting for the last moment to burst out. How could it be? Nu Lang was extremely shocked. On the surface, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage. After all, his realm was much higher than Yang Kai's. If he couldn't gain the upper hand, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. However, Nu Lang couldn't say anything. His 10 fingers had been burned by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. Each of his fingers had a circle of blisters as if they were burned by fire. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. The heart-piercing pain came from his fingertips, making him gasp for air. If it was only like this, Nu Lang wouldn't be so shocked. What he was really shocked about was Yang Kai's strength. In the first battle, Yang Kai's strength was as he had observed. A mere 4th level of the initial element realm was nothing to be afraid of. The second battle, his strength had risen to 5th level of the initial element realm. The 4th battle, this kid's punch and the Yuan Qi fluctuation had reached 6th level of the initial element realm. The 7th battle, 7th level of the initial element realm. The 12th battle, 8th level of the initial element realm. It seemed that as the battle continued, this person's strength was rising like a sesame seed. This was extremely strange and unimaginable. Moreover, this rising didn't show any sign of stopping. Nu Lang's face was aghast. He didn't know to what extent Kai Yang's strength had risen. If he had directly reached the Qi transforming stage, then he would have no hope of victory, because his opponent's world Qi was too overbearing. After half an hour, Nu Lang couldn't fight with Yang Kai face to face anymore because he couldn't gain any advantage. Every time they fought, Yang Kai's body was like a rock, motionless at the same place. On the contrary, Nu Lang was the one who was forced to retreat. Nu Lang could only use his agility to deal with Yang Kai. He tried to find an opportunity to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. However, although Yang Kai's defense was simple, it was airtight. Nu Lang couldn't find an opportunity to kill. 9th level of the initial element realm. Nu Lang's eyes trembled. He found that after this battle, Yang Kai's strength had risen to the peak of the initial element realm. However, his Yuan Qi fluctuation finally stabilized and didn't continue to rise. This discovery made Nu Lang heave a sigh of relief. Although he was only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm, which was only 1 level higher than the 9th level of the initial element realm, this 1 level difference was also a big gap. Therefore, Nu Lang was still confident that he could kill Yang Kai. He must have eaten some kind of pellet to increase his strength. However, no matter what kind of pellet it was, there would be some side effects. His essence was still at the 4th level of the initial element realm. Regarding the Yuan Qi storage in his body, he couldn't be compared with Nu Lang's. Nu Lang was waiting for Yang Kai to be exhausted. Then he would take his life. Chapter 100. While Nu Lang had made up his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stopped his attack. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. In the next moment, a loud noise was heard. A fiery red light burst out in the dark night, frightening Nu Lang to the point that his soul almost left his body. At this moment, Yang Kai's body was burning with a layer of flame. It wasn't a real flame. It was the effect of the Yuan Qi in his body when it reached a certain level. The fiery red Yuan Qi wrapped him up. For a moment, the heat wave hit his face. The Yin Qi in the valley seemed to have met its nemesis and couldn't gather around him anymore. Kai Yang's face was illuminated by the fiery red light of the world Qi. On his upper body, his refined muscles tightened, making him look wild and uninhibited, moving unhindered and unhindered. His fists were badly mutilated, and there was a sword wound about half a foot long on his abdomen. Blood was still flowing out of the wound, and his flesh was overturned. It was extremely terrifying. His eyes were scarlet, and like a trapped beast, They emitted endless madness and bloodthirsty aura. The evil aura was awe-inspiring. Nu Lang was frightened. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and screamed, "Mad demon!" He thought that Yang Kai couldn't control the Yuan Qi in his body during the battle and let the Yuan Qi go crazy and swallow his mind. However, shouldn't this kind of thing only happen in the Qi transformation realm and above? He was just a cultivator in the initial element realm. How could this happen? Mad demon? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Although his eyes were frightening, his face was calm. He didn't have the expression that a person who had become the demon race should have. He said disdainfully, "Short-sighted." While talking, the burning Yuan Qi on his body was retracted. The flames in the sky disappeared, leaving only two fists covered with a layer of true Yang Yuan Qi. It looked like these two fists were holding two burning flames. The flames were swaying with the wind, but they didn't stop. "Do you still have consciousness?" Nu Lang looked at Yang Kai in surprise. He wanted to find a trace of humanity in his eyes. However, he was disappointed. He couldn't see any humanity in those scarlet eyes. Only the crazy fighting spirit and the aura of slaughter were left. It shouldn't be. This was the state of the mad demon. His eyes didn't have any humanity. How could he still think? "You tell me, do I?" Yang Kai took a step forward. With this step, the distance between him and Nu Lang was shortened to the limit. Nu Lang was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's current speed would be so fast. Hurriedly retreating, it swept out its claws in an attempt to block Yang Kai's path. Kai Yang's burning right fist met that hand, and with a whistling sound, smashed into Nu Lang's 5 fingers. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, followed by Nu Lang's terrified scream. His body flew up like a kite. After he landed on the ground, he felt a heart-piercing pain from his 5 fingers. He looked around and found that his 5 fingers were twisted, and he couldn't straighten them anymore. His fingers were full of burns and his bones were broken. Not only that, there was also a flow of fierce and overbearing Yuan Qi invading his body, burning his meridians and flesh. Nu Lang didn't dare to be careless. He quickly extended his other hand and hit his arm a few times to stop the Yuan Qi from invading his body. As soon as he finished this action, a light flashed in front of him. He raised his head and found that Yang Kai was approaching him. The flames on his fists were getting brighter. How could Nu Lang dare to fight? At this moment, he knew that he, who had just reached the first level of the Qi transformation realm, couldn't beat Yang Kai, the cultivator of the initial element realm. Using all of his strength, Nu Lang moved his feet and moved backward. At the same time, he let out a long shout. His shout was mixed with panic and fear, spreading far and wide. Flames suddenly appeared under Kai Yang's feet, and his speed suddenly increased to a level that even surprised him. Like a shadow, he chased after Nu Lang and fiercely punched him again and again. Bam bam bam, Nu Lang took several punches in a row. He couldn't resist at all. His head was dizzy and his consciousness was blurred. After 50 steps, Nu Lang finally understood that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit. At this moment, the young man's blood was stimulated. He suddenly stopped and shouted with a ferocious face, "Yang Kai, don't push me too far. Eagle soars the sky, die for me." This was Nu Lang's most powerful claw attack. He poured all of his Yuan Qi into his hands, crossing them in front of his body to protect himself. Then he aimed at Yang Kai's chest and fiercely tore it to both sides. The full power of a first level of the Qi transformation realm cultivator was something that even Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate. Feeling the enormous killing power hidden in the two hands, Yang Kai's face became serious. If he were to be caught by him, Kai Yang reckoned that his chest would be torn apart. In that split second, Kai Yang instinctively leaned his body to the side. His fiery fists continued to smash towards Nu Lang's face without losing any momentum. Both of them were risking their lives. This was destined to be the last attack that would give them a chance to live. Either you die or I die. Bang. When Kai Yang's fist landed on Nu Lang's face, his delicate facial features immediately distorted. Nu Lang's entire body was thrown backwards by the force of Kai Yang's punch. After flipping a few times in the air, he finally landed on the ground with a thud. Swoosh! Nu Lang's two claws didn't disappoint as they swept towards Yang Kai's chest. However, the expected scene of Yang Kai being cut open didn't happen. Only 10 bloody scars were left on his chest, 5 shallow and 5 deep. At the crucial moment, Yang Kai's side move played a crucial role. One of Nu Lang's finger bones had been broken just now. When the eagle soars the sky was used, the strength of the two hands was definitely different. Yang Kai's side move was to control the difference between the light and heavy forces, so that Nu Lang's two hands couldn't exert force at the same time, which was equivalent to breaking his attack. This kind of response was the result of his mind and was also an instinctive reaction. During the battle, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. However, it had to be said that this kind of counterattack was indeed ingenious. The scene suddenly quieted down. The result of this desperate battle had been decided. Yang Kai was gasping for breath, but his body was still full of evil aura. Nu Lang was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. His face was badly mutilated. He resentfully stared at Yang Kai, who was walking towards him step by step. "Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Nu Lang swallowed the blood in his mouth and said ferociously. Yang Kai looked down at him, lifted one of his big feet and stomped down. The blood group's people will hear my message. They will come to kill." Nu Lang hadn't finished his sentence when his neck was crushed by Yang Kai, and he died. The 5 people of Storm House were completely annihilated. Calmly standing at the same place, feeling the boiling blood and fighting spirit in his body. Yang Kai's face was grave and stern as he pondered for a moment. A crazy idea emerged in his mind. Chapter 101. A long roar rang out as Yang Kai's figure became wild, like a bloodthirsty beast, his roar piercing through the sky and echoing endlessly throughout the mountain valley. "Come and fight. Bloody battle gangs trash." This was an invitation to fight, a blatant provocation. "I'm here, waiting for you." He knew that if he stayed, there would be trouble. After all, Nu Lang had used his roar to signal them. Although this valley covered an area of dozens of miles, it was late at night, so those people must have heard his roar and were rushing here. At this time, the safest way was to leave. After 3 battles and killing 5 people, Yang Kai's mental and physical strength had been greatly consumed. His body had also suffered a lot of injuries. How could he confront the bloody battle gangs group again? Leaving this place, waiting for an opportunity to recover, was undoubtedly the right way to go. But Yang Kai couldn't leave, and he wouldn't leave, because now his mental strength had reached its peak. Once he left this place, there would be a feeling of fear in his heart. Once he had this feeling, how could the unyielding will be useful? Without the support of the unyielding will, he was just an initial element 4th level cultivator. It was time to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai wanted to use his peak power to give the bloody battle gang's disciples a big surprise. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Xia Ningchang's deduction was correct. The bloody battle gang's group wasn't comparable to the Storm House's group. Most of them were separation and reunion level experts. Normally, this level of cultivator could easily kill Yang Kai. But now, they were sealed by the 9 in 8 locks formation, so it was hard to say how much strength they had left. After hearing Kai Yang's roar, Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart that had been filled with nervousness and regret was finally able to relax. He didn't die. He didn't die. Xia Ningchang almost cried. She had been worried about Yang Kai's safety. She was afraid that he wouldn't come back and leave her here alone. His strength was so low, and the other side had so many people, how could he resist? Ever since Yang Kai left, Xia Ningchang had been blaming himself and regretting that he should have risked his life to keep him here. He should not have let him go. However, not to mention that time, even now her condition was not very good. If Yang Kai was determined to leave, she could not stop him at all. Because he wanted to come to this place, he had to involve him in this huge danger. Xia Ningchang felt extremely guilty. The naive girl only took the blame for herself. She didn't think that whether it was Storm House or Blood Group, it was all because of Yang Kai that they chased after her. As for the culprit, it was still Kai Yang. However, Xia Ningchang was relieved that his junior brother was safe and sound. Moreover, His voice was mixed with a kind of fearless fighting spirit, a kind of inspiring signal. Although he didn't know what he was facing now, Xia Ningchang felt that the only thing he could do was to quickly recover and then go out to help him and save him. On the other side of the valley, when Fei Chen, who was dissolving the yin qi chains in his body, and Long Hui, who was guarding beside him, also heard Yang Kai's roar clearly. When this roar came, when Fei Chen could not help but frown. His mind was interrupted and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This beast! When Fei Chen was furious. He was at a critical moment, but was disturbed by his roar and actually suffered a little internal injury because of it. "Hull Master Wen, how is the dissolving?" Long Hui seemed to ask with concern. When Fei Chen slowly shook his head, "Not good, this thing is beyond my knowledge. I don't know whose disciple that girl is, to be able to set up such a marvelous array." The 3 yin qi chains not only sealed the flow of yuan qi in his meridians, but also sealed his dantian, causing his strength to only reach the qi transformation stage 3rd level. Just now, he had used up a lot of energy, so his strength had decreased by a lot. When Fei Chen was so angry that he couldn't wait to capture Yang Kai and that girl and kill them 100 times over. A dignified yuan qi stage 5th level expert was actually played by 2 juniors to such an extent. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Hull Master Wen, don't worry. That brat dared to expose his whereabouts. I think he should be dead by now." Long Hui's expression was firm, and a cold smile appeared on his face. When Fei Chen didn't answer because he understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's roar. It wasn't the roar of a dead end, but an unstoppable roar filled with battle intent. However, a mere initial element stage 4th level cultivator, what are you so arrogant for? Therefore, although when Fei Chen felt that something was wrong, he didn't take it to heart. He also thought that Yang Kai was a cornered beast that would fight and die without a doubt. Everyone in the valley had different thoughts. Outside the valley, a white-haired old man suddenly flew in. This old man's breath was long, and his yuan qi waves were hidden, making people unable to see through his depth. However, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had already flown over 100 feet. The old man's face was full of worry and anxiety. He looked up at the sky and was extremely regretful. Oh no, I can't make it in time. My little grandaunt, please don't open the array too early." The old man muttered to himself as he ran. This old man was the shopkeeper of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya felt that he had really lost face. That night, he had tried his best to persuade his disciple not to come to the 9th Yin congregation ground. After all, it wasn't necessary to refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing due to advance to the Yuan Qi realm. Xia Ningchang was obedient and agreed. Meng Wuya was in a good mood. Xia Ningchang had prepared a few dishes and a few pots of wine. Meng Wuya drank and ate while talking about Yang Kai's faults, trying to make his disciple stay away from him. This was because Meng Wuya could see that his disciple still cared about Yang Kai. It wasn't love between a man and a woman, but a kind of protection. However, this wasn't a good sign, and Meng Wuya wanted to nip it in the bud. All these years, his disciple had been very well behaved and obedient. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. He kept her in his mouth but was afraid she would melt. He held her in his hand but was afraid she would fall. This caused her to be too naive and didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. Meng Wuya was worried. What if Yang Kai had bad intentions and seduced his disciple? This was the time when one was young and ignorant of love. Once his disciple fell in love, things would become difficult. Therefore, Meng Wuya had ulterior motives. Although he felt ashamed, his mouth was full of scolding Yang Kai. He said that he was lecherous and heartless, and that he blamed all the bad things on Yang Kai. He did everything he could to smear his reputation. At the end, Meng Wuya sternly warned Xia Ningchang, "Disciple, you must stay away from this kind of person." Chapter 102. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wuya's vision blurred and he fell head first onto the plate of food in front of him. By the time he woke up, a long time had passed. Xia Ningchang had used a lot of medicine. Meng Wuya wanted to cry but had no tears to shed after being plotted against by his own disciple. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Meng Wuya didn't even bother to wash his face and directly left High Heaven Pavilion to rush here. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that his disciple was so determined, he wouldn't have been so cheap as to provoke her impression of Yang Kai. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Although his disciple had countless treasures that could help her avoid many dangers, this was still inside Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered one or two powerful monster beasts that didn't know what to do and ate her? If he had followed along, he wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Meng Wuya really wanted to slap himself a few times. Who asked you to be so cheap? He was still 10 li away from the 9 in congregation ground, but Meng Wuya could already feel the cold yin qi coming from there. While in midair, he anxiously raised his head to look. He saw that the yin qi in the valley was surging, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible energy and couldn't escape. Seeing this, Meng Wuya's heart finally calmed down. The 9 in 8 locks formation had been activated, which meant that his disciple had safely arrived here. Phew, at least there weren't any big mistakes. Meng Wuya breathed heavily. Only the heavens knew how much he had been on the road these past few days. His heart had almost broken down. Not long after, Meng Wuya arrived outside the valley, but he didn't go in. He looked into the valley with rapt attention, but the yin qi inside was too heavy. He couldn't see or hear anything, and even his divine sense couldn't probe inside. Since the 9 in 8 locks formation had been activated, it meant that his disciple had already started. He just had to wait for her good news. Being bound by the formation, the people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. Although Meng Wuya could break the formation, if he did, his disciple's efforts would be in vain. And I just have to wait. Meng Wuya consoled himself. This time he was wrong. The reason why Xia Ningchang wanted to open the array ahead of time was not to deal with the 9th in Yuan condensing dew, but to deal with the bloody group situation. Meng Wuya didn't know that Xia Ningchang was extremely weak right now, and Yang Kai was covered in blood. Both of them were in great danger. If he knew, he would definitely break the formation at all costs and slaughter Wen Fei Chen and the others inside 1,000 times over. You dare to even have ideas about this old man's disciple? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Sometimes things were just so miraculous. It was so close yet so far away. In the valley, Yang Kai was still standing quietly in the same place, his back as straight as a javelin, waiting for the arrival of the powerful enemy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard all around them. He's finally here. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified. He turned his head and looked at the place where Xia Ningchang was hiding. He didn't know if he could survive this battle. But he had done his best, so he had no regrets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures almost simultaneously arrived at Yang Kai's side. Then, another person arrived. The first 3 were separation and reunion boundary experts of the bloody group. The last one was only at the Qi transforming 9th level, so his speed was naturally slower. After the 4 arrived, they didn't say anything. Instead, they stared at Yang Kai in shock. Because they found that in just an hour, this youth who was only at the initial element boundary 4th level actually had the strength of a peak initial element boundary expert. What was going on? Nu Lang's body was under his feet. His neck was broken, and his death was miserable. His eyes were bulging. Apparently, he didn't expect that he would die in this place. He died with his eyes wide open. In this valley where the cold wind blew, it made people feel creepy. Did you kill this person? A separation and reunion boundary expert of the bloody group asked. What about the most powerful person and your young master Long? Yang Kai didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. He found that there was something wrong with the number of people. Originally, the bloody group had 7 people. In addition to Wen Fei Chen and Long Hui, the other Qi transforming boundary disciple had been killed by Xia Ningchang's Yin Qi shackles. Therefore, there were only 4 people left. Humph, to deal with you, Hall Master Wen and young Master Long don't need to act. The person who spoke before coldly snorted. This person wasn't very old. He was about 25 to 26 years old and was in the prime of youth. Bloody group. Ha, you only know how to bully others. Yang Kai ridiculed. The youth's face was ruthless. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Although more than half of his strength had been sealed by the Inchi shackles, he still had the foundation of a separation and reunion boundary expert. If he really wanted to fight, he would definitely be more powerful than a chi-transforming boundary expert. How could he not deal with Yang Kai? It's useless to talk big. Why don't you try? Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. He also felt that these people's strength had been greatly reduced. They couldn't compare to the pressure they gave him before. Moreover, the yuan qi fluctuations on their bodies were quite unstable. The three people who came first were estimated to have the same strength as Nu Lang. Even if they were strong, they wouldn't be much stronger. The one who came later was slightly weaker than Nu Lang. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was sure that he could win. As long as he killed one of them, then the rest would be much easier. Little brat, you are so arrogant. Let your grandfather teach you a lesson. The youth was really smart. Before he finished speaking, he was about to come forward. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, as long as the youth came within 10 steps of him, Yang Kai would kill him even if he was injured. But at this moment, another separation and reunion boundary expert's voice sounded. Junior brother Yuan Lang, don't fall into his trap. The youth immediately stopped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Then he said, yes, brother Kai. He is the only one here. We don't know where the girl is. She has many tricks, so we have to be careful. Moreover, this brat has the strength to kill Nu Lang. I'm afraid he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Quickly capture him and force him to tell us where the girl is. Brother Kai said with a vigilant look. He waved his hand and said, let's go together. 4 against 1, and the opponent was a cultivator at the initial element realm. Even if he had some tricks, he wouldn't be able to use them. He would definitely be captured. For shadows moved almost at the same time. They surrounded Yang Kai in the north, south, east, and west. Their ferocious killing moves covered his head. Facing such a dangerous situation, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. He laughed and said, I told you that the blood group only knows how to bully people with numbers. You still don't admit it. Yuan Lang, the youth who had almost fallen into the trap, blushed. While releasing his killing moves, he angrily shouted, Stinky brat, you have a sharp tongue. Wait until I capture you. I will show you. Chapter 103. You don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai roared, his yuan qi burst out from his body, his whole body was like a burning fireball, emitting a threatening heat. While speaking, Yang Kai and Yuan Lang's palms collided. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai staggered back, while Yuan Lang let out a strange cry and flew back. Retreating 3 steps, Yang Kai instantly fell into the encirclement of the other 3 people. Seeing that the 3 attacks were about to hit him, Yang Kai hurriedly lowered his body, avoiding the attack of another separation and reunion boundary expert. At the same time, he exposed his back to the weakest blood group disciple. With an earth-shattering momentum, both of his palms were aimed at the chest of the most vigilant brother Kai. It was this person who had just warned Yuan Lang, so he did not fall into Yang Kai's trap. Among the 4 people, he was the leader, so his strength was naturally the strongest. Even if his cultivation was sealed, he still had the strength of Qi transforming 2nd level. Therefore, Yang Kai made up his mind to kill him first. As long as he died, the remaining 3 people were nothing to be afraid of. In the time it took to take a breath, Kai Yang had already engaged in a confrontation with the 4 of them. Brother Kai saw that Yang Kai did not care about his own safety and could not help but frown. Although he did not know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he had a bad premonition in his heart. This pair of palms, there must be a hidden secret. Retreat. This person was also quite decisive. Although he didn't believe that Kai Yang could cause him any harm, for the sake of caution, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang, wanting to test his opponent's strength. His palms had not yet been pushed out, but he found that Yang Kai's mouth was showing a trace of a cold smile. Not good, I fell into his trap. In the next moment he saw that Yang Kai's palms were fluttering left and right, unexpectedly avoiding his block. With a fearless attitude, they were still aiming at his chest. His 2 palms would certainly hit him, but his own attack would also hit him. Was this an injury for an injury? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yang Kai's palms changed again. The two burning palms suddenly became blood red, as if there was some kind of liquid covering them. The temperature of the palms increased by another level. There was no way to dodge. Brother Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, his yuan qi fiercely revolved. Let's see who will die after this palm. In any case, I am a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although most of my strength has been sealed, and I feel like a tiger that has fallen to the plains, how could the quality and density of my yuan qi be inferior to yours? Bang 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 sound. Senior Brother Kai's palm landed on Kai Yang's chest. At the same time, Kai Yang's two palms also landed on his own chest. In an instant, the yuan qi's guarding chest violently churned, as if his chests feel, this kid's yuan qi is so pure. This person was shocked. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than his, he might have been injured by this palm. But before he could recover from his shock, he felt Yang Kai's palm once again emit a scorching heat. As the heat spread out, Brother Kai felt a sharp pain in his chest. He vaguely felt as if his body had been penetrated. His internal organs also started to churn. Get out of my way! Brother Kai flew into a rage. The power of his palm burst forth, and Yang Kai was no longer able to withstand it. He flew backwards like a rag sack. Yang Kai's body had not yet landed on the ground, but the weakest blood group disciple had already stabbed him with his sword. At the critical moment, Yang Kai twisted his body, and the sword directly pierced his shoulder, opening a bloody hole in his shoulder. This was not the end. Taking advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was injured, another separation and reunion boundary expert finally found the opportunity to kick Yang Kai's ribs, directly sending him flying. A moment ago, Yang Kai had dodged his attack, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. At this moment, he naturally did not show any mercy. At the same time Yang Kai was sent flying, a bottle suddenly slipped from his chest and fell to the ground. In the air, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. He looked at the bottle that fell from his chest, but he did not dare to go forward and pick it up. A flame suddenly appeared under his feet, and as fast as lightning, he disappeared into the jungle. Yuan Lang saw all of this and quickly rushed forward to pick up the bottle. Yang Kai's laughter came from afar. Ha ha, blood group, separation and reunion boundary, nothing more than this. Why did he run away? Several people from the blood group looked at each other in dismay. Yang Kai had let out a roar to attract them, and had been waiting here with an awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant attitude. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai had something to rely on, but now he unexpectedly ran away. Wasn't this thunder big but the rain small? Several people really thought that he had some extraordinary means. Now, looking at the direction he ran, they could not help but snort. Chase, he is seriously injured. He absolutely won't be able to hold on for long. Yuan Lang bitterly swung his palm and fiercely said. He had suffered a small loss when he fought with Yang Kai. He did not expect that Yang Kai's palm would be so difficult to resolve. After he had resolved it, the battle was actually over. From the beginning to the end, only 3 breaths of time had passed, and the speed was so fast that it made people stunned. After saying this, Yuan Lang immediately chased in the direction of Yang Kai, and the others also hurriedly followed. But before they could run a few steps, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly came from behind them. They turned their heads in surprise and saw that the strongest of them all, Senior Brother Kai, was actually lying on the ground, motionless, facing the yellow earth with his back to heaven and earth. Brother, what happened to you? Yuan Lang was surprised and asked, but did not get any response. What's going on? The one with the lowest strength was also confused. Just a moment ago, Brother Kai exchanged a blow with Yang Kai, but he should not have been seriously injured, right? The situation is not right. The third person frowned and hurriedly walked back. He turned the body of this senior martial brother over and suddenly exclaimed, Ah! How is Brother Kai? Yuan Lang came back and asked. He was stunned for a moment, because at this moment his brother's skin was red, and the blood under his skin seemed to be boiling. His eyes were bulging and he looked almost the same as Nu Lang's. At this moment, Brother Kai was not breathing. There was a finger-sized hole in his chest, and blood was gurgling out of it. "It's hot." The bloody group disciple who was holding Brother Kai quickly put down the body. Once the body hit the ground, it unexpectedly burst open, and hot blood sputtered out, sprinkling on the ground and steaming into a blood mist. The three people who were still alive were drenched from head to toe. Their blood was mixed with scorching primordial chi. The three people's expressions were extremely horrified. They did not expect that the strongest person in the group, Brother Kai, would die in such an inexplicable way. How did he die? When did Yang Kai kill him? The three people foolishly stood in the same place, blankly looking at their dead brother on the ground. Their expressions were very interesting. The four experts of the bloody group had attacked together to deal with Yang Kai, but unexpectedly one of them was killed by him in a flash. And he was only hit by a sword, a kick, and a palm. Although he was seriously injured, he still managed to escape. Chapter 104. The three of them couldn't accept this fact no matter how hard they tried. The person lying on the ground was a separation and reunion boundary expert. This was a motherfucker separation and reunion boundary expert. How could he be killed by an initial element boundary cultivator? There was a gap of 2 realms between the two of them. This was simply a huge joke. Although Brother Kai's cultivation was sealed by that woman and he had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi in the valley, he should still be able to display the strength of a Qi transformation boundary expert, right? How could he be killed? The three people's faces turned green and red, and they were still a little frightened. Each of them was thinking, what if Yang Kai's target wasn't this brother, but them? What would the result be? Without a doubt, they would also die here. At this moment, Yuan Lang finally understood Brother Kai's wisdom and vigilance. If it wasn't for Brother Kai's warning, he was afraid that he would be the first to die at Yang Kai's hands. "Brother, how did you die?" The weakest cultivator finally opened his mouth and asked, breaking the awkward silence. After this question was asked, the three people suddenly looked at each other in dismay. The scene of the fight just now replayed in their minds, and they finally found traces of Yang Kai's attack. It was that palm strike that traded injury for injury. This was Kai Yang's only offensive move in this battle. "He's that strong?" one of them asked in horror. "This isn't his ability. He must have hidden some powerful secret treasure, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break through Brother's Yuan Qi defense and kill him in one blow." Yuan Lang looked at him and gradually calmed down as he analyzed. The other person also nodded in agreement. If he didn't rely on the power of the secret treasure, how could Yang Kai do this with his own strength? Even if Yang Kai stood up and admitted it, they wouldn't believe it. The amount of Yuan Qi needed to activate this secret treasure must be enormous, and his strength is only in the initial element realm, so he only has one chance to attack. After the attack, no matter whether it succeeds or not, he has to escape immediately. Yuan Lang's face was gloomy. The more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. His thinking gradually became more agile, and he actually felt like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His speculation was also quite consistent with Yang Kai's suspicious actions. Yuan Lang's tone was firm. "So, the current him, even if he still has some strength, he is just an arrow at the end of its flight. He definitely won't be able to use that artifact again. Adding on the fact that he has suffered such a serious injury, he is no longer a threat." The other two also felt that his analysis was very reasonable, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that he was only relying on an artifact to achieve this level. How frightening! If his strength was so monstrous that even Brother Kai could easily kill him, then they should just wash their necks clean and stretch out their necks. Why should they linger on while at death's door? The blood group disciple with the lowest strength said, "Brother has been killed, should we go back and report it?" Yuan Lang turned his head to look at him and lightly reprimanded, "Why go back? If we don't report it, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." This person hesitated. The other person thoughtfully looked at the youth, and suddenly laughed. He said to the lowest strength disciple, "Junior Brother Wu, you don't understand Brother Yuan's intention." Junior Brother Wu's face was full of confusion. He turned his head to look at this person, and then turned his head to look at Yuan Lang, puzzled. Yuan Lang chuckled, Junior brother Ye's mind is so meticulous, I can't hide anything from you. Junior brother Yi also laughed heartily. Great minds think alike, that's all. Junior brother Wu looked at the two of them speaking in riddles, but he couldn't understand the key point. He couldn't help but helplessly say, two brothers, can't you explain things in simple terms? Yuan Lang looked at him and then said, Junior brother Wu, what do you think about the level of the artifact that Yang Kai relied on? Junior brother Wu listened for a moment and then slowly replied, surrounded by the four of us, he was able to kill brother Kai in one blow. The level of the artifact is certainly not low. At the very least, it is an Earth-grade mid-level artifact. It is very likely to be an Earth-grade high-level artifact. They had all seen Xia Ningchang use a Heaven-grade defensive artifact. At this moment, Yang Kai had an Earth-grade defensive artifact. What was the big deal? Earth-grade defensive artifact was Junior brother Wu's lowest evaluation, so this speculation was reasonable. Yuan Lang nodded slightly. If we report this matter to Hall Master Wen, what do you think the final result will be? Junior brother Wu almost instinctively said, Yang Kai will die, and the artifact will be taken by Hall Master Wen. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly understood everything. If Hall Master Wen knew that Yang Kai had an Earth-grade artifact, would they still have a share? That woman's Heaven-grade artifact had already been reserved by young Master Long Hui. Even if Hall Master Wen couldn't eat the meat, he still had to drink the soup, right? As for these brothers, they probably wouldn't even be able to lick the bottom of the soup. At most, when they returned, Hall Master Wen would reward them with some gold and silver. This time, after experiencing such danger, several of their brothers had died. Could it be that this was the only benefit they could get? Even if they worked hard for others, they still had to get something in return. Just now, they had been on the brink of death. Even now, their hearts were still beating wildly. How could this be made up for by some gold and silver? Moreover, Hall Master Wen had always been stingy. Even if he rewarded them, he wouldn't give them much. Brothers, what do you mean? Junior brother Wu tentatively asked. Yuan Lang and junior brother Yi looked at each other. Junior brother Yi nodded slightly. Whatever brother Yuan says, we will do. Yuan Lang laughed. Good, since the two junior brothers don't have any objections, then we won't report it. Good. The two nodded. As for the artifact in Yang Kai's hands, Yuan Lang smiled and turned to look at the two junior brothers. Whoever can kill him and avenge brother Kai can have that artifact. What do you think? Junior brother Yi nodded. Then we will do as brother Yuan says. Are we going to split up? Junior brother Wu was the weakest. Just now, when he saw brother Kai die on the spot, he naturally panicked. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. Junior brother Yi said, What are you afraid of? Yang Kai has activated the artifact once. How could he have any Yuan Qi left? Moreover, he had a fierce battle with the Storm House's people and was wounded badly by us. Anyone who meets him can kill him easily. Junior brother Wu agreed with him. Before they came here, Yang Kai had a fierce battle with Nu Lang. He must have consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi, and they had seen his wounds. In this harsh environment, he still had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the Yin Qi invasion. He was afraid that his strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%. If they met him, they could kill him easily. Now, instead of saying that they wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge brother Kai, it was better to say that they wanted to find the Earth-grade artifact in his hands. Whoever found him first would get the artifact. How could they move together? Thinking about this, junior brother Wu's breath became hot. Chapter 105. After they finished their discussion and were about to take action, junior brother Yi suddenly looked at Yuan Lang and said, Brother Yuan, when Yang Kai was escaping just now, something seemed to have fallen out. What is it? Yuan Lang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Junior brother Yi is quite observant. As he spoke, he opened his palm and revealed the bottle. He said, This should be a bottle of pills. Can I take a look? Junior brother Yi smiled slightly. Yang Kai and that woman both had high-grade secret treasures on them, so their value was not low. When this bottle fell out, Yang Kai was obviously reluctant to part with it. A pill that could make him reluctant to part with it was definitely valuable. Because of this, junior brother Yi didn't want this thing to be monopolized by Yuan Lang. Everyone participated in the battle, so naturally, everyone who saw it should have a share. Sure. Yuan Lang also knew what junior brother Yi was thinking, so naturally he wouldn't monopolize this spoil of war. As he spoke, he opened the bottle and looked inside. He was immediately surprised. It seems to be a yang attribute pill. Yuan Lang's face showed some joy. Junior brother Yi and junior brother Wu also became excited. Really? You'll know when you see it, Yuan Lang said as he poured out some pills from the bottle and then flicked them to the two junior brothers. It really is a yang attribute pill. Junior brother Wu was very happy. As soon as the pills entered his hand, he felt the chill in his body disperse a lot. He didn't even need to use his Yuan Qi to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi. This pill was simply the nemesis of the Yin Qi in the valley. No wonder Yang Kai was reluctant to part with it. In this kind of harsh environment, the most important thing was this kind of yang attribute pill. If he lost this thing, it would only make things worse. Yuan Lang shook the bottle and said, "We've already divided the pills, but junior brothers, these pills may have hidden secrets. Don't eat them, just carry them with you to ward off the cold. Brother will take his leave first." After all, this was a pill left behind by Yang Kai. What if there was poison in it? Although they weren't as meticulous as Brother Kai, they weren't stupid enough to eat the enemy's food. After that, Yuan Lang used his movement technique and disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the other two also put the pills into their pockets and each of them chased after the direction in which Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast licking its wounds. He quietly hid in the crown of a tree and tried his best to restrain his aura. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His condition was very bad. After the battle with the 5 disciples of Stormhouse, his body had suffered some injuries. Just now, under the siege of the 4 people from Blood Group, his injuries were much more serious. Especially when the sword pierced through his shoulder, it must have injured his muscles and bones. Because of this, Yang Kai's left hand was somewhat unable to exert any strength. In order to prevent those people from following the trail of blood, Kai Yang had already used his yang liquid to cauterize all of his wounds, sealing the flow of blood. Although the unyielding will allowed him to maintain his strength at the peak, in the end he was still an initial element boundary 4th stage cultivator. After the continuous battle, his physical strength and spirit consumption were enormous. If not for his unyielding will, he would have already collapsed. Recalling the dangerous battle a moment ago, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly sneer. That Brother Kai was worthy of being a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although more than half of his cultivation was sealed, Yang Kai still used a full 10 drops of yang liquid to penetrate the Yuan Qi seal in his body and give him a fatal blow. But it was worth it. Although it was difficult to condense 10 drops of yang liquid, it was not a waste to exchange the life of a separation and reunion boundary expert. In this adversity, Yang Kai's mind was clearer than ever. He understood that if he failed, not only would he lose his life, even Xia Ningchang would be implicated. This was a matter of great importance. How could Yang Kai dare to relax? In addition to Long Hui and the strongest person in the blood group, there were still 3 people left. These 3 people's strength was not as good as Brother Kai's. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was not afraid. But if they joined forces, this matter would be very difficult. Know yourself and know your enemy, then you will be victorious in 100 battles. Yang Kai had to figure out the movement route of the 3 people from the blood group and the direction of their attack. Only then could he come up with a corresponding plan to kill them. Therefore, before he left, he purposely left behind a bottle of medicinal pills. It could be said that the main purpose of the battle just now was to hide the traces of the pill he had left behind. Secondly, it was to kill that senior Brother Kai. Fortunately, both of these goals were successfully accomplished. What he left behind was a bottle of mysterious yang pills. A few days ago, he found more than 10 mysterious yang blood flowers, and Xia Ningchang helped him refine them. Because the Dantian yang liquid was abundant, and because they were in a hurry, Yang Kai did not take them. He did not think that they would come in handy now. Sometimes, it wasn't necessary to eat a medicinal pill in order for something to happen. Yang Kai wanted to tell them that even if they carried the Dan in their arms, there was still a problem. He believed that his plan would succeed. After all, this was the 9th Yin congregation ground, where the Yin Qi was very strong. Suddenly there was a bottle of Yang attribute Dan, so he did not need to think about what those people would do. As long as they carried the mysterious Yang pills, he could rely on the origin of Yang seal to detect their location. In this way, the initiative was in his hands. After concealing himself for a moment, the Yang origin seal on his chest reacted. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he hurriedly held his breath and suppressed his heartbeat. Not long after, a person flashed from below. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned. Why was there only one person? After waiting for a moment, not far away, another person hurriedly passed by. After a short while, a third person suddenly came to the tree where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai quietly looked down and found that this person was actually the weakest blood group disciple. This person looked around for a moment and quickly disappeared. Strange, how could these 3 people be separated? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard, but he could not understand. How could he have known that these 3 people only thought he was an arrow at the end of its flight and that he had a powerful Earth-grade artifact in his possession? They simply wanted to see who would be lucky enough to find him. It was no wonder that these 3 people thought this way. If it was an ordinary initial element cultivator, the amount of Yuan Qi stored in their body would not be much. If they really went through a few life and death battles, the Yuan Qi would naturally not be much left. But Yang Kai was different. The amount of Yuan Qi stored in his meridians was not much compared to other initial element cultivators. But he had a lot of Yang liquid in his dantian. Before he left, Yang Kai stored more than 40 drops of Yang liquid in his dantian. It did not matter if the Yuan Qi in his meridians was depleted. A drop of Yang liquid could completely replenish it, making him full of energy again. It could be said that as long as the dantian had reserves, and his physical and mental strength could keep up, Yang Kai was a tireless fighting machine. If Brother Kai was still alive, with his cautiousness and caution, he would definitely not let his people act separately and give Yang Kai the opportunity to kill them one by one. But Yang Kai had just killed him, and now it was Yuan Lang's turn to make the decision. Naturally, he did not think too much about it. Yang Kai did not understand the deep meaning of this, but now things were going more smoothly than he expected. How could he not grasp the opportunity in front of him?